Hi there, my name is Fix Fox, and welcome back to Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era. Very excited to come to you here today with a playthrough of a more random template. This is going to be single player hero mode on a extremely large sized map. This is going to be Memory Lane, and looking forward to having some adventures here in the land of Enroth. The chat's filling up nicely. We've got Tundar, we've got McFall, we got Vamy. Thank you to everybody that's here now, and thank you to everybody that will catch us on Twitch and on YouTube later. The pleasure is always mine. So let's just kind of get loaded on in here. We're going to go single hero mode here in the Memory Lane. And again, I like that it's a huge size map. That gives us more opportunity to kind of dive into a long-term strategy game. And I think that this is an opportunity for me to improve on something, folks. If I'm being honest, this is an opportunity for me to improve on my skills in using the adventure map spells that you have present in the game. Single hero mode often does a good job of requiring you to use it or else. Oh, good, Tundar, you've got it in my inbox on Discord. Perfect, I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Okay, we're gonna just hit random. It looks like we're gonna roll as the dungeon faction. We're gonna hit random again. It's gonna be Ylwari. Oh my goodness, folks. Ylwari is the diplomacy specialist for the dungeon faction. I have no idea how this is gonna go. Now, in the dungeon faction, you do have some faction laws that will make your diplomacy just a little bit better. You've got the diplomacy hero, one of the de facto diplomacy heroes. I think that this could be pretty exciting. So let's see if we can do some alternative strategies. Let's play in like a different way that we haven't played before, because there's still a lot of testing that has to be done here for Olden Era. We're gonna put this on apocalyptic difficulty. We're just gonna load right on in. McFall says huge single hero. This will be a long journey. I think it will, and I don't think I'm sad with that. I think I'm actually okay with this being a really long kind of map. It's been a while since we did a 5, 6, 7, 8 hour playthrough. I don't think that it's going to be that long. It feels like Olden Era, even on the highest sizes and hardest difficulties, it feels like they try to get these maps to wrap up in about 3 hours or so. But we will see. We will see. Maybe I'm going to be surprised. Maybe, just maybe. Clayman's in the chat. Hey, Clayman, long time no see. How the heck are you? Hello, Fix. Finally, something that makes my day better. I am thrilled to hear that. Grateful to have you here. Thanks so much for enjoying the time. It's always a pleasure to have you here. And Manny MM is also in the chat. Hi, everyone. Hi, Mr. Fox. Manny. Hope you're doing exceptionally well with all of your fantastic planning. And Window Ella says, today we shall beat the lag by plugging in our computer. I actually checked. That was one of the most embarrassing on-stream moments I'd ever had, but the fact that we got through it makes me very, very, very happy. Bearded Man's also in the chat with a 3-stream streak. Thank you, Bearded Man, for being here. Hi, everyone. Hi to you as well. Okay, folks, Ylwari. Charismatic. Keeps her army when fleeing from battle with neutral squads, plus 5% persuasion power when using diplomacy, plus 1% more for every hero levels. Being able to flee from battle with neutral squads is not going to help us here on this single hero map. If you lose your hero, you just lose your hero. So this special ability, not really going to do much for us, but the persuasion with the diplomacy, that could be exceptionally useful. We do have ourselves the 8 of the dancers, we got 9 of the infiltrators, and we have 24 of our cute little troglodytes. Happy to just adventure at the best they can. 2,500 gold, and because we don't have the ability to hire additional heroes, it's kind of nice because then I know I don't need to earmark 2,500 gold for additional forces. We're going to take these infernal troglodytes into our army here, they of course being the upgraded version of the troglodytes. And I'm going to immediately split my dancers. I do like the ability to split your forces up and get some additional shred damage on some of these future fights. Right now, with no additional wood or ore, we got to just sally forth with what we have. The question I have is whether or not it's a good idea to pick up these forces or try and save the gold. I'm guessing because it looks like this sawmill is not guarded, that neither two will be the ore mine. So we're going to set off and just hope that we can resupply in the future. But first, we find a really cheap, really nice artifact, +1 knowledge from the Pauper's Glory. If we find another item from that, we're going to have +1 attack, defense, spell power, knowledge, morale, and luck. So let's look for more artifacts from the Pauper's Glory. 300 gold, 2 gems. Going to be the sawmill, another 8, another 5 wood for a total of 15. I tend to enjoy traveling up these roads rather than go off adventuring in this direction. Roads lead to places, and so it's not a bad strategy. You just head up the road and see what you can find up in that direction. Likewise, finding 3 experience, now that is going to go an awful long way for you. Advanced diplomacy, basic leadership, basic battle magic. Folks, should we shoot for Great Merchant or Amelchia's heir? I feel like we ought to. I feel like we are going to, this is like day 500 out of 501 days of trying to pick up one of these specialized sub skills that you can never quite reach. Because I don't really like the idea of 10,000 extra gold per day, like it just doesn't do it for me. I'm going to actually save the secondary skill slot, I think I would go for the basic leadership, but I'm going to go for the advanced diplomacy so that way we don't waste a slot. Maybe we can be the best spellcaster you ever saw. So let's go with the advanced diplomacy. And tell you what, eloquence doesn't help us at all in single hero mode. Folk hero works good for dungeon faction troops. If I can get battlecraft, then I'm going to have the bonus doubled from this larger than life, and then it's going to be 50% power to everybody, right? I'm going to go for larger than life, and we'll see about battlecraft at a later date. Knowledge Garden for the +1 knowledge, can't go wrong with that. We've now picked up +2 knowledge. We've got 3 spell power, 5 knowledge, 0 attack, 2 defense. I'm going to grab just a little bit of ore here along the way. Gold, not once, twice, and in one single day, we didn't really go too far away from home. A little bit sad, a little bit sad. If you're going to adventure, you got to leave home. You can't stay in the doorway just looking out on your front porch. Although, my dad will tell you that as he was growing up, that he was the kind of person that would just go hunting right off of his back porch when he was a kid because there was no neighbors and he was just out there in the middle of nowhere. And that's just the way that things were done back then. I think that if you're going to go hunting off your back porch in this modern era, you got to be far, far away from other people in civilization. But back then he was, and since then it's amazing to see the growth around my parents starting homes. Interesting how these things go. Okay. I think that in week 1, I like the idea of going for a pretty good economy, so I think that the bank is a good first choice here. The alternative would be if I thought that we were close enough to get to this amphitheater, to go for that, roll the dancers into some additional forces. Let's go with the bank for now. Go for the gold, and that means that we might as well use tax collectors with our 1 faction law point as opposed to resource riches. I like resource riches if it's going to give you the opportunity to pick up an additional building you might have otherwise missed. Like it. Now though, you know. By the way, we did pick up the thick hide spell from this magic scroll. Do I like it? Do I love it? It's all right. It's all right. Okay, and folks, basic insight. Glad that we get the opportunity for basic insight nice and early here because this will give us the additional XP over time. That'll help us level up quicker, and it does go into this special warlock ability. So spell power, here we come. Mercury, very important. We're now looking out for a little bit of crystal. Yeah, a little bit of crystal. Yeah, a little bit of crystal, and we can get into the dancers. And look at this, wooden ring, +1 morale, another item from the Pauper's Glory. That actually combined together gives us +1 to all of our stats. That's actually a big bump. That's a really big bump. I enjoy that very, very much. And I think that we are going to come back for these fawns in just a second. Of course, the tier 1 creature from the Sylvan faction, but a little bit of extra exploring couldn't really hurt us. I think early on, boy, which is better, experience or gold? I mean, we're going to need gold. I'm going to go for the gold early on just because we're on apocalyptic difficulty. But I recognize that I would really enjoy a little bit more experience here. We do pick up a bit more here. Let's go for the advanced insight. Arcane magic, super good. Resistance, so good. We're going to go for the insight, though. We're really going to try to go for 100% bonus spell power or bust. Now, do we want, for the sub skills, 10% more XP? Do we want civic innovation? Hero gains additional law points? Maybe. Or Sag City? Shows the intentions of neutral squads within 18 squares of the hero. My goodness. Do you think that that actually works really, really well with diplomacy? I think that this works amazingly well with diplomacy. And for the diplomacy hero, this seems like this is too good. I did not realize that there was this synergy here. We're going to go for this. We're going to go for this. And so, like, we can immediately see there, lethal battle, will fight, will flee. Okay. And just having the general numbers is kind of nice here. Kitten horns, yeah, will fight. Okay, everybody, we're doing okay. This feels not too bad to me. And I'm wondering if this is our ore mine up here. This is, I mean, typically I would prefer to see an ore mine a little bit closer. Here was our sawmill. I wonder if this is, there's the beer fountain, a little bit other stuff. I think it's up in this direction. So we're gonna head over here and see if we can find what we can find. We've already made our purchase. We've spent our faction law points. Folks, that's the end of month 1, week 1, day 2, and we are on to day 3. A new follow, Shymal, thanks for the follow. Nice to have you here. Welcome. Pleasure to see you there. We're just we're having a good time playing some Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era. This is, of course, the huge-sized single hero map, and so far, not too bad. Okay, but we are looking for crystal because we want to get into our dancers. We've got the gems, we got the mercury. I'm hoping that this campfire is going to give us crystal. Does not. We got a couple more gems. It was still worth it. It was a worthwhile try, I believe. Did you see the +1 defense from the Summit Automaton? Maybe we can even sneak through here. This might be impassable terrain, it might not be, but let's pick up the +1 and then we'll figure out where to go from there. Week 1, I don't think it bothers me too much to try and figure out the best place to go. We'll take some time. We'll wander around. I think that there is an optimal strategy where the longer you stick on roads, the better off you're going to be. I do believe that that's still the strategy that you're going to most often do the best with. But for now, for now, we're here. Let's pick up these +1s wherever we can. And look, we can in fact get into this area. That actually makes me feel much better knowing that there's no way we're going through murder hornets. My goodness, no, not today. 1,000 experience, a little bit of mercury. Okay, close. Still looking for that crystal. And I do like the traveling circus. We'll pick that up later. Easy battle will flee. This might be an opportunity just for some free experience to kind of pick these. Yeah, pick these Aegis off in just a second or two. Pauper Knight order. I like that. Fountain. Don't mind that. Tell you what, let's just clear this out really quickly. Single hero mode is kind of like in the Jeebus maps from Heroes 3. It's more important that you're just like smart with your movement points. You don't have to pick everything up. Right? And in fact, most times it is to your detriment to try and pick everything up. You would actually be much better served. Ooh, there we go. In many cases, just doing your best, hanging steady, just holding on, and picking which adventure map objects you really want to take. That generally tends to serve you a little bit better, I believe. Okay, the fact that these Sun's Aegis have gotten a good morale is actually pretty ridiculously bad. They're going to get to go before all these other creatures. Can I step in front of my big stacks? Whether they go this way or that way, I don't love this. Looks like the Infernal Troglodytes are going to get an opportunity to get their ranged or rather long reach attack off. I'm going to step to here. In case you didn't notice, we are down to only 3 defense. We got a whole lot of shots off with our other dancers, so we've shredded the defense of these Sun's Aegis. I will do the long reach attack. Man, it doesn't do a lot of damage, does it? But we do get the Heroic Strike. And then I guess you got a question. With this thick hide, do you just want to take a swipe with your infiltrators? I think you do. You're going to take some losses at some point. We'll take a swipe here. We kill 15. We take 2 losses on this retaliation. I kind of want to go into this Dark Elf stance for the defense and do this again. We're going to have the thick hide for a little bit longer. Tell you what, let's go Dark Elf stance. And let's just get good luck and finish off the fight. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. 2 infiltrators lost. That seems pretty okay to me. And we do get the level up. So very happy for that. Ooh. Oh, folks. Basic economy. Because if you get basic economy, you can eventually get into experimenter and you can get the alchemical dust. I love basic economy, even though this doesn't really go into our sub skill that we're shooting for. I mean, and here's the deal. As a spellcaster, you would much rather have, if you have to waste 1 slot on something else, you'd much rather have here, I think. Oh, but it's basic economy. I love that in the secondary skills, I actually have some really tough choices. And really by tough choices, what I mean is that I can see a reasonable strategy depending on which fork in the road I take. Both have different meaningful play styles, and that's not bad. I gotta go for the Thaumaturgy. Being able to cast additional spells in combat is just too good. I'm gonna have to go with that. But I really wished, I really wanted that alchemical dust. I think you could feel that. Thankfully for the dungeon faction, you do have, where is it? Alchemist Code 1 and 2, so you do get like one-time bonuses of alchemical dust. So if anybody can turn down free alchemical dust, it is the dungeon faction. What do you want me to say? It is what it is. It is what it is. We're gonna save up some faction law points. Still missing our crystal. The amphitheater marketplace might actually be fairly viable just to trade a little bit. Tell you what, let's go for the walls right now. Maybe we can get into walls too. Maybe we can get in the treasury in a little bit. And then additional passageways, traps, or stack of tier 1 creatures. We're definitely going to go for stack of tier 1 creatures. I just enjoy that personally. I'm sure that the other opportunities are still pretty valuable. That one just feels pretty okay to me. And that's going to take us into day 5. All right, let me get caught up on chat. Manny MM says, my YouTube Wrapped says I was among the top 0.1% of viewers and watched 591 videos for your channel. Isn't that wild? Dude, you are an absolutely crazy person, and I love it. And I want to support you in your craziness because the fact that you've spent that much time is insane. And I love it. Thank you so very, very much. So yeah, if you're interested, I looked at my YouTube recap, and in my top 5, I was amazed how many finance videos I end up watching, number 1. And then number 2, I was happy to see that Pixo the French Heroes Might and Magic player. He was in my top 5, and I told him as much in a recent YouTube video in a comment. So very fun to see kind of where we spend our time, because hey, I appreciate all the time that you spend with me. Trust me, it means a lot. So thank you so very, very much. And planning is nearly completed. Thank you. I know what you're talking about. And I'm glad that planning is almost completed. I'm sure that you and your sweetheart are very excited. I'm excited for you. I'm excited for you. So very good. Okay. Here's the deal. If you go for the marketplace, I mean, walls are possible, but what's the point of the 50% bonus if you don't have any troops to purchase? We need to get at least to the amphitheater. If you get the amphitheater, I mean, we need so much crystal. We need so much crystal. 2 crystal here, 5 crystal here. I think that you got to go for the marketplace. I don't think you're going to be able to get into the stilled voices without finding some additional crystal, but I think that this at least gives us an opportunity to pick up the Onyx Dancers Amphitheater on day 6. And then this gives us the opportunity to do a little bit more later. Like maybe at least we have a chance to, get into Medusa. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. And to this point, I haven't seen any crystal whatsoever. Yeah, not one bit. Not one bit. You get gems from the Iridescent Abbey. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 Iridescent Abbeys. My goodness. There's the Colosseum to obtain cavalry. That's not likely anytime soon. Goblin Cache, that actually could be... I could probably solve all my problems with resources. But again, kitten horns, it's too much. We never did pick up the beer fountain. Pretty sad about that. It was right there. We didn't pick it up. I wonder if we go in this direction, just foraging into the southern territories, if maybe we'll find what we're looking for there. I don't want to fight these griffins just yet. I'll fight here for the mercury storage. I mean, you do want the mercury. Then again, this looks like, I forget what it's called, but this looks like a pretty good opportunity. Tell you what, let's go for this mercury storage. It looks like it's fairly free, and we're currently getting 3,000 gold per day. So I'm gonna make the executive decision. We're gonna purchase ourselves 5 of these Minotaurs. Reason being is that they're a good quality unit. They can pump out a bunch of damage. I really appreciated that early on my tier ranking videos for the dungeon faction was a little bit off, and I criminally underrated Dever. Now that I've had some additional time to spend with the gentleman, I realized that the Minotaur Lord Specialist is actually exceptionally powerful. And now I'm happy to tell you folks, if I get something wrong, I will tell you all day, every single day, hey, this was my mistake, and let me try again. Okay, all right, let's make this fight happen here. Enemies fleeing, we're gonna fight them anyway. I don't want to take some losses here that we might otherwise take. McFall says, oh, dungeon, great variety with those secondary attacks. I do like the secondary attacks. Folks, what do we think about the stance here, right? Minotaur stance for additional attack skill, Dark Elf stance for defense, Dragon stance for additional spell power. What do we think about these? Because I've heard conflicting viewpoints. Some people really enjoy them. Some people really dislike them. And I'm interested to know what all of you think. So right now, Minotaur stance, I'm going to go into this plus attack. That's only additional 2 attack, but we will take it. We're going to spread our damage shred, or rather our defense shred, before our big stack of 6 gets to go. If we just stay out of the way, we're not going to have to take any damage here, so let's go there. And I'm going to ignore these troglodytes for just a moment. They're just far enough out of the way, I'm just not going to worry about them. And then let's hope that these guys don't get any good morale. Once, but twice. Okay, we're going to stay on the attacking Minotaur stance, so we still get the bonus. And then at the last possible second, we can always switch to the defense. So let's just do some skips. And it's going to be here. Yet again. With the good luck. So we're now to 0 defense on both of these creatures. We don't actually need to spread the damage at all. But I can kill one full infiltrator right now. I'm going to do that. Do you want to do 30 to 42 damage, or do you want to do 40 to 55? I think that we want to kill as many troglodytes as possible. With the good luck, that feels like definitely the right choice. We're going to take the free heroic strike here because I got nothing else to do with my time or my focus points. 14 to 19 of these troglodytes. Do we lose a Minotaur on the retaliation? No, we do not. We still got a little bit of extra space there. 5 to 16. I don't think... Yeah, I think I blocked myself off with my infiltrators. I probably should have done a long reach attack here instead. And now the question is where are these infiltrators going to attack? I don't think that they're going to attack back here. I think they're probably going to go for troglodytes or infernal troglodytes. And so I'm going to preemptively just do a thick hide here. I'm going to go into Dark Elf stance. That actually boosts up our defense quite a bit. I'm going to put the infiltrators back just a moment. I was correct. It is the infernal troglodytes that take the hit. And then let's do the heroic strike here. We go from 25 down to 20 of these infiltrators. You might as well get the damage off first. 13 to 20. Maybe we get a good lucky strike. Luck not needed. All we do is win, baby. All we do is win. Down to 5 troglodytes, and then these minotaurs are going to finish off the fight. Not too bad. I think that you could have done a little bit better to avoid... no, I think 13 troglodytes. I think you were going to take that one hit from the enemy infiltrators. I don't think we could have done much better, actually. Now that I think about it, I think that was probably about as good as we could have done. Okay, it's the Monty Hall. Yes, yes. So choosing one free artifact out of all these random choices, that feels pretty good to me. Unfortunately, I didn't realize that this was impassable terrain. So I think I'm actually going to take a step down. There's a portal. Boreal Call for Abyssal Envoys. Still looking for crystal. Oh boy, all I want is crystal. Nope, nope, it looks like we found ourselves a dead end. Ah, it's so sad. Okay, because it's day 6, and now I'm saying to myself, okay, well, you gotta get this amphitheater. We're gonna make this trade here, but hopefully we can find just enough crystal first thing in the morning to make good things happen. How many bits of ore is this? 5 here and 0 ore here, so we can actually trade all of our ore if necessary. We don't have to, but at least now I know I can do this. And yeah, this is going to preclude us from possibly getting into walls 2, that's for sure. So I don't love this choice, but I do think that the amphitheater is still the better choice. Wait, what are we missing? Oh my goodness, we are missing ore. No, I'm so silly. I overtraded. I knew that the stilled voices didn't require ore, and then I just blanked. Okay. Is it possible? This seems like a really bad idea. 4 units of mercury for 2 units of ore. Yeah, that seems like a horrible idea. It will get you there. It's such a bad idea. And if I do that, the likelihood of me getting into the stilled voices is incredibly low. Yeah. Well, folks, we've officially bungled our turn. I feel so bad about it. So what we're going to do is we're just going to wait. We're going to wait 1 day. We're getting 2 ore per day. First thing in the morning without trading any mercury. We are going to get what we need. Feels pretty bad, but yeah, that's the way it is. Wait, we got resource riches. Aw, yeah. Okay, I mean, I planned that. I planned that. Ooh, geez, let's not do that again. Okay, I totally did not plan that, but we will take this resource riches for the gold and the ore. We will make that building happen, and we're just gonna be happy for it and pretend like nothing bad happened. You saw nothing. You saw nothing. Windowella says, me, more money, more money. Yes. Bank, resource depot, treasury. Do we like the economy in Olden Era? It feels like with the bank and the treasury that there's a lot of extra gold by the end. I think that the jury is still out on whether or not we like the economy in Olden Era or not. Personally, I don't dislike it. On apocalyptic difficulty, it feels okay for me, but I could see some people who don't play on apocalyptic difficulty thinking that's a little bit too easy. We're gonna go right on through these creatures. Let's try it to avoid losing a Minotaur. McFall says, going for a skill speciality is interesting. You have to work with what you're given instead of always choosing the best build, and most of the time you fail. The reward is huge. It's a huge payoff, but the likelihood of getting there is actually exceptionally low. Oh, and it feels so bad knowing that it's just so low. So I don't know. But we've never gotten one on camera. In fact, I don't think I've ever gotten one ever. Wait, have I ever gotten one ever? I don't think I've ever gotten one ever. So I think that we still have to do our best. I think it's required that we eventually get to the point where we can get one of the special sub skills, even though they're impossible to get. And for that reason, I actually don't think that their inclusion in the game is that interesting. It's kind of like the, oh, what do you call it? The Grail. I don't enjoy the Grail because it feels like it's very, very rarely, if ever, going to be relevant. So, you know, if it's never going to be really used in the game, it's this low percentage chance to have any impact on the games. It just doesn't feel like it deserves to be in the game personally. It feels like an unnecessary complication. But likewise, I like that there's choices. Choices never feel bad. I appreciate that we have choices and we can have some unique strategies and interesting strategies. I also just feel like it's a chase and you're just completely gambling, and smart money will say never, ever, ever go for one of the special sub skills. Anyway, that's just my 2 cents. Just for those of you that asked. Pro tip, nobody asked. Vamy says, against AI, I think that it bugs out when you choose the traps. Does it? That's interesting. So it bugs out when they choose the traps. I kind of want to try it now, talking about the walls and whether or not you choose like the 1 stack of tier 1 creatures or the other things. Yeah, I think I want to try the traps just to kind of explore that. I don't think I've ever tried the traps. Underground passages, I really like this for every faction. I do think I like it in this early game on 200% difficulty. Initiative is super good though. Wow, this is actually a tough choice. Let's go for the opportunists because this is going to scale into the late game. I don't want to stay in my starting area for too long. That's just my initial thought, is let's not stay here as long as longer than we have to. Fancy Mask, Magic Mirror, Dragon Bone Greaves. I think that the +1 spell power and knowledge is miles better than the Fancy Mask or the Magic Mirror. We're gonna go with the Dragon Bone Greaves at this point. And it is day 7. So we could either head back and be ready for a new week, or we can continue to explore, maybe find some additional resources out here. Nope. Nope, we're not gonna find it. Legion's Memorial. Tell you what, let's step on these gnats. Literally step on these gnats. We're gonna destroy them. It shouldn't be any losses. It's not gonna be any losses, but it makes me a little bit sad that we have to babysit this fight. Okay, waits all around. And Vamy says, I never got my recap and I was really curious. I think I had to manually do it. I had to go like to my starting YouTube page and then just hit flash recap in order to get something. So I don't know. Maybe you can do that. Maybe it'll tell you that it's still like buffering or generating that. These days with AI, I just assume that everything takes no time at all in order to get, and that's probably incorrect. Probably incorrect. 11 to 18. I do the Dark Elf stance, and I do the Thick Hide. Maybe I can avoid losing this 1 infiltrator. Maybe? Nope. All right. Okay. There's the infiltrator that we would have lost one way or the other. My bad. My bad. Well, at least we're not gonna fighting style Grand Slam ourselves to death. Not today. Next time, I'm sure. Okay. All right, could not fight that fight any better, so be it. And then how many are in this Legion's Memorial? Way too many. 32 Astringers times 2, not to mention a stack of 32 Marksmen. Yeah, don't want any part of that. There are these raw show. I don't want to, I guess I want the experience. We've got the insight, so 30% extra XP. You might never come back here. And the losses are going to be okay, because there's only one of the, not stinging raw show. Forget what the other ones are called. We'll find out in just a second. But unfortunately, folks, for this final day's purchase, it's not going to end up being Stilled Voices. Really sad about that. Byzantine Palace or Resource Depot. I'm going to go for this Byzantine Palace 3. We will pick up these additional resources. And for this final bit of 3 faction law points, I kind of want to go for Elite Troglodytes. It doesn't increase their growth though. Other factions, they tend to increase the growth whenever you pick from this right-hand side of the faction law points. Tier 1 creatures growth in your city increases by 4. There it is. So there's a difference between using the fighting style, which is the long range attack here. It's the hit and run style for the infiltrators. It's the double shot here for the dancers, so on and so forth. They do differentiate between the long reach attack versus the growth. I mean, Leaders of the Nation, additional law points though. She's my only hero right now. Let's do that. She's gonna keep fighting, let her keep fighting, and that's gonna take us to the end of month 1, week 1, day 7, on to day 1. And Bearded Man says, you've been playing Olden Era for quite a bit now. There are many things to nitpick on about the game, but do you think it's a good Heroes game? Have you been having fun? Bearded Man, you're gonna get me in trouble. I'm not gonna answer that question right now because I've been thinking about that question good and hard. I've been thinking about that question good and hard for the last little bit, and I think what I've decided is that I need to wait until the game officially comes out, and then I will put all my thoughts into one video, because I think that there's a lot of different aspects to kind of ranking a game and figuring out how it plays and how it is. I think that, you know, you can look at the art style, you can look at the just one more turn type of quality that a game can sometimes make you have. You can look at the balance, you can look at the unit design and composition, you can look at the strategies, the general strategies. We talked about economy earlier. Man, there's so many things that you can talk about with the game to figure out if it's good or bad. And I prefer to be very cautious with my words because I don't want to memorialize a bad take, if that makes any sense. I want to make sure I get my thoughts 100% correct on that before I get myself into hot water. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go for these dancers, 20 of them. Boom, 26. 5,200 gold left. Let's go for the Minotaurs. We're just going to purchase out as much as we can here. It's going to be 48 of these infiltrators. It's going to be 11 of these troglodytes. Folks, this is the fighting force that we currently have. And I think that even this traveling circus right now, I will take this. Yeah, we're going to start making some fights happen. We +3 defense from the plate armor would be good. Too tough of a fight at the moment. I almost wonder if we should just go up the road and go into one of these portals. Orloth's head, that's too much of a fight at the moment. There's still a lot of difficult fights. It says we can get through the Hornets fairly easily. I still kind of want to go through the portals, pick up another castle, and then figure out where to go from there. Kind of want to. Tell you what, we are out of movement points. We got 10 movement points. Let's just stay here overnight in the castle. We will see if first thing in the morning we can pick up a mage guild. That'll actually help things go quite a bit better. We're gonna be just 1 wood short, it looks like. I think I might just trade for it. I think I might do it. It's only 1,000 gold. Only 1,000 gold. See, that's what I mean. The economy feels a little bit weird. I would never trade gold for wood or ore in most any other Heroes games, but I will here. Feels weird. Ooh, haste. I'm okay with haste. I do tend to enjoy the web spell as a slowing spell versus the haste as a speedy up spell, but I'd like having at least one of these choices. That feels pretty good to me. We do have in the adventure map spells, we do now have symbol. We can instantly interact with allied heroes. That's not helpful at all. Ylwari starts off with this, and we do have from a bird's eye. If we get just a little bit more power and ability, then we can get into second wind. We can have additional movement points as we trade. Okay, let's go. I can't believe these guys didn't want to join me. It's kind of crazy. Let's fight this fight. Sundar says to Bearded Man, hey, what's your favorite Heroes of Might and Magic? And Bearded Man says, I've only ever played Heroes of Might and Magic 2 and 3. I found Heroes 2 more fun and charming, but Heroes 3 is more challenging and interesting strategically. I'm amazed at how close we feel on that subject together. Yeah, I really love the charming aspect of Heroes of Might and Magic 2. And the challenge in Heroes 3. Heroes 3 is an exceptionally well done, well-made game. So I think we're on the same page there. Very good. Happy to hear it. We could haste. Let's see. Heck, I could haste the Minotaurs and get them into this enemy today if I wanted to, and let them get the first shot off. I could haste 35 troglodytes, let them do the long reach attack. I kind of want to I don't want to haste my infiltrators. Let's see. These bleak infiltrators are going to get to go first at the upcoming round. But they're fairly slow. You know. I'm gonna do this though. I'm gonna end up hasting my infiltrators. They're not gonna be faster. They don't move up in turn order, but they do cover the ground just a little bit better. Let's move the troglodytes in front of my big stack here. Let's do the shred. Good luck on the small stack is always exactly what you want to see. Not really, but ooh, there we go. We got the good luck there. I'll take that. And yeah, let's just use these Minotaurs to corrupt these forces. Skip on the troglodytes there. Let's kill most of the stack. Hopefully the whole stack. These infiltrators, we killed 23. Not too bad. We take 4 bits of retaliation there. And where do the bleak infiltrators go? They go straight for my infiltrator stack. Ouch. Hate to see it. Do not love it, but we will take it. We're gonna go heroic strike here. We're gonna knock off the rest of these small infiltrators, and it's gonna be just a cavalcade of troglodytes doing spitting attacks, and these Minotaurs finishing off this fight. Yeah, good choice, bad choice. You were gonna get attacked at one point by the bleak infiltrators. I don't think you could have stopped it. Best thing to do would have maybe been to have done the thick hide spell instead of the haste. Yeah, but then you went and gotten the first shot off on the enemy infiltrators. I don't know. I think it is what it is. Okay, part of the deal, squads on the global map are cheaper to make you join. Bonuses doubled if you knew economy, but we chose not to do that, unfortunately. And then Vagrant Army, neutral creatures gain 100% of the hero's attack and defense as a bonus when in their army. Does neutral just mean a stack that's not native to your faction? So like a group of swordsmen's not native and therefore they get double your bonus. They get 6 attack and 10 defense instead of 3 and 5. I feel like that's what this means. I feel like that's what that means. But then it's like, what if I make a group of dancers join my army? Then do they get this bonus? I don't think that they do, because how do you keep track of the forces as they're intermingled? So therefore I'm going to go for Art of the Deal just because of a knowledge gap. Like I don't know what's really going on there. That kind of does bother me. Okay, there is this knowledge garden here. If we just go through these little critters here, we'll get the fountain, we'll get some additional movement points. Shouldn't be too big of a fight. Wow, it's a much bigger fight than I thought it was. Whoops, not bad. And McFall says, I think that the special subskills were based on the faction specialities of Heroes 5. They were comparably difficult to attain outside of the campaigns. Oh, interesting. I did not know that. Yeah, I need to know an awful lot more about Heroes Might and Magic 5. So learn me good, McFall. Teach me everything I need to know about that. Because right now I feel like I don't know nearly enough. We're going to end up taking some damage from these fallen archers. We're just going to end up waiting on everybody. I kind of want to do a thick skin on somebody. Then again, if I do haste, yeah, if I haste the infiltrators, they should be able to get to these guys, not in 1 turn, or not in 3 turns, but in 2. Let's just wait across the board. And usually I like to wait for my big stack of Onyx Dancers and let the other 2 smaller creatures get the shred off. I think I prefer to just do the damage here. And I'm going to stack the damage right onto the Fallen Archers, but with the single stacks, I'll split my fighting style with the bouncing glaives. Okay, hoplets. Ooh, get morale. Don't do that. And it's going to be 6 infiltrators that goes down. Okay, all right. Don't love that. Oh no. 6 Fox, you're silly. All right, so here's the deal. I messed up because I put the troglodytes right in my way. So I could haste and just do the damage onto the hoplets, and we'll kill a big crunchy stack. And then I can actually do haste here. I can get from here and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2 with this haste there. I'm gonna do this. So I've hurt myself a little bit. It's gonna cost me some spell points. That's okay. I'm gonna let the Minotaurs get this first shot off onto the hoplets. We kill a bunch. We do take 1 Minotaur in retaliation. I'm gonna do full damage. Yeah, full damage with my troglodytes. And yeah, I guess I got Thaumaturgy. I can't do the haste again though. If I attack here, I'm not gonna have enough movement points because it'll be, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So you got to go all the way down to here, and then first thing in the morning you cast haste. Somebody's got to deal with these guys. We take the counter attack, or rather the parry, before anything else happens, and we're just going to focus on the hoplets. We're going to do Minotaur stance into attack instead of defense at this point. I'm going to still do this ranged attack here. I don't think that the 9 Minotaurs are going to lose any forces here. Yeah, no problems. No problems. And then from afar, we will pour on the damage. I wish I could, again, like I've said before, I wish I could just auto-resolve the battle at this point, because I've done everything I need to do. Battle is over. I just needed to clean up some things. We saved a Minotaur. We saved about, what is that? About 8 of the infiltrators and 1 hit's worth of troglodytes. That wasn't too bad. We'll take that. Oh, the enemy is testing me. So again, there's basic economy. We've seen it once. We'll see it again. Expert Triumvirate Strength, though. I love the Expert Triumvirate Strength because then I can select flow and I get a free focus charge whenever I select this stance. I love this. And I just love it way more than this Jack of all trades, where the corresponding attribute, it will increase by 1 till the end of the battle. This is really good for long fights. This is really, really good for everything else. Yeah, we're gonna go with flow. We're gonna pick up an additional 40 movement points here. We're gonna pick up the free knowledge. Ooh, these say that these are easy battles. Boy, I don't know. I'm gonna have to yeah, this is easy. This one's gonna take some losses. This one I'm actually kind of scared about. It says that they will flee. It says that they're all gonna flee. It says that these guys will join the army. Let's do that. Let's let these guys join up. Wait, I thought you were gonna join for free. You just wanted me to pay you? No. No. Okay, I wanted to make sure there was nothing else over here. Let's go through these other enemies. Yeah, Ylwari. If I don't have any gold, what's the point? I'm trying to pretend, put on airs as if we have gold to spend. Everybody is fooled into thinking that you're better than you actually are. That's okay. Okay. And then we got elite dancers here. We got elite infiltrators. I like Jadame maps for the additional movement points. It does add up over a game. Or no or, really good for trying to get your walls in week 2 for the additional growth there. For now though, we've got a big stack of dancers. Let's go for the elite dancers so that their fighting style is going to be increased and their damage and attack skill is going to go way up. That does make a big difference. I'm happy for it. Let's go on to a new day. And we had a new follow there. EBGBs. Can I just gotta say, I like the way that you spelled your name because it makes me want to say it like EBGBs. Good name, I like it. How are you? Hopefully you are well. We're playing some Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era here today. We're just kind of cruising through this. 65, that's not too bad. It's not too bad. We're gonna take some losses though. That's actually better than anticipated. I'm gonna accept these results because I don't think I can do this fight any better. Honest to goodness, I just don't think I can fight the fight any better. In Heroes 2, you'll often see me fight fights again, just because I'm like, well, I want to make sure that you know that I can beat the fights myself, and I don't have to rely on the auto combat. I think that the auto combat is actually pretty good in Heroes of Might and Magic 2 with the F Heroes 2 edition. And so I don't want people to think, oh, Fix Fox is just going to win these fights without actually, winning. He's just going to rely on the auto combat. Here in Olden Era, I think it's okay. I think it's fine. If the fight looks fine, I think it's okay to just kind of go through it. This one does not look fine though. No, big stack, what, 65? Oh no, 75 and 84. So a lot of these different skeleton boys. Okay, let's do full skips. Jump on down. And let's do our fighting style. We do have the Heroic Strike. We are going to cast that before the end of this round of combat. I'm going to continue to split. I think that now everybody's down to 0 defense. Yeah, here and here. So now we don't really need to split at any point. Heroic Strike on the better troops. They've just got better attack skill. 6 attack versus 4 attack. Not to mention the HP and some of those other bonuses. Let's go to here. Do a little bit of defensive maneuvering. For now, we're going to keep on Minotaur stance for the increased attack. Okay. Guess we shall defend. Do our splits. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, 30 to 42. 134 to 186. So you see what the issue is. 177 damage. 134. So with the fighting style that we just upgraded, you actually come out way ahead if you do split the damage at this point, which is kind of interesting the way that that works. I really do enjoy that with the fighting styles that you just get so incredibly strong. And it makes it kind of interesting when there's not enough enemies to do your splits with, because then you're like, hey, I really want to get the damage off, but I cannot. Not get the damage off because there's only one creature, so I have to just attack them with my normal ranged attack. But interesting that the AI lost so many forces, and with just a little bit of pampering, we could do that so much better. Sentinels of Glory, I want no part of that. Absolutely no part of these guys. No, 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 no. Tomb of Vigilance, obtain Dread Knights. Kinda don't hate that. This Legion's Memorial might be a little bit better off than the other one was. And I'm still trying to find this edge, because I'm still looking for Crystal. Even if there is the Celebration of Life that gives you Crystal if you defeat Hoplits and Locust. This is the Pincher attack. If you can find that adventure map object, that'll still be better for you. At this point, I just need any amount of crystal, because oh boy, am I suffering. Suffering badly, I must say. I do want to increase these dancers up a little bit more. I do still like this ore versus no ore. We're going to wait on this, because we're not going to make any purchases that require ore anytime soon. Yeah, Lyceum's out. Yeah, we're just broke. Just broke. And I don't see opportunities to trade aggressively. We kind of traded aggressively last week, and it kind of burned us, more or less. It's highly unlikely that we can take the Legion's Memorial anyway, so let's just continue on our way. Magic Scroll. These losses are not going to be good. I don't like those losses. Come back with dragons or something. I don't know if you're ever going to come back, though, is kind of the problem. Basically, you're fighting not for these Dread Knights, but you're really fighting for this Magic Scroll. So, are we ever really going to come back? Probably not. Probably not. Now here though, +1 knowledge and the troglodyte warren. Let's fight this fight. This should be worth my time. Remember, if you attack these guys, they got the Crystal Thorns ability, you will lose the top stack of creatures. And so be very, very careful. Exercise great caution against these enemies. And then of course it feels bad that there's fawns in the background who are going to pepper us down with some bow fire from afar. Wow, these guys are fast. Okay, we are going to go into the Minotaur stance. Let's go up to 9 attack skill now. We were at 3 with the Expert Triumvirate Strength. That's 6 extra attack skill or 6 extra defense skill. Feels pretty good. Feels pretty good. We're going to wait across the board. I do think I'm going to take the opportunity to attack here. Oh, that feels good. Good luck on your, or rather good morale on your stack of 26 dancers. Now that feels okay to me. And then I'm going to start to shred the crystal Eriads from afar in this direction. I wouldn't mind using troglodytes to attack these guys because the Thorns ability doesn't hurt my feelings too bad against tier 1 creatures. So interesting that there's some decisions that you can make there. Minotaurs though, you don't want them to attack them. No. I don't think you do at all. I don't think you do at all. Viscous Spit. Long reach attack there. And I'm gonna see if I can just sprint past these guys. It looks like they can return. They can fall back to protect the fawns if they really want to. I don't know if they will. Oh, good luck feels great. Let's do that again. And then, yeah, I'm actually going to use the troglodytes. No, we're going to use the Viscous Spit. We're probably going to lose this big stack, and that's okay. We're going to wait on the Minotaurs. We're going to hope that these guys don't get any kind of good morale. Let's get this split off. 3 to 4. Nice. And the defense, by the way, is down to 4 defense on this bottom stack and 1 defense on this top stack. So it's going pretty well and fine. If we move at this point, then we're going to let the Minotaurs get attacked. And then if they retaliate, then they'll actually take additional damage. I'll take this AoE damaging attack. It'll actually save me potentially a Minotaur. Oh no! Okay. It's fine. It's fine. No problems. Everything's good. Everything's good. But the Minotaurs are going to stay away. We still want nothing to do with these guys. This is going to kill another one of these gentlemen with... Another one with the Heroic Strike. We can kill 1 to 2. I don't think I mind the retaliation onto the Infiltrator stack, but I do recognize I'm getting dangerously low on this Infiltrator stack. Yeah, dangerously low indeed. Might as well do the long reach attack, prevent the losses. I think that these 26... Yeah, these 26 dancers are about to win this fight for me, and they do, especially with good morale not once but twice in this fight. Losses look exceptional. We're happy for this, and it was totally worth it because we're going to pick up the additional level. I'm going to go for Archmage because all magic school spells increasing by +1, it feels exceptionally good. And then it's also going to give us this knowledge here, troglodytes here. Very good. Happy for everything we just saw there. And now do we go through these locusts? Do we go through this area? 2 spell scrolls and another warren. Let's fight this fight as well. I don't know how the losses are going to look, but let's see. Okay. And Winduella says it's like a mix of the Heroes Might Magic 5 special sub skills and also Heroes Might Magic 6 tiers and blood system. Interesting. Interesting. So there, wow, those are some systems I know nothing about. But interesting that there is some inspiration perhaps taken from the other Heroes Might Magic games. I don't think that that is a surprise to anybody. I think that we all recognize that there was a high likelihood that Olden Era was going to borrow some mechanics. They were going to try and take some of the old and some of the new. That didn't surprise anybody, I don't think, but still interesting to note when we actually kind of see the comparison side by side. Where does one group of skills come from? What could have the inspiration been? Interesting to note. Hornets are the upper tier creature here, but they're a little bit, I don't want to say that they're more fragile. But I do still want to take them out defensively. They're down to 8 defense versus 4. I guess that they are more, yeah, they're not more fragile, but for the damage that they pump out, yeah, taking them down with the defense does feel like the best play. The problem is that the Harvester Locust do have the double strike ability, so the more damage you do to the Harvester Locust, 4 to 7 damage for the Hornets, 4 to 4 damage with the Harvester Locust. Like, I think that the double strike ability actually means you get more bang for your buck. if you take out the locust, because you're gonna get hit. You're gonna get hit. There's nothing you can do about it. The only good thing is that by the time that the locusts get down the battlefield, we are going to be able to go into the Dark Elf stance for the additional defense. That's the only thing that feels good to me. Everything else just feels bad, man. It feels bad. I'll take a free shot here. We'll take the infiltrators and slot them right here. All right, give me your damage. Who are you going to attack? They hate troglodytes. Who doesn't? Who doesn't hate troglodytes? And now we got some decisions to make. Okay. And Bonev82, thanks for the follow. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Played some Olden Era, and I'm having a fun time. You'd have to ask everybody else how they're doing, because everybody else, I don't claim to speak for anybody else, but hopefully everybody else is still at least enjoying themselves. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh, that was kind of interesting. Due to the way that the terrain's going to work out, I think we can actually do it like this. These locusts can get all the way around here, but this single locust there is in the way. If I go to here, though, I think that they are not going to have the movement points to get all the way around. 7 speed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If they want to, they can at least attack the infiltrators. But now this is going to prevent them from getting into the 26 here. Nope, never mind. They go straight for the troglodytes. Ah. Dead bug. I feel like Starship Troopers right now. The only good bug is a dead bug. Find the idea that bugs can think offensive. So this is truly just Fox preferring to eliminate this threat before it becomes a big problem. For the little troglodyte babies, we're fighting this fight for the empire, for democracy, for citizenship. On to a new thing. And again, though, more troglodytes here. Happy for that. Gold is still a bit of a problem. Until we can get the treasury, we're really going to be suffering, but I will take these 2 additional spell scrolls. What do we pick up? Energy Explosion, we already have that. And then Crystal Crown. I love Crystal Crown, folks. One of my favorite things in Heroes of Might and Magic games is playing with terrain, and Crystal Crown is the best spell to do that with. Oh my goodness. I love Crystal Crown. We're going to look forward to using that very, very quickly. It might even be better than your traditional slow. It really might be. Okay, I don't think that I'm tough enough to take on this abandoned mansion, but I have to step on it because when it talks about valuable artifacts, well, that does intrigue me just a little bit. Just a little bit. Probably should have gone for Elite Dancers just a second ago. I am going to go, let's see, Elite Dancers now. And then as soon as we can, we're going to go for Dungeon Masters 3 because I do want the additional dancers. More so than the movement points. Yes, even more so than the movement points. Unfortunately, feels bad. Feels bad, man. Okay. Let's see. Stilled Voices, Labyrinth. Jeez. I think I messed up, folks. I think that I should have gone straight through this portal. Now we're on our way. We're getting there fairly quickly, but I think that we should have gone here first because our starting area is just really, really low on resources. And that's not typical of every template. Every template does play a little bit differently in the way that it's got resource riches and such. But at this point, it feels like in this template, which I don't have a lot of experience with, it feels like that is more so the case, that you need to leave your starting area sooner rather than later. If we fight this fight, I think that we lose way too many forces. Even if we win, I think that we lose there. Let's head on. And folks, for the first time, let's go through a portal. Just like Gabe Newell wanted you to do. Let's go through a portal. Portal 3, anybody? Half-Life 3, anybody? Tell you what, if I could get my hands on a copy of Half-Life 3, we'd be having a really good time. Folks, if they drop Portal 3 or Half-Life 3, I know what I'm doing for that week. I will take off work. I will just go like, sorry, I'm sick. They will not see me at work for that entire week if we get the opportunity to play something like that. Is it likely? Not very likely, but still, I'd like to do it if I could. Ooh, the calculation was mostly correct. We did not lose a Minotaur. I thought it was going to be close. I didn't realize it was going to be that close, though. Did not realize it was going to be that close. Thankfully, we can finish these poplets off right here. Yeah, we'll do that. Just fine, no losses. And then we teleport, it looks like, to the, we'll call it the 3 o'clock position, just off center of the map. Not to the edge of the border, but sort of in the 3 o'clock middle position. And we got the choice between the Insight, the Defense, or the Thaumaturgy. We don't have enough spells to really make this particularly useful at the moment. Insight, though. you get some stats if you go for endless charisma, or you get Scholar of Magic. You get to teach magical spells to other heroes. In the single hero map, I don't think that this is a good choice. I like that they don't disable these bad choices though in single hero mode. It's like, dude, just read and you will realize that that's a bad opportunity. Thaumaturgy adds all tier 1 spells to your spellbook. Heroic Strike, yeah, we're gonna go for the Thaumaturgy. Being able to add all tier 1 spells is exceptionally powerful, because now there's a couple of times where I really wished I had a web spell. Guess what? We got it now. A Bless. Like, the right spell at the right time. It's like having a toolbox full of really nice tools. And having all these tier 1 spells, it doesn't do everything for you. There's some spells in the upper tiers that really do a lot more for you, but this gives you a lot more flexibility to fight some fights you otherwise don't really have a lot of business fighting. So I like it. I like it. Lifeblood Fairy. Oh, we're not fighting these guys. Yeah, we're fighting very few of these guys. Hold on. Hold on. Trophy Hunter's Den could be resources. It's day 5. We're getting close to new opportunity. Tell you what, we do need the wood. Let's grab a little bit of wood. We're gonna ignore this for now. Really like the idea of this Trophy Hunter's Den. There's a safe house down here. I'm guessing that there's another castle down the road. Let's actually go get the castle and then we'll... If it's 100 crossbowmen, you're still gonna win. I'll consider that while I just do some other clicking type stuff. Feels bad because I want to be aggressive, but if you take an early bad fight in single hero mode, you really lose a lot of opportunity because you have to go all the way back and kind of like restart, and then just go from there. Okay, on to new day. I think we're gonna go through these griffins. If you're gonna come back later, then don't come back later. Just fight them right now. Since it's victory, let's see how good this goes. McFall says, I forget Hero 6 because I played so little of it. That makes sense. I think that we're on the same page with that. We've played a little bit too little of it. Okay, best spell here. I would love Twilight or Eclipse. Don't have that. Crystal Crown's not going to help. By the way, somebody asked earlier if you could use Crystal Crown and just plop something right in front of the crossbowmen to prevent them from doing ranged damage. Doesn't work like that. Good question. Doesn't work like that though. 38's going to get to go. It's a stack of 38 and a stack of 20. I kind of want to do a natural calm and just reduce their damage. Then again, we talked about the value of the haste. I don't think Energize is going to help us. Lightning Bolt, I mean, just the flat damage is not great. Tell you what, we got 67 spell points. We got Thaumaturgy. Let's do the Unnatural Calm right now. We are going to go into Minotaur stance. We're going to try and use the Dancers to pop down both of these forces as much as possible. We got the Heroic Strike. I think you actually want the Heroic Strike. Yeah, I think you want it here on the crossbowmen. They're going to be doing reduced damage, but I'm going to send the Infiltrators down the battlefield to try and deal with these guys anyway. And then Minotaurs and Troglodytes are going to have to deal with 40 Griffins. That's so many Griffins. Oh, that's so many Griffins. Do not love this. And let's get the damage off here. I would love to kill Griffins. Griffins are going to be a big problem in a little bit, but crossbowmen are a problem right now. Good luck. Good luck. I feel like I have to point out the good luck because it doesn't pop on the screen. Like there's not as much fanfare for good luck as there is in other Heroes games, and I kind of feel bad about that. But don't worry, if I see that I get good luck, I will try and call it out every single time, just so that way you can know what's going on. Okay, and due to our efforts with the Unnatural Calm, and yeah, with reducing these numbers down here, we only lost 2 Troglodytes. It's officially the Griffins that we have to worry about. I kind of want to send the Troglodytes down to here. I don't anticipate that the Griffins are going to get good morale. They could, but it's not likely. Could, but not likely. Griffins are going to get to go again. Can't help it. Bunch of Troglodytes goes down. Bunch of Troglodytes goes down. I think I miscounted my steps. I think that these Griffins actually would have taken, yeah, with 4 speed, they would have taken 3 turns to get down the battlefield. I think I actually would have been much better off going into a defensive position. Yeah, I think I messed that up. Whoops, my bad. Okay. Haste. We'll kill the full stack of crossbowmen. Oh, the full stack. Not once, but twice. The full stack. Gonna go down here. We're still on the offensive stance with the Minotaur stance. Dark Elf stance, I'm not gonna consider that just yet. We're gonna get this bottom stack low, and we're gonna do the fighting style here. 3 to 5, the retaliation shouldn't lose a Minotaur. Yeah, no problems there. And then full splits. Oh, that was pretty good. We're just gonna let the troglodytes do the very best they can. 2 to 5, please kill 5. They killed 4. They did a good job. I'm very proud of the job that they did. Alrighty, we're gonna get out of the fight, but it cost us way more troglodytes than it should have. I think I should have actually gone full defensive. For some reason, I thought that the Griffins were gonna get down the battlefield in 2 turns, and they wouldn't have. They would have taken 3 turns to actually reach me. They might have been able to, like the bottom stack might have been able to reach this one Jasper Dancer stack. Yeah, but I think I messed up there. I think I messed up. All right, well, this is what we're doing right now, folks. We're getting experience. Here's my magic. There's a lot to be said about picking up experience for you as a player. We are getting experience, and we are better because of it. And grateful for that. Murmurmancers, I don't want any part of them. Iridescent Abbey, don't really need the gems. Still looking for a... Thought that we might find another castle at the end of this road. No, there's another portal though. Interesting. Alchemical Dust, gonna pick that up immediately. Still looking for crystal. Another safe house. Crystal. It's so beautiful. Look at it. Look at it. It's so beautiful. With its beautiful reds, guarded by the beautiful blues. Absolutely lovely. I do like the piles of gems and the piles of resources. I think that they look pretty good. Alrighty. So we know that we're about to pick up some crystal in just a moment. That means that we do need the gems. We did see some gems not too far away. We'll pick up the gems, we'll pick up the crystal, we'll get the Chapel of Stilled Voices. That means we're gonna get walls 2 today. Here. We'll do this. Boop. And then, I mean, do you want 1 bit of gems right now? We're getting 0 per day. You might as well get a little bit. I do feel bad about using faction law points in that regard, just for economy, but that's kind of why they're there. And on apocalyptic difficulty, it makes a lot of sense to do it that way. Ritual Pyre, defeat the guards obtained from phoenixes. Doesn't seem necessary to me at the moment. Okay, there is the crystal before anything else happens. Oh, we need another 2. Oh, well, if we weren't... You had to pick up the gems. You had to pick up the gems, but now you're gonna be 2 crystals short. Looks like we're trading, boys. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, we are officially trading. We're gonna trade just like this. A couple units of wood. Yes. Yes, indeed. Our enemy probably had at least their tier 6 creatures by the end of week 1. We are only picking up our tier 4 creatures at the end of week 2. If you feel like we're dreadfully slow, trust me, I am right there with you. I am absolutely right there with you. This feels like we're going way too slow. And that is a bit of a problem. Maybe on a larger size map like we're on now though, maybe that's not too big of a deal. Maybe we'll still be fine. Okay, phantasms and regular whites. Phantasms are going to be a little bit faster. They are going to get down the battlefield in 2 turns. Tell you what, let's just eliminate one of these guys from contention. And then let's get our splits off. Focusing on the other big 2 phantasm stacks, 1 and 2. We'll skip on the troglodytes. Here and here. Yeah, so the whites are going to take a little bit too long to get down the battlefield. I didn't do my Minotaur stance. So thankfully it only cost us the damage from these 2 Onyx Dancers, but that almost cost us. I almost missed out on 6 additional attack. That would have been absolutely horrendous. I see an opportunity here. Let's do this. What if do we still have the haste? Yeah, we got the haste here. What if we use our fighting style? Get a nice double hex attack here. We're kind of putting ourselves into danger, but this stack of 33 is not going to reach us. The stack of 11 is not going to get to go before the Minotaurs get to go again. I think I'm okay to just do a little bit of damage here, because the whites are so slow. Yeah, whites are so slow. And even these 28 don't really bother me. This stack's not going to get into the fight. I kill one full group. I can kill one full group. There's this stack of 28 that I'm a little bit concerned about. Let's just kill 8 here. We'll kill the full stack here. Hopefully, we do. Okay, we're not going to get the fighting style attack off. That was overkill, but I'm always happy for it. Have you ever seen me not be happy to overkill somebody? A little bit of extra damage. You know, just kind of sprinkle it in like a treat. This group, let's see, yeah, the web's gonna last forever. So let's work on this big group of whites here. With the good luck, we completely decimate the stacks. Infiltrators will take a little bit more damage, but the dancers are about to really finish this fight off for me. I'm not gonna wait for these other 2 stacks to go. Actually, no, I will. It doesn't matter a lot, but it might matter enough. Might matter just enough that the defensive shred to reduced defense could actually matter. Troglodytes do their damage. Boop, boop. It might have mattered. It might have mattered. Another heroic strike. Let's kill 8 here. 13 to 20. I think I killed the full stack. With the good luck, you better believe I do. Okay. Losses look acceptable. 7 infiltrators goes down. We pick the level. And of course, remember, this is very, very important because this is going to give us the opportunity to get into Crystal, which has been plaguing us this entire game. Now we're looking for another Mercury Fisher, something a little bit more long-term sustainable. And if we're going to go for plus 100% spell power, we have to go for the basic tactics. You just got to. And at this point, we have said that we will. We're going to. We're going to. Basic tactics it is. And first thing in the morning, we'll pick up the crystal. Folks, this was not the best week 1 or week 2, but we are here. This is where we're at. And, well, on to a new day. Okay. And Tundar says, well, Sprightly's Luna is a bit of a side story. We have the big Sprightly's expansion. King Fixie pushes north from Rest, Sprightly's king, to claim new lands. Yeah. If in case you don't know, one of my favorite series in all of Heroes of Might and Magic is Tundar's Sprightly series, which you can find on the F Heroes 2 Discord. He's an excellent map maker. Go check out the maps that he's made because he's made some incredibly well done maps. I will tell you that he's kind enough to have featured me actually. The lead person is Fix or Fixie. And so, yeah, am I a little bit biased in whether or not I like the map? Yes, I am biased, but it is an exceptionally well done map and a well done series. I think that if you play the game, you're going to have a really, really nice time. I sure have enjoyed myself. So just keep that in mind. Go have yourself some fun and go check out those maps. I'm looking forward to playing those maps on stream as soon as we get the opportunity. Folks, there's our Mercury Fisher. This battle looks horrible. I don't care. We have to win this fight. We have to go through this. The Mercury Fisher is too important. If we found a gem mine, I would be saying the exact same thing. It says we lose. Let's use some spells. Let's do some crafty things. And oh boy, this is actually a lot of forces. With heroic strikes, with spells, this is going to go much better, but the losses are going to be acceptable. They're truly going to be acceptable. We have to do this fight. And Tundar says, I think that the speed of Heroes of Might and Magic 2 is more important than its color appeal, but that alone I feel is missed in newer games. The ability to play a quick game. This is my main reason for loving 2. It's funny because your scenarios that you've made are actually some of the longest ones I've had to play. So it's funny how it's like, yeah, it's quicker. But it does take a little bit of time. Okay, 27 marksman, 19 marksman. I don't think I hate the unnatural calm here. It's gonna last for forever. It's only 8 spell points. We got 48 spell points. Let's do this unnatural calm here. That'll help mitigate some damage. We're also going to go into this Dark Elf stance right now. So we're going from 6 defense up to 12. So we are highly defensively oriented at the moment. We do have this heroic strike. I'm going to pop down. This group is 19 down to 12 of these marksmen at the bottom, the ones that are not unnatural calmed. And we're just going to wait, take our damage. 8 troglodytes goes down. Good morale. Jeez. That does not bode well for me. That does not bode well for me at all. These swordsmen are going to be a bit of a problem to deal with because their range defense, negative 30% damage, is a bit of a problem. I'm going to ignore that for now. I'm going to devote 1 shot from my big stack of dancers to the ranged enemy. We're going to shred with the other 2 dancers. We're probably not going to devote any other forces to these marksmen until the end of the into the fight. We're gonna clean these guys up last. Yeah, we're gonna have to clean these guys up last. Now here's the question. Is there a spell that would be exceptionally good for you? You have the choice between the web or the unnatural calm. Even with Thaumaturgy, you can't cast multiple spells of the same school of magic, right? So you did one Nightshade magic. That means I can still cast from Daylight, I can cast from Arcane, I can cast from Primal. But the web, exceptionally good, right? Crystal Crown, that's going to be super spendy because we've only got advanced Thaumaturgy, so we're paying like double the cost. So 36 spell points out of 40, that just doesn't seem like the play. I'm going to hold on to my spell points at the moment. Hold on. Early start. So 10 initiative. What's my highest initiative creature? Infiltrators? Okay, so here's the deal actually. Hold on. If I do early start, I am going to get my infiltrators to go first in the upcoming round. I could then cast a web. I could slow down one of these creatures before they fall upon me. I don't know if that's going to be worth it though, because then you're going to be literally looking at 16 spell points. You're going to be down to 28. Excuse me, 26. Still going to be enough to do some fun stuff with. So tell you what, this is really expensive, but look at the turn order over here. Infiltrators are going to get to go last in this round of combat and first in the upcoming one, and then I can cast the web. That should actually be fairly helpful. I don't know if this is the very best decision I could have made, but we're playing with turn order, and playing with turn order does tend to go pretty well for me when I do that. With the web spell, I think that only this back group of griffins is going to get to be slowed down, I think. Do you want to get the damage off? If you move to this position, the only reason to fight right here, because you're going to take major losses. 10 attack, 14 defense. Okay, it's not going to be major losses. You're still going to take some losses here, though. The only reason to do this is if you were going to cast Web and Haste this upcoming round of combat. I don't know if it's going to be... I don't know if I'm going to have 24 spell points at the end of this. And then you're going to have no spell points. Like a Bless. A Bless. A Bless is a really good spell. I'm going to do this. You got to get damage off at some point. We kill 3 griffins. We take 3 losses there. That doesn't seem too bad for me. So we do get to go first here. Let's actually check then this web spell. Is that going to prevent, let's see, 5 speed down to 2 speed? Yeah, this is essentially going to mire these griffins down into the dust. If you're gonna do this though, order of operation does matter. This is the lower cost spell. This is the higher cost spell. So you would want to do web and then haste. And then maybe you just barely sneak in. No, you're not going to sneak in. That's definitely not going to happen. I'm going to do this though. It's going to reduce their speed drastically. And then because I can't reach back here. Yeah, I think you just want to heroic strike the group that's not got the defensive reduction. Oh boy. You don't want to take the damage from the swordsman. If I go down to here, then this group of Guardian Griffins is going to catch me. If I go back, I'm going to get caught. I don't know, actually. The swordsman might not want to come back. I think that the smart money would be for the swordsman to turn around and attack here. It might be, though, that they just determine that this big stack of Onyx Dancers and the Minotaurs are more important. I'm going to risk this. I'm totally going to risk this. We're going to go into Dark Elf stance. Oh, no, we were already in Dark Elf stance. Okay. By adjusting turn order, I should have waited on the Dark Elf stance until it was time for the Dancers to attack. Okay, but we're going to go to here. And I'm excited to see what these swordsmen do. I have no idea what the swordsmen are going to do. They can do anything, for all I know. Okay, we take huge, major losses onto the big stack of troglodytes. A little bit of damage from the ranged combatants. I'm going to move out of position here, the defensive position with the Onyx Dancers. I'm going to take this Grand Slam, double hex attack damage. Gonna do that. And the swordsmen do turn around. Very interesting. I was not sure if that's what we would expect to see or not. We're gonna take out most of these griffins. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna get out of this fight. At least we're gonna get out of this fight. Having one less griffin right now to deal with does go pretty well for me. Trying to prevent. Let's see, you gotta reduce the defenses here. I want these infiltrators to actually take out as many of these guys as possible. So I'm trying to reduce their defense there. Griffins do their little hop. They were able to go 2 turns, 1 turn and then a 2nd turn because there's a new round of combat. Will the swordsmen turn around and follow these infiltrators? I don't think that they will. I don't think that that's their best play. If they want to, I guess that they can. I just don't think that that's gonna be the best play. At this point, the negative 30% damage from the ranged ability here is actually making the swordsman the better heroic strike opportunity. Troglodytes will free up the dancers. I love it when the enemy uses their focus points on a very useless Fine Bolt's ability. Fine Bolt's only matters if you're in melee range. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna go into the attacking Minotaur stance. We're gonna kill most of these Griffins. We do lose one of the Minotaurs. Those Minotaurs, that is the first time we've lost a Minotaur. I think this entire game. Pretty happy with that. "13 Troglodytes are going to get to go here. We'll do a little bit of split damage here. And yet again. 2 Troglodytes kill all the Griffins. We'll let them do the best they can. Okay, 3 more Troglodytes, 1 Griffin. Another Dancer goes down. The fight is over. And it's going to take forever for these swordsmen to get down the battlefield, but like we turned this loss into a victory and we maintained the Onyx Dancer stack. So losing all the Troglodytes, losing the infiltrators, not great. We don't have a lot of steam to continue to fight. We do need to go back to castle and kind of resupply. But I love that we've now picked up +1 crystal per day. We've picked up +1 mercury per day. Like, we're still meeting our goals. It's just now we have to go back home and resupply. That's all there is to it. Defend, attack. And we're down to 19 swordsmen. Yeah, the swordsmen were a bit of a pain in this fight. Hated to lose all those infiltrators, but still, with the minimal spells that we had available to us, it worked out. Thank goodness for knowledge. I'm sorry to see all these infiltrators go. Sorry to lose 53 of the Troglodytes, but still, keeping the Jasper Dancer stack alive. Critical fight. I'm happy for everything we got, and there's our gem mine. There's no way we can defeat Singing Rosh Shoth and Agashoth Riders. There's no way. We gotta go back. Feels so bad. Alrighty, folks. Well, we're gonna go back. Alright, Peoples of Jadame. Persuasion power increases by 10%. I'm gonna pick this up. I think that we're gonna go back. We're gonna pick up Medusa. We're gonna get lots of fun, nifty things, and then we're gonna come out and we're gonna make the Peoples of Jadame want to join us, and they're gonna laud us as a hero. For what? I don't know, but they're gonna tell all their friends that Fixfox is the best hero you ever saw. Now, is that true or is that propaganda? Probably propaganda. But then again, I don't know. I'm not in charge of the propaganda machine here in my dungeon fortress. I'm just the leader. I'm the face of the operation. I'm not the guy that actually pulls the strings behind the curtain. Month 1, week 3, day 1, on to day 2. Okay, let's grab this. And so, just in case you're wondering, we're getting just under 7,000 gold per day, 2 wood, 2 ore, 2 gems, 1 crystal, 1 mercury per day. So actually, going for these gems right now doesn't really matter at the moment. We got to pick up this amphitheater, 10 additional Jasper Dancers. Got to pick that up, just for the growth stat, if nothing else. Every neutral dwelling you pick up, it does increase your growth stat back home. We'll pick up the Learning Stone. Trophy Hunter's Den. It looks like we can't sneak through the Murmurmancers, nor shall we try. Yeah, let's grab this, go over here, and then let's plan on turning back around and going home. I would hate it if we were attacked by an enemy that we didn't see until it was too late. Unfortunately, most of my losses in Heroes Might Magic Olden Era tend to come in that way. Usually, I tend to lose when the enemies just surprise me before I'm ready to fight. And in a single hero mode where I don't get to do a lot of scouting, that tends to be what happens. So let's avoid that if at all possible. Okay. Bearded Man says that the small map size is their favorite by far, and that is for Heroes Might Magic 2 and Heroes Might Magic 3 for that matter. I actually asked the question a while ago. Labyrinth, you gotta pick that up. I actually asked the question a while ago on YouTube, I asked people what their favorite size of map was, and overwhelmingly, medium-sized maps were people's favorites. Small and extra large maps were the least favorite. Medium and large maps are the two most favorite maps, and medium won by a vast majority. I was very, very intrigued to see that. I did not expect that, if I'm being honest. Did not expect that at all. We're gonna do it just like this. This dancer at the top is gonna kind of crowd around here. I do want to fight these minotaurs because we might never come back. How many spells do we got? We don't have many, do we? 10? No. 35? Oh, we got 35 mana. You can slow down one of the groups. We're gonna fight this fight. Says we lose. I think we can do just a little bit better. Okay, stacks look appropriate. Yeah. Immediately. Get slowed, son. Because that's gonna last for 3 turns. Yeah, okay, that's all you need. One spell instantly makes my entire day go much better. Wait. Uh-oh. Minotaur stance here. Rogue strike. There we go. Yeah, we don't even have a second web spell, but just the one web spell is going to do it for me. If these Minotaurs get good morale, though, we do have some serious problems. Oof, you see what I'm talking about? If we do get morale, we're going to have some serious problems. Back up to here. Step up. We're still in Minotaur stance. Oh, we do have another web spell. Oh, let's do it. Oh, heck yeah. I completely misread how many spell points we had. So at this point, I'm going to start to spread my defensive shred. I'm going to wait on the top stack again so I can get the most shred from the other forces. Just in case you're wondering, top stack has 4 defense, bottom stack has 9 defense. So really a big opportunity there. There's that good morale. We would have actually been in trouble. If they'd gotten that good morale, we didn't do the web spell, we would have been in trouble. So we're gonna hope that they don't get good morale again. Split. We are in Minotaur stance, right? Yeah, okay, we just have such low attack skill. We have such low attack skill. I see 9 and I'm like, oh, that feels kind of low, doesn't it? Okay, all right. And I'm gonna do full damage here, 5 to 7. They're basically out of defense. And I'm still gonna spread a little bit of damage, but yeah. A little bit of spread damage. Wait, did we upgrade these guys twice? Their fighting style might actually be more... It might be doing more damage than just a regular attack. We're gonna have to wait and find out. Don't get good morale? Okay, they do. Defend. We're gonna find out. Wait. So I can do 338 damage here with the split. It's 252. Yeah, I mean, you're still gonna leave some damage on the table. It's not that bad though. It's really not that bad. In fact, I think that my dancers here... Oh, they still got 6 defense? I should have been splitting. Whoops. I think my dancers can just kind of these guys off. Perfect. 4 to 6. But the damage amp across 2 creatures, it does make it go up quite drastically. I'm just trying to figure out, is there ever going to be a point where it doesn't make sense to do your bouncing glaive attack if you've got the upgrades? And I think that the answer is no. I truly think that the answer is like pretty much always going to be no. Okay, the slow is worn off, the web is worn off, so you might as well go out and attack. Do your damage where you can. They've got like no defense. I'm gonna do the haste. Just make sure I can do the damage where I want to. 3 to 4 Minotaurs goes down. We kill all 4 of it. Good fight. Great fight. No losses. Cost us a couple of webs. And we pick up the 5 Minotaurs. And that means we don't have to come back later. We've just got it. We've taken care of it. No worries. No worries. We do need the ore. We want to pick up walls 3. Oh, we already picked up walls 3. Oh, I am crazy. I'm a wild person. Good job, Fix Fox. Huh. It's still good to have it, though. But I like that we ended up not needing to use ore or no ore. We kind of met all of our goals without that. I guess if we're looking to make a new purchase in a new castle, it might make a lot of sense to invest a little bit of action law points here. But there's still a lot of really nice upgrades coming up. So for now, I guess I'm really happy that we didn't end up spending there. I think that we'll go through these riders. I think we'll go through some of this. We'll fight. Fancy mask. Do I have a mask? Yeah, I've already got a head item. I almost wonder if there's something right here that I can't quite see. I'm gonna take one step up first thing in the morning just to see what's up there. Nope, just a dead end. Okay. And then we're fighting these fights not because they're easy, but because they are hard. We do hard things because they're hard. Speaking of hard things, it's hard to walk when you've been webbed to the ground. Minotaur stance, let's do that immediately before I forget. Full skips. And I really hate giving the cultists additional focus points by splitting my shots here with bouncing glaives, but I think that there's no other choice. I think that's just kind of where we're at the moment. Riders, stack of 24. Riders, stack of 24. Here and here. Okay, so they're down to 4 defense. These guys are down to 0. And then the Minotaurs, I'm gonna let them step up just a little bit to right here, so that way there's possible they can get back into the fight in case there's an issue. The Riders have waited. Everybody else is waiting for the moment. I am totally about to eat a Glance of the Abyss. The enemies have definitely got enough focus points now to do that. So what I'm going to do is not focus on these Riders. I'm going to focus on these 2 big stacks here. So that way maybe I can prevent them from doing a big Glance of the Abyss attack onto me. We will see though. We'll see how lucky we get with this. Okay, slow Riders. There it is. Not once, but twice. It looks like it's going to be 38 pure damage per round. That's going to be 2 Onyx Dancers. So it now kind of behooves us to try and go out and fight, actually. Kind of it does. I'm going to take a step out. Here. And again. Riders take a bit of a shot. They did not use their Icy Breath ability. I guess that they used the 2 Glances of the Abyss, and that was enough for it. So, okay. So be it. I don't think that these Agashoth Riders can actually kill a full Minotaur. Especially if I attack here. Like he'll... I don't know. Can 11 kill me? Definitely not if I get good morale. That'll work. Let's do that again. And then yeah, we just did all offense this entire fight. There's one... Oh, we only lost 1. Wait, we only lost one of our... Huh. One of our lovely ladies. Very good. And these guys are going to get another chance to do some damage. It's going to be just a chip shot against the Minotaurs, and we will get through this fight. All this was just for this little ore mine, but still, a little ore storage. So just like a one-time bump, because I don't anticipate where we're going to come back. Okay, did want to get the safe house, but we do need to head back. It's day 4. It's going to take how many days to get back here? Looks like it's going to take 1, 2, 3 days. It's day 4. So yeah, we got a little bit of time to kind of go out of our way, I think. I think that's just fine. Okay, tier 1 creatures, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5. No, hold on. This is not a +1. So you can get additional Minotaurs if you get this upgrade. I think it's worth it. Yeah, let's increase our Minotaur growth. And with all these resources, I don't think that the resource depot makes a ton of sense at the moment. I think we're fine on that. If you're going for a cave palace in the next couple of days, though, what else are you going to spend your gold on? If you do this now, you're never going to have any gem problems ever again. I'm going to go for the resource depot, +2 gems per day. It feels bad. 5,000 gold does not grow on trees, but I think that that's going to potentially help us for sure get the cave dragons next week. It's gonna be a little bit of gold, a little bit of wood. Infiltrators. Make some room. Full spell points. Marketplace. If I need to trade, hold on. Day 5. We're gonna pick up Hydras right now. We're too far away from the cave dragons. We would have to have gone... No, hold on. We can do this. Can we do this? Mage Guild tomorrow. No, we got 2 levels of Mage Guild we got to pick up. Yeah, if this was day 4, I would look to strongly use that marketplace to trade into level 3 Mage Guild tomorrow and then the Cave Palace. We're barely going to miss the opportunity to get dragons. It was still going to be a really tall order. 20 gems is a lot. But I I wish I'd seen that marketplace a little bit sooner. I definitely would have gone for that. Rats, I would have gone for that. Oh, it's so sad. Would we have gotten there? I don't know, maybe, but at least we could have tried. At least we could have tried. Folks, we're getting to the point. We've been here for about an hour and a half streaming, and I tend to try and take a break about every hour or so. Otherwise, I tend to burn out. I'm happier if I take more breaks. So we're gonna get to the end of this week, and then we're gonna take a 5-minute break. So just so you're aware, kind of what the plan is, and then before we go on break, I will get caught up on chat because I'm very woefully far behind. Woefully far behind. Same strategy here, though. This is gonna be an opportunity for me to get caught up on chat while I'm doing this. Tundar says, talking about the Sprightly expansion, on the Sprightly's expansion, before I limited the ships, the AI turns were taking a very long time. That wasn't good for a stream, which is very important to Tundar when designing a fixing map. So it had to be quick, especially for a very long map. You specifically made the map good for streaming. You are such a good person there. Like, I appreciate that because, like, I enjoy being able to stream Heroes of Might and Magic. I think it's a really, really fun game. The fact that it's a turn-based strategy game makes it so I can actually do 2 things at once. I can actually take some time, I can slow down if I need to, I can just pause, and we can have a nice time here on stream. And so having the game actually play really, really well with that in mind, that the AI is not going to take forever getting through its turns, I think that that's really cool that you did that. And I appreciate that you as a map maker did that. So thank you, Tundar, I appreciate that. Appreciate that. And Tundar does say, I think anything over 4 months is a long map. Yeah, 4 months of in-game time is actually quite a bit, I would say. I would agree with that. And anything over 6 months is a campaign. No arguments here for me for that. That's for sure. Yeah, no arguments here. I really do enjoy that there's a lot of these games that have the cohesive story between them. In Heroes of Might and Magic 2, for example, Wizards Land 1, 2, and 3, those I really, really enjoyed. And I really kind of hope that, well, more than just kind of hope, I really do hope that the Sprightly maps do make it into the F-Heroes 2 actual base game files at some point. If you're unfamiliar with the F-Heroes 2 project, the developers of the F-Heroes 2 project, they are wonderful people, they are talented, and on their weekends and holidays, they take the time to work on this great game. And if you download the game, they have started to include from the map maker that is specific to F-Heroes 2, they've included maps that have been made from the F-Heroes 2 community, and I'm very happy for it because then I get to enjoy some really awesome, really high quality maps. That feels good to me, right? That feels good to me. And I'm grateful that there's great map makers out there that take the time to make something that we can all enjoy. So, Thundar, thank you. I appreciate that very, very much. You got good morale, in case you didn't notice, but his speed, his web has just worn off. He didn't even get the chance. Folks, it feels so good. It feels so good to web tons and tons of Minotaurs, just one right after the other. That feels super nice. Okay, we're gonna grab the magic guard and then we'll head back. There's so much stuff I could find. Now that we have spells, I feel like I could continue to just adventure, but should I? But should I adventure? I don't think I should. I think that that's a trap. I don't think we should do that. Okay, we've already got this for dancers. Dungeon Master upgrade. I think I'm just gonna go for the Elite Medusa. They're exceptionally powerful. I love their AoE splash ability. It's just good. And then if we're not gonna get into the Cave Palace this week, what else should we get into? Let's get into Mage Guild levels. We are gonna return at some point. It will be nice to have some nice quality spells. We don't, though, if you haven't noticed, we don't have intelligence and we don't have any schools of magic. So really, unless we get one of those sub-skills, we should not go for Tier 3 Mage Guild. With the exception that it is a prerequisite for the Cave Palace. That's the only reason why we should do this. We will do this. We'll do it. It's fine. It'll be fine. 1200 gold here. Another Monty Hall. If we pick up the Monty Hall, we might get something that we might trade for Alchemical Dust. We said we were going to go back. Let's go back. Before we do, though, we'll go through this little portal. Wow, taking losses. We'll go through the portal just to make sure that the enemies don't surprise us and do something crazy. Because they've been known to do that. They've been known to do that. Oops, Minotaur stance. Oops, that was not good. Shred. Wait, Warden Gnats versus just Gnats. You want to attack these guys. They're a little bit faster. But they're also a little bit further away. Tell you what, let's just split the damage. Okay. Okay, we do lose some of the infernal troglodytes. Could not be helped. I know what you're thinking. The answer is no, it could not be helped. And then as these gnats get a little bit closer, then we will do more damage with our dancers. Take them out. And again, the whole reason that we're doing this is just so that way we can teleport, see where this is. Maybe we see an enemy before there's a problem. We're gonna pick up the sash for -1 morale to the enemy's morale. That's lovely. We'll take that. And then, yeah, we already talked about going back. Let's just go back. Go back. Ylwari, are you out of movement points? Oh, she got all the way to there. Very cool. Okay. That's going to be, unfortunately, after we've made all of our faction law purchases, after we've made all of our purchases in this castle. I've not found another castle yet. That feels kind of bad, but that's going to be the end of month 1, week 3, day 7. And we are on to month 1, week 4, day 1. Having a really nice time for it, folks. So, very good. Alrighty, let me get caught up on chat because I'm about an hour and a half behind. And then we will continue on with this playthrough. So I will zoom out so that way you can take a look. I will just move the mouse so you can try and see what you can see and help me tactically do a better job. Vamy says, no, I think that they're the neutral faction. Is that for the diplomacy? They are the neutral faction? They who? Neutral faction. Is that for the diplomacy where we pick up creatures and whether or not the diplomacy sub-skill that allows you to give your attack skill and defense skill to the neutral creatures and let that do a little bit more? Maybe that's what Vamy was talking about. That's the problem with getting an hour and a half behind, is that I don't know what you're talking about. Heck, you might not remember what you're talking about. Heebie-jeebies says you should try starting a dungeon campaign with upgrading the Guile infiltrators. No retaliation with the reach they have is very strong. I love that. Yeah, heebie-jeebies, I do love that. I think that infiltrators are exceptionally good early on, and the only thing that feels bad is the cost in the alchemical dust. Really, we have the opportunity to go for the economy early, and if we'd gone for economy early, maybe we get to expert. I mean, heck, maybe. Do you think it's worth trading an artifact and disenchanting? I mean, at this point, we could totally disenchant. We could disenchant pretty much all these, actually. Hold on. We can disenchant here because we've got Thaumaturgy, so we have all tier 1 spells in the spellbook. So we didn't need Thick Hide. We already had that. Energy Explosion, we could let go of that for 5 alchemical dust. Now all of a sudden we're up to 19. I don't know if I want to get rid of Crystal Crown. I don't know if I want to get rid of any of these other artifacts. Definitely not these two. Probably not the Soulless Sash. Really not the Dragonbone Greaves. But early on, I think that I like that there's a strategy that you can do that with, where you can get the upgrade early on and then use the infiltrators. I think that as a tier 2 creature, they're exceptionally powerful. I really do like them. Do you like the Bleak infiltrators or the Guile infiltrators? Yeah, you like the Guile infiltrators is the one you like. Gotcha. Yeah. I like it. I like it. No retaliations feels pretty good. Feels pretty good. And Hebe says, also thanks. Watch your YouTube videos. I'm looking forward to the full game release. Me too. It's currently December 16th of 2025. I'm looking forward to a new game in 2026. That should be good. Should be good. McFall says that the dungeon end game is interesting when so many units can have no retaliation. I agree with that. Yeah, there's a lot you can do to prevent losses. And maybe for that reason, Battlecraft is not as good as you would like. Battlecraft has got some nice tricks to reduce counterattacks in the sub-skills, McFall. And so maybe Dungeon does not like to have Battlecraft as much as maybe other factions do. I don't know. Interesting. And Heebie-Jeebie says, in-game is interesting, but no retaliation. Lets you take some hard fights to rush level 9 for the town portal. That is a really good way of putting it. I feel like you've got a better understanding in your mind about how you can progress to the late game than I do. I've got a lot of hours of Olden Era under my belt, but not as much experience as I would like, if that makes any sense. So it feels like you've got a good idea of what you want to do to get your level 9 town portal. So you can just adventure map, zoom all over the place. Vamy says, I haven't played Hero 6, but I have played 7 quite a bit, so I'm not sure if certain mechanics I recognize from 7 are actually originally from 6. Oh, what a problem that is when we're getting our Heroes games mixed up. I love that we get Heroes games mixed up all the time. That does make me pretty happy because that means we're enjoying high quality Heroes Might Magic in a lot of different ways. Vamy says that the Thaumaturgy text confused me the first time I encountered it. It allows you to cast an extra spell on every tier, which I understood as having the ability to cast 4 spells every turn with 100%, 200%, 300%, and 400% cost. So yeah, let's take a look. Allows the hero to use the spell book 1 more time per battle round. Spells cost at this point with expert double the mana cost. Okay, but you originally read it, or rather on the main screen where you get to choose your secondary skills, you read it as being +1 for every tier of spell. That'd be pretty interesting. I think that at that point this would be a must take. I think that even being able to use 2 spells per round of combat, I think that's pretty good. Pretty good. I can't imagine having a spellcaster that doesn't have Thaumaturgy. Goodness gracious. Yeah, it's already super good. Let's not make it better. But yeah, just to avoid confusion, you're talking about at expert level. So to avoid the confusion, Vamy says that they think that the extra spell text should only be on the first tier of the ability, and then just say instead of 300%. Yeah, for clarity's sake, I like clarity, and I think that there's still going to be a lot of reworks to some of the clarity type stuff, especially for the different languages, because I think that Olden Era is going to be localized in a lot of different places and in a lot of different languages. I'm positive that there's going to be some issues from translation to translation, and hopefully they just get to clean that up over time with experience and with good feedback like with what you're giving. Bearded Man says, the thing about all Heroes games is that both you and your heroes can't level up without experience. So earlier I had mentioned that I was right about here, and I was saying that I was getting more experience. I messed up the fight, and I was getting more experience. So Bearded Man, I appreciate that, because yes, I'm leveling up too. I wonder what level of Heroes of Might and Magic player I am at this point. Yeah, wish I could see my stats right now and figure out what's wrong with me. Where do I need to do better? I'd love that. Yeah, he says, what's with the dragon flying around the cave? Just come in here and help. Yeah, there's a dragon. There he is. There he is. If we're trying to defend this castle and these guys will not help, 1, 2, 3 of them, there's at least 3 dragons in here. They're just chilling, and I'm a little bit disappointed in them. For King and Country, they should really do a little bit more to help us out, huh? Tundar says overwhelmingly medium. Yes, interesting when it comes down to which map sizes people appreciate the most. So there you go. Vamy says to fix, how do you pronounce Lyceum? I pronounced Lyceum, and I believe that that's correct. It's a word I have heard before. When I was a young person, there was a lot of words that I read, but I'd never heard pronounced before, and so my pronunciations were all over the map. And that's not a bad thing as an avid reader, but there's been many times in my life where I'll pronounce a word that I know what it means and I know how to use it, but I mispronounce it. I believe I've heard Lyceum correctly a couple of times, and so yeah, there you go. In fact, this is one of those words that I know the word Lyceum, how to pronounce it, but I don't know what it means. There you go. I feel like it's Greek. You tell me. And Tundar says, they have all been approved, but I requested for the maps to come out as a campaign and would be willing to wait as long as it takes for this to be possible. So the sprightly maps are going to make it into F-Heroes 2. I love that. I'm thrilled to hear that. So good. I will look forward to, hopefully they'll get the support in place to where you can combine the campaigns, or rather combine maps into a campaign similar to the structure that you would find in the Price of Loyalty or in the Secession Wars, and have your neat little screen with the little dots and you can choose your path and yada yada yada. That would be great. I think that would be wonderful. So way to go, Tundar. Way to hold out for the best possible situation. I'm happy to hear that. Okay, folks, I said I was going to take a break. I will take a break. So let's give me about 5 minutes and we'll come back here, and I'll see you in about 5 minutes. Thanks. Okay, we are back, folks. Alrighty, so just as a recap, we're currently at month 1, week 4, day 1. Not too bad, not too bad. We're moving right along here. We've explored most of our starting area. For opportunities, there are still 4 iridescent abbeys. If you want a bunch of gems, there is a traveling circus. I mean, we've flagged a couple of things like the troglodytes here, troglodytes there. We could pick up the Pauper's Knight order for the attack and the defense. That could be very, very useful. And Boreal Call, I don't know how likely it is we're going to try and get Abyssal Envoys into our army. I don't think that that'll be particularly useful for us. And then there is this portal to the south, portal to the north. There's 2 portals in our starting area, and then 1 road It'll take us into this kind of green territory. It looks like there's a gingerbread house just out of the way in that direction. So there is stuff to be done. And then in this other area, we have flagged, thankfully, not one, but two precious resource generating mines. So crystal and mercury here. And then we are relying pretty heavily on our resource depot for the gems. Gems, of course, being the primary resource that you use for the dungeon faction here in Olden Era. And I think that I'm just heading back here so I can resupply. Along the way, I might as well fight, you know, fawns and things like that. Like some easy fights. I think I'll take some easy fights. And then I actually think I'm going to head into the grassy terrain because I'm hoping that I can get just a second castle. If for no other reason, then faction law points could be pretty useful. So this is my general direction at the moment. Let's just see where this takes us. I am amazed. I am amazed that Ylwari somehow is not getting anybody to join her. Absolutely nobody wants to join her. This is her whole speciality, and she's killing me. I'm having a really hard time with this. Please, will nobody want to join? Will nobody say hello? What, no hellos for Yakumo? Very sad. Okay, there's a possibility that we get good morale. We got 3 morale here. I don't love the idea of running right into the enemies and then eating more damage because we're too close. I think it's 50% drop off is right about here though. And then as you get closer, it goes from like 50%, 40%, 30%, 20%. So I don't think that this actually is going to give the enemy additional damage if they want to attack us, but it might give us good morale, especially if we got the speed or the haste. We could have potentially gotten the opportunity to go again, stop these enemies. So we're going to continue to kind of mosey on in this direction. Just hope for good morale. Even my 5 morale Minotaurs didn't get the opportunity. I'm so sad. Let's go for the attacking Minotaur stance. Let's try and take out as many of these enemies as possible. 8 to 12, not once but twice. Very good. And then we'll heroic strike the bottom stack for just a little bit more damage. Here and here. And here and here. Troglodytes are not going to get into this fight. We're just going to let them stay behind. Stay put. Don't make any sudden movements, and maybe the enemies are going to leave you alone. Holy kittens, that was so many dancers that just went down. Could I have cast? I guess I could have attacked. I could have done something. I could have done anything. Huh. Hold on. But I couldn't have done Thick Hide? Didn't I have Thick Hide? I thought Thick Hide was a tier 1 spell. Because I had the spell scroll for it and I disenchanted it for some alchemical dust. I might have messed that up. My bad. I might have messed that up. Okay, well, you know what I'm not going to mess up? This. Get the hints. Thankfully, the infiltrators are still going to do a healthy bit of damage. Maybe the Minotaurs will finally get some good morale. They do. All right, cool. So at this point, the enemies are pretty much well in hand. But if we can avoid further losses, I'd sure like to if I possibly can. So damage. I think that the infiltrator stack is mostly gone. Because even the fawns do, in melee, they still do some pretty okay damage. Yeah. In fact, I'm going to back them off. I just don't want them to get hurt even worse than they have to. And the Minotaurs really can finish this full thing off. Heck, the Troglodytes can help just make sure that this one fawn doesn't get any crazy ideas. And I said that this was supposed to be like a really easy fight, but 10, and I mean a full 10 of your dancers going down is not a good idea. Maybe I need to be aware that I make mistakes when I come back from a break. Maybe that's what happened here. Maybe that was a failure on my part just because I wasn't paying attention. You can say. Alrighty, there's a well, there's a lot of stuff here. We're gonna make this pickup pretty quickly. Is there any other purchases that we want to make? Mage Guild right now, again, we don't have the schools of magic that would make this really worth it. And I don't think that you can learn the neutral magics. Well, hold on. Can you learn neutral magics without any additional spellcasting prowess? Will this give me access to not Dimension Door, but to Realm Portal? It might be worth it just for that. We're going to do this. We're going to go to Mage Guild level 4. That's going to give me access up to Town Portal, which is actually a big deal. Yeah, I don't quite... Hero's got to be level 9? Okay. Level 6, level 3, level 1. Plus you got to get the points in there. I think we're going to push for the level 5 Mage Guild just in case we can get Dimension Door. I guess I'm still a little bit fuzzy on how the neutral magic works for us here. But like if I step in and then I go here, yeah, I've got access to all of these spells now. That actually does go a pretty long way for me. So, you know, I don't know as much as I'd like to, but I'm learning. We're getting better. And by the way, Vamy said, I think in order to be accurate to the Greek word, I would pronounce it li cheshom. And I don't know what it means originally, but I know in Romania, lyceu is the word we use for the 4 years before one finishes pre-university education. Very cool. So the question was about lyceum and how I pronounce it. I have to admit, during the break, I went to YouTube and I tried to figure out how to say it. And there's a guy that will pronounce words. It was a 45-second video for him to pronounce the word lyceum. I was so upset. I'm like, dude, get to the point. This could have been a 5-second video and you decided to stretch it out to 45 seconds. Now, I respect the hustle. I respect the hustle. But I also still feel like I got hustled. So, anyway, not my favorite. Okay. I mean, we could... Crystal Crown, I'd still like that spell. I would still like to keep it. Soulless Sash, how much is this going to disenchant for? And Alchemical Dust, that doesn't seem worth it. -1 morale to enemy creatures actually feels pretty good. But if I do disenchant something, I can get into the Labyrinth, but I can get into the safe house. I'll have 48, 50-something infiltrators I could get upgraded. It feels like a lot. It feels like a good upgrade. Okay, we've got the gold anyway. Let's just purchase everybody. Everybody? Including the Hydras? Yeah, we'll purchase everybody. Oh my gosh, that bankrupted us though. Holy cow. But focus is, this is so weird. Why did it do this? Why does it focus on troglodytes? Hydras, Medusa, troglodytes, and minotaurs? Why doesn't it go from top tier down to low tier? Why did it focus on troglodytes before it focused on these creatures? That's weird. I don't think I like that. Anyway, it's still a really good fighting force. I'm going to move these 5 infernal troglodytes out. I'm going to move the infiltrators down just a little bit so that way they can always have this top stack go. And I guess we're out of gold. I guess that this treasury was a really good purchase because now we're out of gold. Very, very sad. Okay, anyway. Bearded Man says, let's explore the etymology of yet another Greek word in Olden Era. Lyceum originates from the Greek word, I can't read that, which originates from the word meaning wolf. It was a temple dedicated to Apollo, who was born by his mother while she was in wolf form, hence the name. This is not the first time you've done this, Bearded Man. And I love that you do. Again, I've said before, I feel smarter when I get to spend time around smart people, so thank you for forcing me to be smarter. I appreciate it very, very much. Okay. Yeah, okay. There you go. Temple dedicated to Apollo. And so what is the current usage of the word? Like, is it like a university or a place that you learn? Because that's kind of what I anticipate when I hear the word, and that's kind of what Vamy indicated a little bit, talking about the 4 years of education. I wonder if that's... If I'm accurate in the way that that I'm thinking about it now. Okay, we did pick up some nice spells, by the way. Optical Illusion, Temporal Traps. We got some tier 2 spells. Not a lot. It looks like we can actually get rid of the Crystal Crown ability. Yes, we can get rid of the Crystal Crown scroll because we've already got it here. 1, 2, and... Oh, never mind. Yeah, 3 and 4. You get 4... spells per mage guild, I think. So we can actually disenchant that. Best spell here, though. First concern is the Lightweavers. Second concern is probably the Griffins, then the Crossbowmen, and then so on and so forth. A natural calm does do an awful lot for you. Just reducing damage taken 15%. Kind of want to do that. Turn order wise, looks like Crossbowmen and Lightweavers are going to go last. I'm going to do that. We're going to reduce the damage here. We're going to send the Hydras down the battlefield. Infiltrators are definitely going to go down the battlefield. If they get good morale, they're just going to sit here. Yeah, we're not going to attack with them. We're just going to sit right here and force the enemies to step up and do some damage. Really hoping that the Minotaurs get the chance to go again with good morale. Then we're going to haste them. Then the question is do you want to take out as many swordsmen as possible and prevent the crossbowmen, or do you want to go down here and deal with griffins and prevent issues here. I think I'm going to focus my ranged damage on these light weavers. And so this way it actually gives me a chance to kill so many swordsmen and prevent the crossbowmen from doing any damage there. We killed half the stack of the swordsmen. We lost 2 of the minotaurs in retaliation. We're going to... Oh, we forgot our minotaur stance. Goodness gracious. Okay. We're fine. It's okay. It's not too late. These things do happen. These things do happen. We will heroic strike, because what else am I going to use my abilities on at the moment? Dungeon faction later on tends to use focus points much better. Early on though, I mean, you're going to use it a little bit for the upgraded infiltrators. You're going to use it a little bit for like the slither away with the Medusa. Dragons though, they tend to use it pretty darn well. That's kind of what I'm trying to say. Anyway, things to consider. Hydras are so slow. We can't reach even if we tried. If we get good morale here, we might haste. Minotaurs are taking an absolute beating. Oh my goodness. Not good. Not good. We'll stop the... Hold on. We'll stop the light weavers from doing too much damage here. I messed this fight up so badly. Folks, I messed this fight up so badly. Oh, I'm sick to my stomach with how poorly I fought this fight. This was not ideal. And I know that I'm not casting any spells at the moment. I guess I could have done like in a natural calm. Yes. If I do haste these troglodytes, I can get into the fight. Let's hopefully kill all the griffins. Let's see. With good luck, they killed 20 of them. That was pretty good. They're going to take a bunch of damage from these crossbowmen. Only 10 go down. Not too bad. Light weavers decide to get good morale and just ruin my day. All right. That's cool. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. But with only 6 griffins left, like we've won the fight. We had over 40 minutes. We had 38 minotaurs. We're down to 18. I do not love the way that we fought this fight at all. Should we have focused on the griffins? I feel like we should have focused on the griffins instead of focusing on the ranged combatants. Like the crossbowmen and the light weavers, like what are they really going to do? They're going to do reduced melee damage to you anyway. I guess focusing on the swordsman wasn't too bad. I guess that wasn't too bad. But yeah, I think I needed to focus on the griffins. So actually I should have a natural calmed the griffins. Like immediately I needed to use my stance right off the bat. Would you have been better off doing a defensive stance instead of an offensive stance? Maybe. I mean, when you look at these losses, I think definitely, actually. Alrighty. Well, these things do happen. I think as soon as we get a couple of dragons, that our fight is going to go much better for us. But for now, I'm just going to have to suffer just a tiny bit. Okay. All right. Moving on. Expert Insight, Advanced Tactics. I think I'm good for Expert Insight, actually. And then we will go for Endless Charisma for the +1/+1/+1. We will go for the Advanced Tactics. We are still hoping that we can get this 100% bonus spell power. Oh, I really hope that. +1 focus charge each time the enemy uses a spell. Only good for the final fight. Easy prey whenever an enemy waits. Friendly creatures gain +2 initiative until the end of the round. When an enemy waits, enemies wait all the time. 1 for all is pretty good. If you have adjacent enemies, you'll get additional attack skill. I'm going to go for Easy Prey just because it seems like it's got the lowest barrier to entry. And it feels like that'll be the best for me. So let's do that. We do pick up the plate armor for the +3 defense. Like, I'm happy for the plate armor. I don't think that the losses were worth it though. I just messed that fight up so bad. Okay, I told myself I'd move on from this, and I will move on from this. Golly. Clenching Ring, increasing the duration of spell casting, does kind of feel good. I just don't think that the Boreal Call is worth it, and I just think there's other stuff. I think there's other opportunities out here. First thing in the morning, we're going to pick up additional gold. Maybe we pick up... Maybe we get the Infiltrators. Firewall. We just picked up the Firewall spell. I don't think that works as well as we would like it to. I've had some fun with Firewall, but It's not as good as it was in Heroes 3 anyway. I think it's a little bit nicer because you can actually choose where the firewalls go, but anyway, we'll have to take a look at that. We're going to hold on to that spell scroll for now because I might just want to show you it if nothing else. Anyway, okay. And Bearded Man says, it is the word used for the type of school where the final 3 years of pre-university education take place. There you go. So that's what the Lyceum is. And so in this context, it allows you to enchant magic scrolls so they grant spells of maximum level. I think it takes alchemical dust to do that though. And I know that we don't have a lot of that. I think we're going to ignore that for now. Okay. 7k gold. We're going to get the cave palace by the end of the week. So we can make one more big purchase here. Let's go for all of our dancers. We're up to 63. That's pretty good. Let's wait. Let's wait on everybody else, actually. No. Let's pick up the infiltrators. 4, 5, 6, 7. 3 weeks worth of gold. That's 7k gold. Is that going to be enough to get the cave palace? It's actually... It is. It will be enough. Especially if we need resource riches, we can do that. So let's continue on. And let's actually break out of containment. We've been stuck in this area for a little bit too long. Let's go through these hoplets to pick up the bonus here. We'll destroy them. 21. Too many. Far too many. Let's see if we can avoid messing up this fight. Okay. First things first. We'll wait here. Wait here. Damage shred once and twice. Have a heroic strike if we need it. Good morale. That's perfect. Hoplets can't do much against us. They don't even have the speed necessarily to get into us. They do have, let's see, Leeching Hop. No, it's not like the Awaken ability from some of the other Sylvan creatures. Lots of the Sylvan creatures have this ability to increase their speed or their defense or some of their stats. Looks like the Hoplets don't really have anything like that. Looks like they're already perfect in every which way already without any additional opportunities. No losses there. Look at the +1 spell power. Pick up 750 gold. It looks like these, oh, look at this. For the first time, will join your army. 50 to 99 of these creatures will join our army. Now, does that mean we want to wait? I think that we have to hope that we can pick up gold over here. I think that we will purchase as many of these forces as we can. I think that we will. We do have resource riches too coming. That's gonna be an extra 5,000 gold. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna pick up resource riches right now. So we have 12k gold to play with. And look at that. You can't even purchase them all. The max you can purchase is 26. Do you want them? Tell you what, I don't want all of them, but I'll take 10 of them. Yeah, I will take 10 of you. Purchase. Okay, it just automatically moved it around. Cool, yeah, I'll do that. Beer garden, don't love that. Definitely don't love the abyssal envoys for a gingerbread house, my goodness. Creatures will flee not once but twice. Should be pretty easy. Look at the losses, my goodness. Bearded Man says, after being a temple, it was repurposed as Aristotle's school. That's why it's used to refer to a type of school. Okay, folks, if you could visit anywhere, where would you visit? I want to know, because I think that everybody's answers are going to be very, very different. If you live in Europe, you're probably not going to say, let's go to Greece, right? But as an American who's never been there, I'd be very, very happy to go to Greece. I'd be very happy to go to Italy. I'd be very happy to go meet people in France and the UK. I'd love to go in that direction, right? There's tons of places I'd go in Europe. But for the European audience, where would you like to go? Do you want to come to America? Probably not. Maybe. I don't know. You tell me. You tell me what makes you excited. Tell you what, if you ever did come my way, I would do my very, very best to have the tip-top hospitality. I would take care of you as best I possibly could. We would try the local cuisine. We would see the local sites. I would do my very, very best to make sure that we took very, very good care of you, one way or the other. But if you could go anywhere, where would you go? Where would you go? I suppose, if I'm being honest with myself, I kind of like the idea of going somewhere like somewhere with a beach. So maybe like the south of France, just because they got a beach, right? Maybe somewhere that's on the Mediterranean. I think that would be nice. Personally, I think that that'd be nice. Okay, expert tactics. All for one. So friendly creatures gain defense for adjacent allies or riposte mastery. Whenever a friendly creature kills an enemy with a counterattack, their counterattacks are refreshed. That feels pretty good. But very unlikely to happen. All for one is more consistent. I feel like that's going to happen much more often. We will destroy these enemies now. Big losses? Yeah, too big of losses. Let's adjust that. Vamy says, I would like to come to America were it not for the current political tension. What political tension? We're not getting into politics because I've made that mistake in the past, and I apologize because I'm not trying to get into politics. Like you'd feel uncomfortable, or like, because I gotta tell you, I imagine that the TV and the talking heads will tell you that there's a high level of tension. Personally, as somebody that lives here, I think that if you actually walk outside of your house and like talk to your neighbors, that generally people are not as divided as people would like for you to think that you are. Then again, I am in a part of the country where there's a different situation going on than in some other places, I suppose. But anyway, it's always interesting to try and figure out what makes the most sense for a vacation. Maybe some parts of the United States will be better than others. It does not hurt my feelings if you don't want to come here, though. I'm not requiring you to come. Don't worry. Sorry. Okay. Did we not do our Minotaur stance? Oh my gosh. Well, we're gonna do the Dark Elf stance then, just to prevent as much damage here as possible. That actually saved us about 3, maybe 3 dancers. That's pretty good. Look how fast these chanters are. These guys are insane. I love them. I don't want to lose them either. Let's see, with 37 defense, you're gonna take like 20% damage from this stack. Okay, let's see how much damage. 42 crossbowmen did 26 damage. That's insane. Thank goodness for high defensive stats. I will take it. Now, worth noting that the guard captains can pull back. I might want to energize. Yeah, I might want to early start the chanters just so they can escape without having to deal with these guard captains. I think I'll do that, actually. Start of the next round of combat, I will do that. Go to here. Go to here. Early start. Bada bing. Bearded Man would love to visit someplace in South America, Africa, or Asia. That makes sense. Makes sense. South America. You know what? I tell you what. As soon as they came up with like the Google Translate stuff that allows you to have like an earbud in and like listen to a normal conversation, it just translates for you. All of a sudden, I became much more open to wanting to travel, and like South America would be one of those places where if I don't speak the language, like I don't want to be like the stereotypical tourist that it appears as if I'm not respecting your culture just because I don't know stuff. If I can just speak the language, I think I could actually enjoy myself in South America. I think that'd be a really fun place to go. Asia, I think that'd be really, really cool. Africa would be like a once in a lifetime sort of a deal. There's some cool places to go. Cool places to go and not enough time to go. Not enough time, not enough places. So much to do, so much to see. We'll tell you what, Vamy, we will go together. Let's go to Alaska. Yeah, let's go to Alaska, everybody. I will meet everybody in Alaska. I'm officially calling it. We're gonna have a really good time. I'll meet you there. We will go deep sea fishing. We will go gold mining, gold panning, right? We will... I don't think that they do a lot of like ski sports up there and like snow sports, mostly because in Alaska, they're just tired of all the snow. I could be wrong, but I feel like they've got so much snow that they just don't care. Like they would actually prefer to have less of it, if anything. We're gonna let some of these creatures run. Not these guys. These guys are gonna be a little too easy to attack. But some of these creatures we're gonna try and just let them go. If for no other reason, then I don't want to take the losses. And the experience is just not worth it, potentially. We do need a gem mine. We don't have a gem mine yet. We are getting 5 gems a day though. I don't think it's that important. I don't think that the Trophies Hunter's Den, I don't think we're ever gonna come back for this. It's day 5. It's along the main road, so we will have to come back at some point. At this point, I just don't want to fight the fight. Like, it's just like exhausting to fight every single fight. Okay, we're just gonna continue on. Remember, going for the cave dragons should be today. Here on day 6, do we get our cave dragons? Cave palace it is. Very good. And maybe now I start to save up for this alchemist code number 1 and number 2. If if you get 100, then you get the cave palace, you get the upgraded dragons. We'll do that in just a second or so. Ah, there it is. I knew there was a castle here somewhere. And all of a sudden, we got something else to dump our resources into. It's going to be a Sun Palace number 1. And portal. Easy money. I'll accept the losses. You can tell I'm just exhausted when I'm deciding that I will accept losing 5 dancers. It's so sad. Will these guys join? No, they're gonna fight. Again, why are they fighting? We do want the stats though. And if I move the chanters, I think that I can just use them. Oh, good thing we got the chanters. Are they gonna get to go before these guys? Yeah, they will. Holy cow, this is a bunch of forces. I didn't realize it was 200. I know I looked at it before, but I didn't realize exactly how many 200 was. Not good. Very much not good. Let's hope for good morale here, and then maybe we do a haste. I think you're going to want to do the defensive stance as opposed to the offensive stance. I just don't think you're going to do as much damage as you would like. I think that you're trying to just hold on and let your ground troops get down the battlefield as quickly as possible. Let's do like this. Hope for good morale. And a haste. Okay, that takes care of 2 of these dancer stacks. 1621. We'll retaliate against that top stack in just a second. We lose 4 of the Minotaurs. That's because these Jasper dancers have the Draconic Blade, so they deal double damage in melee. So this is not a good fight. Goodness gracious, not a good fight at all. In fact, these chanters are going to go down immediately. They are not going to survive for 2 rounds of combat. Just will not. So we're not going to... Do we attack with them? 8 attack versus your 37 defense. It's 37 defense. Yeah, but this is not like the crossbowmen from before. Like, these guys do some damage. I think you want to sit here just to make sure that the enemies don't be silly. Yeah, so many Minotaurs. Okay, alrighty. At least the Hydras are going to get a nice attack here. If I use the haste, I will use the haste. We're going to go into the Minotaur stance for the offensive capabilities. We're going to take out not 2 full stacks. With the good luck, we basically took out 2 full stacks. And with the good morale and the haste, we're going to take out everybody. Oh, the Hydras are just cruising through this battle. Look at that. Fighting style barrage. We're going to take out 2 stacks here. Very good. Minotaurs, we're going to try and just keep you alive. My friends, this was not what I wanted for you. I wanted you to be much happier and much healthier. We're going to end up losing 1 or 2 more here. Probably 2 more. 1 more. Wow. Wow. But the losses look so bad. 13 Minotaurs and 42 of these infiltrators. You can't accept these losses. This is far too much. Okay, and folks, we've run into an issue. So we've got, let's see, Expert Insight and Expert Tactics. You need 5 blue secondary skills in order to get into your Amelchia's heir. Unfortunately, we're forced to take 1 sub skill or 1 secondary skill that's not of that variety. So we are not going to be able to get to this super special awesome ability. I feel really, really bad about that. I hate that actually. So with that being said, the choice now is arcane magic or sorcery. I think we're going to go with sorcery. Yeah, I think we'll go with sorcery and just hope we can do boatloads of damage. Let's hope for... Maybe if we get the opportunity to take primal magic, maybe we'll take that. Maybe we'll take primal magic if we can get it. Sticky magic, magic arrow, raw energy. I think that you just want raw energy for the additional 10% bonus magic damage, as opposed to spells lasting a little bit longer or the magic arrow spell. Yeah, let's just go with raw energy for now. And since I'm here, I'm going to continue up in this direction just to see what else is here. Research laboratory. I don't want any part of that. You have to fight the bone dragons, and they're just too much to handle. Far too much to handle. I think that we're going to be happy that we've picked up this other castle. Happy that we picked up this other castle. and we're going to continue to upgrade it. We're going to head back. We're going to pick up a couple of dragons. It's day 7 right now, so we're going to see what else we can pick up dragon wise very quickly. We're going to consider this 5th level mage guild for some nice spells. I suppose I could have, if I had any more spell points left, I could just town portal back. You don't need spell points to town portal back. You're kidding me. You don't need movement points? It takes spell points, yes, but movement points, it takes none. Well, I guess that tells you that we're going for this 5th level mage guild for Dimension Door just in case. Okay, alrighty. And at this point, folks, we should use Ylwari's 14 knowledge, 140 spell points. We should use this a lot. We're going to immediately pick up dragons. The chance of getting into this Alchemist Cove is going to take us a little bit longer. I'm still going to pick up the dragons. It's going to be 3 cave dragons. We're going to go for dancers. We're going to go for Medusa. We're out of gold. 200 gold left. Not enough. But then I think it's now time to clear out all these abbeys with the 3 dragons, with the dancers. I think that the losses shouldn't be too bad. So let's start to do this. Oh, so we can't do town portal. We can do Gate of Light though. We can do Gate of Light. Kitten horns. I don't think I want kitten horns. Yeah, I don't think I want the kitten horn fight. Tell you what, let's just go for this abandoned mansion first. Easy fight, no losses. Okay, 1500 gold, we'll take it. Myra's Altar. Easy fight. Only 6 Chimera. No losses. We'll take it. 3k gold. Point of balance. Do you want to take out the Sentinels? Let's give it a try anyway. We'll do the Gate of Light here to here and just give ourselves a little bit of a... Whoop. They want to join. We refuse. We attack. No losses. Okay. That's its normal battle. I think even with the 3 dragons, it's not a good fight. Yeah, even with the dragons, I don't think that this is a good fight, so we'll go here instead. All these other little banks should be no problem. 2,000 gold, some free resources, traveling circus, yeah. I think that we can take most of these fights. And again, because we have so many spell points, we should be casting all these adventure map spells pretty much every single day. Let's continue to get at least up to Floor Temple 3, and then we're probably going to go walls and treasury over here. I don't know if we're going to upgrade this into like angels and such in this other castle. But I think that we can click much faster for the next little bit. I think that this is going to be hopefully less thinking and more just winning. I say it's going to be less thinking and more just winning, but then we have a fight like this. Okay, let's make this happen. Speaking of traveling places, I saw the other day, and I don't know if this is accurate or not, but I saw somebody indicate that it's cheaper to go to Tokyo and go stay 7 days in Disneyland there rather than go to Disney World in the United States. Folks, I feel like we should all just travel. We should pool our frequent flyer miles together. We should all just meet up somewhere. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, dragons can't reach, and you can't haste them. They're immune to spells. All spells? Tier 4 spells are lower, so they can take like a judgment spell or something like that. We're gonna go for the Minotaur stance because the Medusa are gonna get their AoE damaging strike off. It's still possible with 2 morale that the dragons get good morale. I don't know if this is gonna happen or not, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna go to here. Nope, no good morale. Good morale here. Nope, no good morale. Okay. Okay, so fighting style. Let's take out. You're gonna take out way more of these crossbowmen. You do this. If the Minotaurs get good morale, they're not worth hasting, I don't think. 6 to 8, 6 to 8. 2 stacks of 6 to 8. Chanters are going to slot right into there. It's not my favorite thing, though. Because I don't think that they're tanky enough to really prevent too many losses. And I don't have a good way of managing this. I got rid of the thick hide, so I can't even increase my defense even higher. I don't really have any damaging spells. I do have like a lightning bolt. I'm gonna do this. I'm just gonna lightning bolt here. Hopefully 9 chanters can just stand up to this punishment that we're about to take. 22 troglodytes, another 12. And then these light weavers at the top don't attack. They just buff these enemy forces there. I'm okay with that. We do lose 8 of the Onyx Dancers. The Chanters withstood not 1 but 2 strikes. And now the dragons are able to get a lot of damage off. But is it enough? It's only 3 dragons. Were we offensively geared? Yeah, we're in offensive stance right now. I wish that there was an indication if you are currently in Minotaur stance or Dark Elf stance. That would be helpful for me. Sure, you could just keep track, but this would also be helpful for me. We're going to attack here with the Medusa, so I don't think it's too bad of a deal to... I guess I got this... Hold on, I got this Sulphurous Assault, so it's a cone strike. So if I attack here, I get to attack everybody. I'll do this. This is definitely the better choice. Definitely the better choice. Yeah, definitely the better choice. And then when it's the queen's turn, they're going to go up here. We did not get the good morale here. I was really hoping for that. Lots of crossbowmen are going down. We'll see if either the Troglodytes or the Minotaurs are going to get good morale. If either of them do, they can slot right into there. If they don't, you're in here. Come on, Troglodytes. I believe in you. Nope, I don't believe in the Troglodytes. Don't ask me for anything. Don't ask me for a Christmas gift. Don't ask me for you out if your car gets stuck in the snow. You're dead to me. Oh, we're gonna lose a dragon. Oh, never mind. Ooh, that was close. So we still might lose a dragon. 52 HP left. 52 HP left. My goodness. What if we go into a defensive stance? We got 18 defense. Now we should be able to still pump out bunches of damage without losing too much. Let's kill 7 to 8 twice. Oh my gosh, they got a good strike off. They barely killed the dragon. Oh, I'm so upset. Because based off the previous strike, I figured that the additional defense would actually prevent that from happening. Looks like the answer is no, though. Looks like that is not the case. Okay, 6 to 11 here on the back end. Minotaurs are just going to sit. I don't want to... Now you get the good morale. So we're just going to sit here and just kind of hold on and just wait, hope for the best. I will try and... get the Troglodytes out of too much trouble. Very happy for that good morale. Happy for that. Oh, you're gonna lose forces. I don't think I can help it. Yeah, Troglodytes are gonna lose a quarter of the stack. Yeah, quarter of the stack. And yeah, we are gonna win this fight, but losing a dragon feels really, really bad. But I think that I would have been fine with everything else that happened here if we just didn't lose the dragon. One thing kind of a sour taste in my mouth. Sad to say. Okay, 8 to 9 here. We do have the heroic strikes. I guess I might as well use those. We'll help the Minotaurs out. I think now the Minotaurs can attack without losing one more. Yes. And then fighting style. Very good. Troglodytes are probably going to get attacked. I think these 14 light weavers. No, they go straight for the dragons. I guess they've noted that it's over. It's nice when the AI recognizes that it's time to surrender. It's time to resign. But ooh, big fight. 1 dragon, all the chanters, 13 of the dancers. Lots of Troglodytes. This was supposed to be an easy fight, and it just wasn't. Expert sorcery. If we can get some high level spells, I'll be feeling much better. But right now, okay, look at this though. Look. So we got sorcery and thaumaturgy, right? So we've got from thaumaturgy, archmage, so all magic school spells gain +1 level. Then here for high mage, all magic school spells gain +1 level. So even though we don't have access to high tier spells at the moment, like we've actually got an opportunity for some really cool schools of magic, and we can still make some nice things happen. I like the direction we're going with this. It's just, yeah, I like the way we're going with this. We're getting there. We're getting there, folks. All I'm trying to say is that we're getting there. 20 of these dancers going down is completely unacceptable. We're going to keep them not here, but over here. Because really, you just got to deal with these Inquisitors. The 3 stacks of the Hierophants and the Lightweavers, not too big of an issue. But the 9, or rather 8 Inquisitors is always a bit of a problem. I don't think I mind attacking. I'm still going to do a defensive stance here, but I don't think I'm too sad about just attacking here. No retaliation. Minotaurs are out of position. Troglodytes are going to get to go before this top group of Lightweavers gets to go. Don't lose a Hydra. Pretty good. And I do want to help these Inquisitors. They just are really good offensive units, very highly tanky. It's kind of impressive that there's a human out there that's got 150 HP. If I was in the Heroes of Might Magic game myself, and if I had stats, I'd probably be at like 5 HP. Like, there's no way I would have like a really, really high defensive rating. I just don't see that happening. I could be wrong. We're gonna go from defense into offense. Oop. Oh, perfect. Hydras and dragons are both gonna get their shots off on the Inquisitors. Retaliations are just fine. Another one goes down here. Very good. Oh, when good morale strikes, nothing can stop us. The power of friendship and feeling like getting out of bed in the morning is pretty great. If I could have one superhero power, it would be that I always felt like getting out of bed in the morning. It's not as easy as it sounds. Which you might say, Fixfox, you okay? Yeah, man, it's just hard to get out of bed sometimes in the morning. Just the way it goes. Yeah, doesn't everybody deal with that? And everybody starts shaking their head. No, not normal. Oh, okay. My bad. All right, into Alchemist Code. We will pick up the growth in a little bit. But this is actually going to be great because this lets us upgrade into the Cave Palace once we get the gold. Let me wait for one more day. And then we'll grab that. I think that we are up to the, yeah, we said walls. Oh, this is weird. It was a weird little thing there we saw. There was like white spaces in between. That was a bit odd. And we are just shy of the gold necessary to get into the Cave Palace too, but we are not spending our alchemical dust on anything else. We're just going to hold on for that. It will be the most worthwhile thing for us. Dungeon Heroes attributes increased by 1. That's pretty good. Just +1, just a flat 1 attack and defense. That's pretty good. Merchant's Guild, exchanging resources in the market incurs no extra charge for you. That's exceptionally good. Especially if you don't want to pick up a marketplace over here. Might be time for these Jadame maps. Dungeon Masters. There's a lot to do. There's a lot of work to do here still. Uncanny Right, Knights Pauper Order. Do it like this. Here to here. Will we lose forces to these Aqualotls and these Fawns? Yes. Will it be a lot? Honestly, yeah. This is not a fun fight. Not a fun fight. Let's do it anyway. Windowella says, how we doing, Chief? Lucky me, I just got 2 extra hours of sleep. Did you now? Great. We're doing good, man. We're doing good. I think we're having a fun time. Oh, I've had tactics this whole time and been struggling to get down the battlefield, and I haven't been putting my forces up. I might be an idiot. Oh my gosh. Everybody, I might be ridiculously silly. What am I doing? Why am I like this? How many fights would have gone much better if we just were able to move forward on the battlefield a little bit? Am I crazy? I might be crazy. Holy cow. Well, we're gonna do this. We're gonna go into the Minotaur stance. I guess 2 dragons doesn't kill as many fawns as I would like. Okay, well, let's go for these hoplets in that case. Jeez. All right. Well, the game is hard. The game is a lot harder if you're stupid, and I might have made this a little bit more difficult than it otherwise could have been. By the way, haste is up to 4th tier again because of the Archmage upgrades, not once but twice. We're still going to increase speed by 3, so that's 1, 2, 3 additional speed. So I'm going to take this with the Hydras. With this and with that, all of a sudden, fighting whirlwind style attack, we're going to get some damage off. We're going to prevent the Aqualotls from doing ranged damage. And that means that everybody else can kind of focus on this bottom stack, which is great. Looks like some dancers take a bit of damage. Okay, not too bad. 64 of them are going to do the fighting style split. I'm trying to help out on these fawns a little bit. I think that the fawns are actually going to pump out a bit of damage. Almost killed a Hydra. That's a lot of damage. If I stop and think about it, that's actually a bit of damage. Go here and kill 6. With the good luck, we did even better. Fighting style, we're just going to whirlwind our way to victory. Oof. Tons of creatures goes down. We do lose one of the Hydras. I guess I could have had an opportunity. I got healing water. It'll restore 175 HP. You think that that would have done it? I think that would have done it. I think that would have. And I don't know why I didn't think about it until it happened. I guess I was trying to get away without casting the spell. Obviously, it wasn't worth the risk. Clearly not worth the risk. So you could have saved a whole Hydra just at the cost of like 8 spell points. Mistake there, but I still did not love that fight. Everything about that fight did not feel good to me. By the way, 15 defense and 6 attack. It's time to focus on our attack skill. There's a lot more we can do with that. We'll continue to cruise on down here, and then maybe first thing in the morning, yeah, we'll come back and we'll pick up dragons fairly quickly. Treasury, we're still missing crystal. I'm not gonna wait. I'm gonna pick up 1 crystal from our marketplace here. We'll go back. That's gonna be an additional 3k gold per day. So in 2 turns, we'll have made that back. On to a new day. The other day, I was having a conversation, speaking of when discussing the extra little bit of napping time. As a parent, I'm still not getting a bunch of sleep. Now, to be clear, I'm getting more sleep than my wife because for kid number 1, they were bottle fed. Kid number 2, not the case. And so when it comes down to it, I can't do a whole lot in the middle of the night to really help with certain things related to kids and child rearing. And so I'm not hit as hard with no sleep as she is, but if you think about how much sleep you lose in the first year of being a parent, it adds up quick. Even if it was, let's just say minimum. Let's say minimum you lose half an hour to an hour of sleep a night, and you extrapolate that over 365 days, you'd think that you would function better with an additional 365 hours of sleep in a year? I'd like to think so. So Wynn, I'm glad that you're doing a good job in practicing self-care, making sure that you're not missing out on what matters most, and that is sleep. I'm 100% there for it. Remind me to never become a parent. Yeah, I'm not here to convince you one way or the other. I enjoy it. I would do it again. I would do it again. If I had to choose and be like, Big Fox, do you really want to do this? Even if I knew what I knew now, I'd still do it again. But I respect that it's not for everybody. So don't feel bad. Okay. Oodles of damage there. We do have the Medusa that can deal damage here. I think that the Troglodytes, yeah, Troglodytes can reach. Somebody's got to deal with the Concubus. I could haste Minotaurs and just have them sit on the Concubus. The problem is that they have nimbleness, so they can perform a ranged attack even if there's an adjacent enemy. Oh well, they'll still get some damage off anyway. They'll kill 1 additional Concubus. Oh, and with the good morale, we killed 2. Feel really good about that choice now. Gotta kill here. I do want to kill actually here, funny enough. That feels good. Very good. Everything worked out perfectly. Could not have worked out any better, in fact. The dragons are in no risk of harm. The cultists are not going to get their gross little tendrils all over my Onyx Dancers. Yeah, this worked out perfectly. Absolutely perfectly. Lich just goes down. And the Medusa are going to clean up these cultists. Very good. Very good. Vamy says, a really nice thing I like from Heroes 7 that I'd love to see in other Heroes games, especially Olden Era, is the encyclopedia that they have. What a good idea. Yeah, like just something where you can click and you can like search by unit or something. You can just like find out what it is in advance. That is such a great idea. You can at any time access in-game encyclopedia where you can learn about all the unit stats and abilities, as well as learn about heroes, and even includes 2D creature art of the 3D models. Vamy, I love this idea because if it's a knowledge-based game, but it's also turn-based, you should just be able to look at this sort of thing. When I clicked on this creature bank, it told me, hey, Fix Fox, by the way, like, these are the creatures that you're going to be fighting. It would be great to say, I'm not going to fight right now. I'll go to this encyclopedia. I will check out their stats, and we'll try to determine whether or not I can beat them. For anybody that wants to take the time to play the game at a high level, or just like enjoy the game on their own playthroughs, that's such a good idea. I love that. Because the alternative is that I go to my second monitor, I go to Google, and then I try to go to Wikipedia there. Shouldn't have to do that. If it's in game, love it. So great idea. I'm all for it. Something lovely's happened. Basic intelligence. If we take intelligence and we get this up to expert, we can learn all tiers of spells without learning the corresponding school of magic. Basic Nightshade sounds pretty good. I like that, but remember, we've already got the +2 to all of our spells anyway. We just want to be able to cast whatever spells we want. Folks, picking up basic intelligence actually just made this game go much easier for us. We are much better off than we were before, and I'm happy for it. You know what else I'm happy for? Dimension Door. Where I cast it once. Gate of Light. I want to get to here is what I'm trying to do. Legion's Memorial, and then hopefully we'll have enough spell points we can just teleport back home. Losses are fine. We'll accept these. 2k gold. We are kind of ridding the world of these little extra guys. It does feel pretty good. I suppose, let's see, second wind. I mean, how many? 88? We got plenty. Yeah, we got plenty of movement points. We got plenty of spell points at the moment. It's gonna say we lose too many forces. We have to just move the dancers back and stop. We've already seen how this fight plays out. We just have to do the same thing, but better. Do the same, but better. Even that was a reference. In case you wonder, Xbox, do you have any original thoughts? The answer is no. Because that, do it the same but better. Do you know what 90s children's game that comes from? I'll give you a hint. You gotta bop it. Bop it. Twist it. Pull it. Yeah, do it the same but better. That's actually a reference to the children's toy from the 90s, Bop It. Absolutely insane. The fact that my mind went there after all these years. When's the last time I even saw a Bop It game? I couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. But if you wonder if Xbox has a single original thought rolling around in his little noggin, there's your evidence that the answer is no. The answer is no. Is there value in being a sponge, though? Is there value in not generating new or interesting thoughts, but just being exceptionally well-versed in pop culture and such? To some, I think the answer is actually surprisingly yes, right? I think that there are some situations where that could be pretty valuable. I make no secret of it that some of the YouTubers I like to watch, like I like to watch Asmongold, for example. He's not particularly in-depth knowledgeable about a lot of things, but he's fairly broadly knowledgeable in a couple of things. And it's kind of surprising how people can make some then logical leaps based off of the little bit of factual information that they have. I think that he's kind of one of those people that kind of can do that. A little bit controversial of a figure himself. I don't know. I enjoy watching him. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because I remembered on my YouTube rewind, it told me that he was one of the top 5 people that I've spent a lot of time with in channels. And so then it's just worth it to figure out, how much time am I spending with this guy? And how does that impact me? How's that change the way that I view the world, or how does that influence the way that I see certain things? If you're not thinking about that, probably worthwhile to spend the time to do so. Okay. Do you want black dragons that are stronger and buff your entire force with morale and luck? Or do you want the Ashen dragons that have the butt stomp ability? Is that what we called it? I forget what it's called. Butt smush? The Dragonflight butt smush ability? Kind of like Ashen dragons. They're kind of fun. But black dragons are better. Let's see, 5 additional attack skill here. A little bit less defense though. So more offense, a little less defense. Higher HP, a little bit more defense, a little bit more well balanced. And then your whole force does better. I think the black dragons, I love that it's a good choice. I love that you could go with either and you wouldn't be making a bad decision. I'm gonna go with the black dragons for this playthrough. I think I could instantly change my mind. I could come back later and decide to do something different. But for now, we're gonna go in this direction and just be happy for it. We're gonna stay overnight in the Mage Guild. Might as well get some full spell points. And we do want to get, let's see, I think it's time to start getting a couple of these opportunities. I will pick up the scouting skyship. Is there anything else around this castle that I need to know about? Dragon Utopia, that's worth knowing about. 2 traveling circuses, that's actually a important, really cool level up. I think that going in this direction though is actually really bad for you, because now is not the time to be adventuring. I think that here in month 2, week 1, day 4, I think it's time to actually get a pretty decent army and then go try and find your foes. I'll bet you that they're way stronger than me, but because I just picked up, well, I guess I do need to get my intelligence boosted to the top tier. It's not that far away. Let's stay here overnight, and then we're gonna see if we can get over here. Yeah, we will see. We will see. By the way, point of contention: can you dimension door from zone to zone? This is the delineation between zones. I think that the answer is no. Could be wrong though. Oh boy, you'd think I would know the answer to this, but I don't. Yeah, we're gonna purchase everybody we can. And let's go. We're gonna test this out. So we're gonna go to here. I'm just gonna see if I can dimension door over here. Yeah, it looks like I can. So actually, it might be better for me. Escape. Yeah, it might be better for me to go to here and then dimension door over, since I've kind of already broken into this area a little bit. So let's do it like this. Let's do gate of light here. We'll go back to there, I guess. Pick up the beer fountain. I'm not going to pick up the sentinels. I just don't care. Do not care. We will do second wind. A little bit more movement points. Not even really enough, is it? Oh, it is. Sweet. We got over there. Over the wall. Cool. Very nice. Windowella says, I was once told it should be obvious to one if they actually want kids or not. As a father, would you like to add your own commentary on that? I love that saying. It should be obvious to one if they actually want kids or not. I love the idea. Would you like to add your own commentary too? Man, I love the saying, because I feel like in a lot of ways it should be obvious. I don't actually think it is. I know that fatherhood has not been like a straight shot for myself personally. Really, it's not been. Like, I thought I wanted kids, and then there's been times where I didn't think I did want kids. Like, I've gone back and forth, and especially like the first year of my kids being born, there was some real struggles there. My first kid, like, it took me a little while for me to really get to the point where I bonded with him in a way that made a lot of sense for me personally. And I wonder if other people will struggle with that as well. So like, it makes sense that we might say, no, I do want kids, or yes, I do want, or I don't want kids. I do wonder if sometimes you're just not gonna know until you get into it. Of course, there is a little bit of Stockholm syndrome that occurs, right? Like, we don't like this kid at first, and then later we end up being like, oh yeah, dude, I couldn't live without you. I'm sure that there's quite a bit of that that's happened in my life, right? But like, I really do love my kids. And I think that they're the best thing to ever happen to me. And even so, there's been some times where it's not been a straight shot, where I just like knew it was the right decision for me. Yeah, tough to say. You're really making me think. And here's the thing, is that I do these YouTube videos hoping that someday my kids are going to want to come back and watch them and spend time with me. Like, and so I don't want to say something that's going to like make them feel bad. Like, Dad, do you love me? Like, absolutely, kid. You better believe I love you. Like, there's no question about that, right? I don't want my kids to think that I don't love them. But I also think that the idea of like, hey, I'm ready to have kids, I don't think that that's ever going to be a guaranteed thing. In fact, I think that most people are not going to for sure be ready for kids. Like, I don't think that anybody's ever going to be prepared for it. I definitely was not prepared to be a father when I was ready, but it was like time. But I don't think I was prepared by any means. So I know I'm getting kind of lost in the weeds here, but yeah, being a father, I know it's easy for a lot of people to be like, well, it's noble. Like, oh, it's like the right thing to do, or like it's noble, or this or that. The responsibility. The huge responsibility. What else can I say about that? There's a lot going on here. 6 to 7. We'll pick out these 2 strikes. Because of this Crystal Thorns ability, it only works on creatures up to tier 6. These, of course, are tier 7 dragons. We're not going to lose a dragon to this attack here. And the retaliation's not going to be too bad. The Hydras, I might lose a Hydra here. To tier 7? I mean, but we have no... Hold on. Do you want to lose a Hydra? If you don't attack here, then... this guy's going to go first, and then the other one will step up. I think I unfortunately have to attack here. I'm going to lose a Hydra. This feels really bad. I don't like this. I lost 2 Hydras. Because I attacked 2 separate ones. Oh, no. Did you see that? That was crazy. I lost 2 Hydras because there was 2. I did the cone attack and I attacked 1 and 2, so I lost 2 Hydras. Oh my gosh. Never do that again. That was sickening. Okay. All right, let's focus up. Yeah, I don't know. I wish I could tell you more. I think that the idea is correct though. I really love the saying. I love the saying. I don't think that you should have kids unless you've got a plan for them, unless you're like ready for them. I think that there's a lot of people that just kind of rush into it. I think you should have as many of your affairs in order as possible. But for example, in my case, like I think that we're a part of a generation. Like half of my friends are living in a house that they can't afford, and the other half of my friends are renting an apartment. Like that's just kind of the economy for 30-somethings right now. At least in America. I don't know how it is in other places. And so, for example, if you said, I'm not going to have a kid until I own a house, it might be the better thing to not wait 10 or 15 years to get a down payment. I think that the age of first-time home buyers right now is past 40 years old. The average age of a first-time home buyer in the United States right now is over 40 years old. And so if you wait until your 40s to get a house and then have kids, like, so there's some credence that says, yeah, like you should have your affairs in order. But then there's another part that says, yeah, but like, do you really want to wait on that decision for so long? Do you want to be 60 when your kids are 18? Do you want to see your grandkids? Do you want like there's real questions here. There's real questions. And so like economically, the difference between having like 1 kid versus having 3 kids, I think that I'm the kind of person that would have more kids if I could afford more kids, but I don't think I can afford more kids personally. Now you'd have to ask my dear sweet wife how she feels about that, because I'm sure that she feels differently, right? She's gonna be like, hey, let's have as many kids as possible. But a little bit of that I can just chalk up to just differences in people and priorities and stuff. I'm the one that's got to work. So I should have some say over it a little bit too, shouldn't I? Anyway, a lot going on here. Fun conversation to kind of have and think about, but man, yeah, life hasn't quite turned out the way I thought it would, and I don't think that that's bad. I think I'm actually okay with that. The best thing I can do is just try my best to move forward from where I'm currently at. By the way, did you notice the good morale on the Minotaurs took out the entire stack of guard captains? That was not a small thing. That was actually massive. Oh my goodness. These cavalry are still just fast enough. They're gonna haste. I'm gonna put my Hydras into harm's way here. We kill 4. We're gonna lose none. So the dragons are gonna get full damage off. We're gonna kill 3 once. A little bit of retaliation. Twice. Down to 7 cavalries. Even if they could reach. Okay, fine. 9 troglodytes goes down. Still, good fight. Happy for this fight. Yeah, upper tier creatures are exceptionally powerful. The growth curve, or rather the value of upper tier creatures is appropriately difficult as the heroes get bigger, as the game goes on. It's not like in Heroes 2 where it's, in Heroes 2, tier 6 creatures are vastly overpowered, and some more so than others. But still, it feels like even a couple of dragons and a couple of Hydras do make these fights go much better than they otherwise would have. Window Ellis says that those Sylvan tanks are low-key the strongest units in the game. I think that they are. Did you know that they used to? They used to be so tough that they would even defeat a dragon. If a dragon attacked, you would just lose a tier 7 creature. You could literally have, as the Sylvan faction, 1 stacks and then go and fight a Dragon Utopia, and you could like half the stack of dragons in Dragon Utopia. I guess the question is I don't know if there's only a few remaining dragons after you take a Dragon Utopia, or if you just have to continually accept losses. Like, I don't know if they'll replenish between fights, the amount of dragons are there or not. I don't know the answer. Important question for me. Astrology, not gonna help me. We've already got that. Eagle Eye, not. Okay. I'm not gonna take Genius only because there's the artifact out there that will give you infinite level ups. If we can hit that, we're gonna have a real good time. Let's go for Eagle Eye instead. I'm still trying to get up to expert intelligence here, so let's fight this fight. This does not look like an easy fight. Don't love this. We do have, by the way, this rope belt. We've only got, let's see, we've got 2 out of the 6 Hopper's Glory artifacts, but this is another one of them. Got a Berserk spell. Let's do Berserk here. Let's actually get rid of the Firewall spell. We never did end up using it, but then we can use that later. And I still like this -1 morale to enemy creatures. Let's do this. It says it's not gonna be that hard of a fight. I think it will be. Yeah, look at these losses. Oh, it's not that bad of a fight. Yes, it is, Derek. It's a good thing that we've got tactics here. Otherwise, we would absolutely be in trouble. You got to have your Hydras get down the battlefield. In fact, we're going to switch these up a little bit to here, to here. Go there, go there. And this time, we're not going to focus on the crossbowmen or the Lightweavers. We're just going to focus on the Griffins. I think that strategy makes a little bit more sense than it did last time. And because of the losses and the way that they looked before, I kind of want to go into the Dark Elf stance as opposed to the Minotaur stance. I just don't think I have the damage with the dragons to do more than that. I don't think I do anyway. If we webbed here, then these guys are they're still gonna be able to reach. Probably time for like an unnatural calm. Shortened Shadow would help. I guess I could Berserk. It's not gonna take away their turn though. What if I Berserked 162 of these swordsmen? They kill 40 crossbowmen? And then the retaliations? No, the retaliations stay. That's weird. I feel like that shouldn't be that way. Let's do the Dark Elf stance though. Let's kill 9 to 10 of these griffins. By the way, we're out of spell points. I didn't even realize that we were out of spell points. We'll continue to walk down the battlefield. Maybe we get good morale. Do not. 1 Hydra goes down. Ouch. We'll wait on pretty much everybody else. Wait here. Barrage there. We kill so many enemies. It's awesome. I love it so much. Minotaurs do not get the good morale. Griffins. Looks like the swordsman can't even reach anybody at the moment. So we're just gonna kill griffins and crossbowmen. That feels good. Yeah, these swordsmen are not very fast. They might have good morale though. We've lost half of the dragon. Uh-oh. The Inner Light ability allows you to increase your speed and initiative by 1, so the swordsmen were able to reach, but then they kind of fumbled their turn and they went for the troglodytes instead of somebody else. So I'm okay with that. I could attack here, but then I will lose infiltrators. We could go to here. Okay. Guess I'm losing infiltrators either way. That's acceptable. That's how it goes. And for the first time, I think we're going to use this Inner Flame. So enemies will take magic damage when they attack my dragons. We'll just go to we'll just go to here. Kill 7 or 8. We get the good luck, so we kill a couple more. And then they lose even more there. Oh, that was good. I don't want to take additional bits of damage. We only got 87 HP left. And you can't heal your dragons. The griffins are just being annoying. Understandable. Have a nice day. I'm going to switch from defense into attack here. Kill 9 to 10 of these Lightweavers. I don't want these swordsmen to get interlighted again. This is on cooldown, but I think that this other stack could do that. So I kind of want just to attack here. I'm just going to move to here because I don't want to lose 20 on like a retaliation. I think I might have. Yeah, we lost 21 troglodytes. It's possible that that could have happened. I think that... Hold on. I think that the Minotaurs can kill 13 of these Griffins. Maybe. But if I don't attack up here, then I think I for sure lose a dragon. I'm going to leave the Dancers on their own and just hope that the Minotaurs can kill 13 Griffins. They could. They did. And they got good morale. That feels great because now the Dancers can potentially... Again, we're just trying to save a dragon at this point. It's not a lot, but like 11 of these Light Weavers. Yeah, okay, we're doing this. We lost a dragon. Look how close it was. 3 HP. 3 HP. We were so close. I'm so sad. Because I do want to save all these upper tier creatures. I don't know, maybe we wouldn't have lost a dragon if we had the Ashen dragons. The Ashen Drakes, Ashen Drakes would have done a butt smush, and that would have prevented at least one full enemy retaliation. That could have been pretty useful. Anyway. Alright, Minotaurs, we're going to start working on these guys. Oh my gosh, every time Minotaurs get good luck, a puppy gets its wings. Now that sounds bad, but what I'm trying to say is that a puppy gets its wings. I don't know a better way of saying that. Yeah, puppies get their wings. Right, Inner Light back onto the Swordsman, and this fight's over, but all the other losses pale in comparison to the one dragon, the one that got away. If I'm the enemy, I would actually be very proud of my forces for defeating one whole dragon. Like, good job. Nice job, everybody. Very impressed. Good morale and the good luck. Okay, and we do get out of the fight. But geez, not the way I like it, folks. Not the way I like it. Yeah. Ugh. Ugh. And now we have a choice. Expert Intelligence, Basic Economy, Basic Battlecraft. Battlecraft does go with the Diplomacy, Larger Than Life. I think I want the Expert Intelligence for the 5th tier spells. Like, I need damaging spells. I'm going to go for the Intelligence, and we will go with Rhythmic Cadence, so we have additional spell points, movement points on the adventure map. And then, oh my goodness, did we not... We stepped on this traveling circus and we didn't actually get anything because we don't have anything to level up. That's hilarious. My bad. Okay. So now we're going to just town portal back to Lilith. Oh, we're out of spell points. We're out of spell points. Okay, we're out of spell points. Looking for a magic well. Not seeing one. Not finding one. Takes 2 days to get here. Okay, we'll just head all the way back. We'll do the slow walk. If the enemy wants to attack me right now, they're actually in a prime position to do so because I won't be able to stop them. With 24 alchemical dust, I have to make a decision. I think you actually want to go for... At this point, I think that you want the Minotaurs and you want the Medusa. It might be worth it to upgrade your Dancers. If you get Ariat Dancers, Jasper Dancers do the bonus melee damage. Ariat Dancers do the other stuff. Okay, if you ever wonder if marriage is full of surprises, where did I just get my wife's hair from? How long has that been there? I swear, I'm absolutely just... Yeah. Okay. All right. Moving on. Yeah, so I'm not gonna do any of this for now. We're gonna wait until we can get this Alchemist Coat for the additional 50, and I'm hoping we can find enough alchemical dust. I'm hoping we can just get rid of some artifacts, whatever it takes, folks. I want to get some upgrades. Upgrades, people. Upgrades. Alrighty, and back we go. During this week, all heroes gain double XP. Oh, okay. Actually, it looks like that's gonna be way further than I thought it would be. I can go to here and I'll pick up some new spells. Let's do this. Mage Guild. Okay. Wynn says, there's a great quote from a Warhammer novel going, no matter how hard you try, you as a commander will never be able to keep all your men alive. That is a good quote. Who is that? Who's that from? Is that like, which faction is that? I don't know a lot about Warhammer, but I do know that I know some of the different factions a little bit there. Hey man, space orcs. It works because we believe it'll work. Okay, full offensive stance here. Let's wait, see what these guys do. I always like, I'm gonna see your quote and I'll add a quote. I do enjoy from Star Trek. I enjoy Picard that it's possible to do everything right, make no mistakes, and still lose. I do enjoy that quote as well. And I think in a strategy game that actually makes a lot of sense, and that works pretty well for what we're doing here. We got 45 spell points. What the heck am I doing? How am I getting so many spell points per day? Whatever, never mind. I don't care. I don't care. I just know that as soon as we go through this, we're gonna teleport home with 36 spell points. Let's see, 6. Can these guys reach? No, they cannot. We attack. Wait. Dead. Move. No good morale because it's impossible. And it looks like, yeah, I cast the haste on the Hydras so they can actually reach. Very good. Cool, man. Cool. And Window says, the predecessor of the Dark Angels, pre-discovery by the Imperium. I like it. I don't know what's going on there at all, but I like it. Okay. I enjoy it. What was it? Henry Cavill. And he was just talking to somebody on a TV show, and the person was like, "Oh yeah, I play Warhammer," and instantly he just starts to bro out with this guy that he's like, "Dude, are we gonna go be best friends now?" I love when people who enjoy things find each other, because when we find each other, we tend to have more fun together. And I'm saying that specifically because we're playing some Heroes of Might and Magic right now, and I feel like it's relevant right now. Just a little bit, maybe just a little bit relevant. Okay, let's do the stilled voices. Do the stilled voices. And let's decide, do you want to go to the upgrade creatures feature? Do you want Medusa Sculptors or Medusa Queens? So initiative is kind of important, so 5 initiative versus 6. Medusa Queens are better at fighting. Speed's a little bit lower though. Damage is quite a bit higher for the Medusa Sculptors. And the Medusa Sculptors have the Petrify ability, where they do a melee attack and petrify the target. So they lose their turn and then they take double damage from other attacks, which is kind of nifty. Duelist, so they have no melee penalty, which is useful. Still got Sharpshooter on. So really, Medusa Queens, Marble Arrows, reducing the target's initiative by 2 until the next round. And they do the counter shot, so if they're attacked from afar, they will do a better job of taking people down. So both upgrades are really, really good. They're both really good. But if you arrow barrage a full stack of enemies and you reduce all their initiative by 2, that's kind of cool. Which one do you want? Medusa Sculptor is probably better for the upcoming fights against actual enemy players. Medusa Queens are probably better against neutral creatures. I will go for the Medusa Sculptor. We'll go for the Medusa Sculptor only because I could see the enemy devoting a lot of forces to the Medusa Sculptor. And then being able to be in duelist range actually feels pretty good. You know what? No. Medusa Queen. So long as you have Slither away, I'm just going to shoot you wherever you're at. So we're going to go for Medusa Queens. There. We did it. So Medusa Queens, we're going to go for the purple build. We have to adjust this here to make sure that we make our purchases as correctly as possible. And then, yeah, if we found a way to pick up an additional... 50 alchemical dust, then I would consider getting into this other upgrade for the Hydras, because we've seen how valuable the speed is. Okay, let's make some full purchases. We still have gold to spend, which is great. That's everything that we wanted it to be. Not a lot of dragons, not a lot of forces. Wait, why? Oh, okay, there we go. It was because we had some other troglodytes here. We didn't make the purchase. Okay, but with 3 dragons, 76 of these dancers, 26 of the Medusa, I don't think that we can necessarily defeat our enemy right now, but I do think it's worth our time to go back through some portals and try and do some damage. Try to make some big purchases happen. Okay, what about this? What if we go for the Dragon Utopia? Do we defeat a Dragon Utopia right now? Probably not without major losses. So we probably want to go into this area and get some of these opportunities. Yeah, let's do that. So I think that we can Dimension Door and save ourselves some time. Oop. Whispering Stones, very good. And let's go up. Looks like these creatures want to join us. I think I will take them all. Infiltrators or Bleak Infiltrators. We got 36 regular Infiltrators right now, so I'm just gonna do it just like this. 82 it is. Very good. My powers of persuasion are already doing wonders for me. Poppers. I do want the +2 attack. So these Locust, we'll take out them. Basic Primal Magic. We're gonna go for Basic Primal Magic. So at this point, just so we're clear, just so we're all on the same page, we've got Coup de Grace, we've got Reality Distortion, we've got Armageddon. We've got Armageddon and Dragons. We have Armageddon, Dragons, and Primal Magic. That feels pretty good. Powerful Curse, I'll accept this. For Tabor's Signet Ring. So we get +1 luck. I don't know if that's gonna be worth it. I don't know how long it takes for those curses to wear off. And what is the curse? It's tough to say. There should be like a little feature where you can like check your hero to see any curses that they're under, but really you just kind of have to pay attention to your stats. We might have lost some morale and some luck. I think that might be what's happened to us. I don't really know though. Okay, turn begins. Crypts and Graves. Warloth's Heart for the +1 spell power. Don't really want that. Another Tomb. I'll ignore that for now. Oh, but I do want to get the Circus. Let's go for the Circus. The Hydra goes down simply because of the vines. So let's fight this to make sure there's no problems. But Wynn continues on with Warhammer 40k. They were a knightly order on a world of humans commanded by the Primarch Lion L. Johnson. They had a bunch of medieval tech except for power armor and chainswords and had to fight these massive animal beasts. Okay, so my father-in-law really does enjoy Warhammer very, very much. If you were to recommend that I get into the series, where should I start? Like when? Where do I begin my Warhammer 40k experience? I'm sure there's a lot to be done. I'm sure there's a lot of like cool stuff out there, but I also don't want to get overwhelmed. If I'm just gonna like have a nice, easy introduction, where should I be introduced to Warhammer 40k? Please let me know. I'm interested. Because yeah, there's some games out there and there's some fandoms that I hate to say this, but I don't know if I have a lot of interest in being a part of them, only because I worry that the barrier to entry is too high. So I had a friend, well, let me back up. I've known people who have played a lot of like Dota, Defense of the Ancients, and then of course there's Dota, and then there is League of Legends. At this point, I don't think I'm ever going to play Dota, even if it is the superior game, because at this point I've played so much Dota, or rather I've played so much League of Legends, I don't have time to restart. Like, there's too much for me to learn. There's too much of a barrier for me to like start over. I wonder if that's a thing or not with this, right? Like, is there so much Warhammer lore out there that I'm right to be intimidated and be worried about getting into it and then realizing that I've bitten off more than I can chew? I think it's possible, and because it's possible, I'm hoping that you can help me figure out where I should start. If there's like a particular book or series or anything, where should I start if I am gonna try and dip my toes into the Warhammer universe? Okay, down to 2, down to 0. Okay, we avoided losing the Hydra. Feels pretty okay. We'll pick up the Traveling Circus. So we're gonna go for this advanced primal magic, and we're gonna go straight for Ixmilla's Rage. I want to be the best Armageddon spellcaster you ever saw. And I'm hoping I can find dragons somewhere else. Anywhere else, actually. I'm going to continue, since I got the resources, I'm going to try and purchase these Knight Troops. Oh, what's this? Research Laboratory. I don't want that. It looks like we have a Necromancer Castle. Losses are totally acceptable, being that they were 0. And I'm not going to upgrade this Necromancer Castle, but I will upgrade the Knight Castle just a bit more. It's day 5. Let's go Sundrop Chapel. Let's see if we can get into Angels. How about? Ylwari says, what is this forsaken place. It's dark and scary. Let's go here. Okay, so we should have full upgrades on our troops. Like, we should be getting the maximum amount in our starting castle anyway. This is a really easy fight for a nice artifact. It's not an easy fight. It's whatever you were thinking. It's not an easy fight. Oh my goodness. No fights are easy. So this is the fight that we're trying to take here. Silence, no. No, no. Naira's Kiss. I mean, for 14 spell points, Naira's Kiss is probably the best thing I've got for me. They're going to take a bunch of damage very, very quickly. And then I can focus here. Could have done this. Minotaur stance. Whoops. Wynn says, Warhammer's like the largest man-made mythos out there, to be honest. Okay, good. I'm glad that I'm understanding what I'm asking of you then. I'd start by watching random lore videos, to be honest. That's what I did. And then you go through stuff and eventually you'll find something that sounds interesting to you. For me, it was the Horus Heresy and the Primarchs. I can send you some videos on them later and why they make a compelling case to follow. Very good. Okay. So really what I'm hearing is like, Pixfox, just start somewhere. Don't be scared. Number one, Pixfox, don't be scared. And then number two, just get into it, and then you'll figure out something you're interested in, and then you'll want to do more with it. Okay. You got it. You got it. That's what I'll do. I love that. That makes me very, very happy. Because how do you get into something that's so deep, right? Like something with so many layers and something that's so exciting for I mean, there's no better way of putting it. It's exciting, right? How else do you get into something like that? Okay. I'm gonna go to here. Are we in Minotaur stance? We are in Minotaur stance at the moment. Dark Elf stance. I'm so worried about taking losses. We don't want to lose a single dragon. And I don't have Weaken, so I can't reduce the counterattack strike. I mean, you can always do a natural calm. You can, and now I've got it to the point where it's like max level, so it's affecting everybody. Okay, we didn't actually take a loss there, and they're still under Naira's Kiss, so they're taking 500 magic damage every time they do something, like anything. That's still fine. Okay, 13 and 23, we'll do that. Wait. Spread the damage. Dragon staying alive. Barely. What was that? Exaltation. Friendly creature deals maximum damage for 2 rounds. I don't like that spell. Can't even begin to tell you how little I like that spell from you. My luck right now is at 3. It feels like the Minotaur Kings have been getting tons of damage off. I'm not going to risk it here. I'm going to let the Hydras play it real safe. Because the Hydras can attack with no fear of retaliation, so they're going to do that. Dragons are going to clean up all this. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, it takes a little bit of babysitting, but we do get through this fight. 29 Infiltrators lost. That feels like a lot. Expert Primal Magic, though. We do get into Expert Primal Magic. Tier 5 spells. +1 level to all primal spells are Chaos Reigns. The hero and friendly creatures deal 50% more damage with lucky strikes. The bonus is doubled if the hero knows battle magic. We don't know battle magic, but I think we actually want this because all of our spells are increased so much already. They're increased 2 from these. They're increased by 2 already from Archmage via Thaumaturgy and also from High Mage from Sorcery. So I don't think I need +1 here. I think I just want Chaos Reigns. And so if I go into my spellbook though, we can just double check. So Armageddon right now. Yeah, it's max level. All my spells are max level at the moment. No, they're not. Wait a second. Why isn't Berserk max level? What? Armageddon is? What? I'm confused. I'm not sure why that is, but okay. I recognize that that's a thing. Something is happening. What's happening? I'm not too sure. But we are still exploring. We're having a fun time doing it. And I am going to... I thought I already had a shield. Didn't I already have a shield? Guess not. I was gonna disenchant the shield for the alchemical dust. I guess I'm not going to. I guess not. Day 6. Oh wait, we were gonna go for the angels, weren't we? Whoops. Yeah, we could have gone for the angels, and we would have gotten there too. That's a mistake. Alrighty. Vamy says, I wish I could start with the material that was published first chronologically, as then I'm sure that I'm not missing out on anything because I didn't read another material. But I think that that's a lot harder to do with Warhammer. I think that that's accurate. I appreciate the way you're coming at that, because that makes sense to me, that it's like, well, if we start at the beginning's a good place to go. We get to learn things in order, and then there's no question about, hey, is there some deep lore here? Like, why did they make this decision and not this decision? And we don't have to wait to find out why there was an issue with whatever. Okay. So starting from the beginning makes a lot of sense to me there. I'm with you on that. But also I wonder, given the way that Warhammer's kind of come about, it's my understanding that it's got multiple writers, like many people have contributed to Warhammer. And so I think that there's lore scattered all across the world, as far as I'm aware. I could be wrong on that. Somebody else is going to have to let me know if I'm accurate or not. But I would also make a little bit of sense to me that it's not all in one piece. Like, gathering it all might be impossibly difficult to do. Then again, if you got a nice dedicated community, they can do anything. For example, you see all the people that do like Minecraft videos where they build everything together and they just make some of the most amazing stuff. Yeah. I think we've all seen people that can do some pretty crazy stuff. People who are motivated, that get stuff done. And I think there's a community of Warhammer fans out there that are absolutely planning on doing whatever they can with the project. Yeah, 52 down to 40. Griffins do their little hippity hop. Basically, they're preening their feathers, and it's not gonna impress my dragons. My dragons are not gonna be concerned at all by these griffins. Okay, no losses. Oh, never mind. No losses. It's a lie. There's the mercenary camp for the first time. So we have found a mercenary camp. We have wandered into another dragon Utopia. I'm gonna stay around here, and maybe we'll see what horses we can pick up on this day 1. If it's like a dragon or something, I'm gonna be really happy. Let's go through the dragon Utopia and see what we can find there. And final purchase, tell you what, let's go for the hippodrome. You never know when a couple of cavalry are gonna do wonders for you. We do want the bank. And we will see. We will see if we can find more than what we currently have in front of us. Hoplites, Murmurmancers, and this week all heroes' attack and defense is increased by a lot too. We're up to 14 attack and 23 defense. That's crazy. It's a bunch. This says we're going to lose 2 dragons. We can't let that happen. Sandro the Peasant Killer's in chat. Good evening, sir. Good evening, Sandro the Peasant Killer. Hope you are very well. And Sandro hails all of our fine friends in the chat as well. Sandro, how are you? Are you well? Are you looking forward to the holiday season? What are you up to? Please let me know. I'm all a quiver. Okay, we've got... I kind of want to just do an Armageddon here. I can't. It's going to hurt myself too bad. Can't do it. But we do have a Chain Lightning, and with 289 spell points, this seems like this might do pretty good for me. That looks pretty cool, actually. How many creatures did that kill? 12, 6, 3, and 1? I think we're going to cast that a couple more times, don't you think? Don't you think? AoE damaging strike. Oof. And we got the good luck. Oh. Wow, that was pretty good. These are the upgraded Murmurmancers. Oh, so yeah. Murmurmancers are not the base level creatures. It's maybe it's Murmurmancers is base level. Maybe this is not the upgraded version. I feel like this is though. I feel like this is the upgraded version. I'm confused. I'm gonna just wait and see what the enemy brings to me. I actually waited here for the Onyx Dancers too because I didn't want to hand over too many points. Too many focus charges, just in case the enemy were to attack me somehow with something crazy. Pretty fast. Might Might use our AoE sulfurous attack, maybe on this group down here. Yeah, I think so. We're gonna pretend like I had that on the whole time. Pretend. No good morale. Yeah, and let's do this sulfurous fighting style attack. I didn't realize it was a cone that big. Oh my goodness, look at this. Oh, look at this. I thought that it was just going to attack like Hydra attacks. The sulfurous cone attack attacks 2 rows deep. It's crazy. I had no idea. Oh my gosh, dragons are amazing. Dude, do that again. Please, for all that's good and green in this world, do that again. Oh, and then you immediately follow it up with the AoE damage from the... Oh my goodness, this is crazy. That's wild. The AoE damage from the dungeon faction is on full display today. Whew. Whew. Well, that felt like I got away with something. That felt like I turned on cheats or something. My goodness. Which feels nice. Okay, there comes a point in any video game where even though this is in some ways supposed to be like a strategy game and part of the fun is in the difficulty, I do feel like there's a lot of value in having the game be really, really fun when you get to the point that you are huge and unstoppable and you have those moments where you just absolutely just blast through some of these enemy forces. I feel like one of those times where we were able to do an awful lot. Okay, this says that it doesn't say we're going to lose, but it says we're going to take massive, massive, massive losses. I'm actually inclined to agree. And the important thing is this: we've got a Dragon Utopia here and a Dragon Utopia here, both very close to a castle. So it's not actually hard to get here because you have Town Portal. So because it's not hard to get here, you don't need to like rush through this. I'm going to accept this. Yeah, and there's another one here. Yeah, it's not critically important to me anyway that we fight this fight now. We can come back, but I do want to pick up this rapier for 15% melee damage in addition. That feels pretty good to me. So we'll do that. By the way, got 5 faction law points. Sure, upgrade your Hydras, make them elite. Why not? Triumvirate agents, that's gonna be +1 to all your stats. Let's make sure that we get the angels this week. We failed last week, let's not fail twice. And then we do want to get at least up the treasury, so walls. And treasury, good. Radiant Forge requires a little bit more crystal. Let me go back here. I guess I should probably pick up another marketplace just to ensure that we can never have to worry about trading costs. Because I don't think I'm going to go for the faction law that prevents any additional cost, any penalty for trading marketplace resources. I don't think I'm going to do that. It just doesn't seem like the best thing for me. So if this is where we're at, and it's day 2, when you got forces over here, what if we just kind of do it like this? Let's go through here. Let's explore. Petrified Memorial, defeat the Guardians to obtain Medusa. You better believe I'm all about that business. So we'll do this. Let's see. Second Wind. Gate of Light. Here to there. Boop, boop, boop. Destroy them. Shouldn't be any losses. Okay. Easy fight. We'll clean out these gentlemen. The only problem is that now I don't really have a spot to put these Medusa. I think you want 7 Medusa over 75 troglodytes, though. Yeah, I think so. Alright, that feels bad, but okay, so be it. So be it. Should have thought about that, huh? We'll go back to our starting castle. We've done enough exploring for the day. Somebody's gonna be like, hey, where'd those 75 troglodytes go? I'm gonna be like, I don't know, it's crazy. They just left. Had nothing to do with it. Did we say queens? Yeah, queens are blue. And then I do want the upgraded, I really want these upgraded Hydras. It's time. That's why. We don't actually have the spell, so that's why Berserk is only tier 3. Because we got the spell off of a magic scroll. I don't think it's that good of a spell. I'm gonna get rid of that here. I'm also kind of like Crystal Crown. Lightning Bolt, we've already got that. I don't think I'm gonna find another Pauper's artifact. I could though. I really could. How much do we have? We need so much more. We just need to find alchemical dust out there because I really want to upgrade these Hydras. I really want to upgrade these Hydras. Okay. And I actually think that we leave a slot open just for picking up other forces. We've already seen once that we could have done a little bit better with that. So we'll wait here. And now with 5 dragons and these additional forces, I actually think that we're fine to go take a dragon Utopia. Let's go back to here. City of Memories. We'll do that first thing in the morning, because you can only cast Town Portal so many times in a day. And then yeah, let's go fight this fight now. It says it was, I don't think it's going to be as tough, especially once we pick this rapier up. Good? Nope, not good. We're not good. Windowella says just had a quick shower, and says, yep, that's impossible to do with Warhammer. That's why I recommend the route of just finding the little bits of lore here and there that you like. Even if you dedicated your whole life to chronicling every little plot point in that universe, you can never finish. That's absolutely terrifying, and I love it. That's absolutely terrifying, and I love it. Holy kittens. Goodness gracious. Yeah, it's like I like the sound of that, but I'm also terrified at the prospect that you could start with something and you can never finish it. You can never actually get to the end. Maybe that's part of the reason why it's so intimidating, is that you just know that you're never going to get to the end. I don't know. Okay, these guys are really fast. They're going to be upon us next turn, though. We will wait one more time. Did we not? Oh my goodness. Keep deciding to wait as I'm thinking about some other decision, and then I failed to do my opportunity there. What just happened? Lucky Strike, Onyx Dancers did that. Okay. Low morale, Worms panicked and skipped their turn. So this group panicked. I heard the sound. I just didn't know what the sound was. Okay. Might as well just attack. I'll kill 6 to 8. We'll kill 6. Lose a couple Minotaurs in retaliation. Okay. We'll kill another 2 to 4. I'm probably going to use the dragons to double hex attack in that direction. Kill a couple here. Good. Yeah, let's kill 4 to 5. Not once, but twice. And we're going to do this one more time. So we'll go here. Very good. Whirling Dervish attack. Here. These enemies are right on top of us, so they're gonna get a good shot off on us. So now is actually the time that you want to do the Dark Elf stance, just to make sure that your defense is all good and fine. I don't want to just web here, and then you know, what if I taunt? Yeah, what if I taunt with the Hydras? 56 defense Hydras, then they have to really focus here instead of anywhere else. I'm gonna do that. In fact, I say I'm gonna do that. I think you and I have already seen that I've already done that. It's already been done. It's not gonna last forever though. Yeah, it already turned off. Oh no, it didn't. That's so crazy. So the Worms went to attack the Onyx Dancers, and somehow the Onyx Dancers get a defensive strike, even though the Worms can't attack due to the taunt. That's crazy. I didn't know that that's how that worked. I've seen the enemies fall prey to the taunt where they just don't do anything because they can't. I've seen that plenty of times before, but this is the first time I've seen them try to attack somebody, fail, and then I still get the retaliation off. That's actually pretty crazy. Never seen that before. Hydras are going to attack there. Dragons are not as tough as I would like for them to be, so they're just going to kill 4 to 5 here. Okay. Hydras are going to go up. 5 to 9. 5 to 9. 2. And dead. Dead. These are really tough combatants. We just kind of handled them. Like with the upper tier creatures, we're actually starting to handle some of these fights that we otherwise would really, really struggle with. We got plenty of attack. Let's go straight for the... We got plenty of defense. Let's go straight for the attack. And again, we got the rapier now. Right-handed weapon. So just an additional 15% melee damage. Feels pretty good. Oh man, that feels good. Yeah, I like this fight way more now. 3 days later, I like this fight way better than I did just a moment ago. Let's go do that. We've got the Radiant Forge, by the way. We will consider upgrades later. I will get the Threshold Basilica. So now we've got all these Knight forces just waiting, ready to go. All these Temple forces. Out of movement points. I'm still waiting to see an enemy. So far, I don't think that they're going to surprise me. Not yet, anyway. I am kind of amazed how well this fight's going. What if I kind of want to get this beer fountain? Because my luck is okay. It's just not amazing. This is an opportunity to do just a little bit better. I'm gonna gate a light over there. Oops. Okay, maybe I won't. Easy fight. No losses, please? I'll accept it. 9 crystal. Where was that when I needed it? Half my stack of... Oh, the losses are so bad. But I'm officially just focused in on these dragons. Okay, and we do have 145 spell points. I wonder how tough they think that this fight's going to be. As we win, we're not going to look at the losses yet because I don't want to spoil it for myself. We got the dragons. We should be a little bit faster. Yeah, because we've got the sub-skill that lets us have opportunity. Opportunity for the +1 initiative. Okay. These are a lot of forces, though. Probably not a bad time to do a Dark Elf defensive stance. Probably not a bad time to consider the taunt. All enemies within 3 hexes, though. So right now they're a little bit too far away from me. When they all crowd around, then we're going to do a better job with that. If I wait now, I can probably get a double hex attack off on the enemies. So I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna hold on. I'll take my damage. It's gonna be a bunch of damage we take. I know it. You know it. It's gonna be a bunch of damage. And it looks like it's gonna be all dancer damage. Oh, nope. They've switched off onto the Minotaurs. Okay. And the fact that the Medusa only took a little bit of damage is fine for me. Okay, that's still fine because they're gonna immediately slither away. So we're gonna do nice attack here. Ah. Got them. Slither away. Not too far. I don't want the enemies to get... I don't want them to be too far away. And then look at this. Look at all this damage. And funny enough, this would be the time for the Sculptor with the ability to reduce initiative. That would be pretty cool if we were able to do that then. I just realized. What level is Bless? Affects all friendly creatures. Should have done that forever ago. Goodness. Should have done that first thing in the morning. Okay, alrighty. I think that as spells get better, the problem is that these spells, there's not an easy way for me to tell what level they are. In the bottom right, so bottom left is what spell they are. It'll say what level they are. On the right hand side, that number indicates what level they are, 1 through 4. And like in this case, 4th tier Nightshade Natural Calm. It'll affect all enemy creatures. And the basic attack damage goes from negative 15% up to negative 25. But there's some really important breakpoints, and the problem is that the breakpoints are different for every spell. So like if this number 3, if the number 3 somehow indicated, oh, by the way, this is going to affect all your creatures, it makes it much better. I don't know. I think at this point, that's a huge complaint for a really small thing when there's a certain degree of skill involved where you just need to be better. Yeah, I think there's just a skill issue where I just need to be better. Just get more familiar with it and just do better. Okay, no sense in wasting forces that don't need to be wasted. This is gonna be pretty nice though. Woof. Oh, let's do that again. It's the simple things in life you treasure. We're gonna back off. Maybe we get a chance to do some cool stuff. I'm gonna back off here too, actually. Good morale, maybe? No? Okay, what if I did this Sulfurous Fighting its style attack? I don't think I actually end up toasting my own forces if I do this. That seems too good. Oh, it seems too good. Okay, now we're gonna go into the offensive Minotaur stance. Like first we just kind of took the damage. Now we're gonna go up to 22 defense. Oh, hold on. Early start. Plus 4 initiative. 9 initiative up to 13. That's enough for the cave dragon. It's enough for the Ashen dragon. Not enough for the black dragon. So if I increase the initiative of the Medusa queens, it'll help a little bit. But I don't think it's actually gonna do what I want them to do. I'm gonna cast it anyway. It should move them up above here, but not above there. Okay. Look at all that damage. Jeez. Okay. And we don't have the Slither Away ability anymore. It's on cooldown right now. Yeah, it's on cooldown. I guess I could, let's see, what's the spell that allows you to reset those cooldowns? It's in the Daylight School of Magic. I forget what it's called. I think it's a tier 4 spell and allows you to reset your cooldowns. I would really love to have that. Alas, I do not. Okay, this guy's already lost his retaliation, so I'll just attack. I lost 3 Medusa because they had the Inner Flame ability on. This guy's got Inner Flame too. Yeah, we damage. Okay, I'm gonna do this now though. Oh, you know what I should have done? Oh, now I should have taunted. Wait, are dragons affected by taunt? I don't actually know if dragons are affected by taunt. It would make sense that they would not be. Like, why would you be immune to all spells except for a taunt spell? But I'm wondering. I could see it being a thing. Okay. A little bit of damage here. A little bit of damage there. And Black Dragon time. Okay. So we still lost some major forces. I mean, 15 Medusa losing is not a small thing. You lost half your stack of the dancers. You lost half your stack of the Minotaurs. I don't know if this was worth it or not. The experience is great. Okay, sure, fine. I think that was worth it. I think that was worth it. Okay, all right. So here's what we picked up. Here was the haul. First and foremost, we got the gold, plenty of gold. We picked up Beelzebub's Boon, plus 12 knowledge, negative 4 spell power. I don't think I really need that. I don't know, I might though. I could put that on and then pick up a magic well. Basically, this is a perfect artifact because you don't actually need to take the penalty of 4 spell power in order to get the effect. So that's an exceptional artifact. Shackles of War wasn't really going to do much for us, but we can immediately get 30 alchemical dust. Why? Because it's a single hero mode. We can't run away anyway. Golden Moth, 500 additional gold per day. Golden Goose Egg grants a random wondrous reward after a random number of upgrades. All right. So here's the thing with this Golden Goose, just in case you don't know. You can upgrade it an unlimited amount of times, and at some point, as you feed alchemical dust into it, it will send you random stuff. So it's absolutely gambling. It's totally degenerate. But it gives you an opportunity to get some really fun stuff if you have, you know, all these extra resources and you don't know what to do with them. Yeah, this is something that you can just kind of pour those additional resources into and get an opportunity. We're to that point because we've already upgraded 1 full dungeon castle and we've upgraded 1 full temple castle. I'm not going to upgrade the necromancer castle anyway. So I think what we do is this. I think that we go upgrade marketplaces, not once but twice. Now we have 3 marketplaces. We've only got 11 crystal right now. But once we get to the opportunity where we can get a alchemical lab, I think that we're just going to trade tons and tons of alchemical dust, and we're going to see if we can get something nifty out of this Golden Goose. We'll put the Golden Moth here for the 500 gold per day. Milo's Curse, if I get the pig and the other thing, I forget what the other thing is. If I get the other thing, then we can do some nice stuff there. But again, for now, let's wait until we're about to hit a magic well. Let's wait until we're going to stay overnight in a mage guild. And then we'll put on Beelzebub's head. Pick up all the spell power and such, and we'll be happy. All right, Dungeon Master, tier 7 growth, it's up. Dragons. I like dragons. You like dragons, folks. We like dragons. We picked up so many law points from that fight. Actually, I just realized that was a ton of law points. Holy cow, that was crazy. Huh. Interesting. All right. Windowella says, spoilers in Warhammer are kind of like a feature, though, in my humble opinion. A lot of those lore tubers become historians of a sort, actually, and you listen to all those video recollecting events. It's kind of like hearing about all these myths and having an abstract version of them in your head. Then you actually sit down and read what you've heard about it, and it's kind of like being there in the flesh, seeing the actual events, how they really played out. It's really cool. That is so cool. Like, you're hearing the oral tradition, and then as you read the book and you come across the event, you're like, oh, is this that time? Is this the moment that I've heard so much about? That does sound exceptionally cool. I like that. That sounds good. That sounds good. So really, there's a lot of fun in the series. Then is kind of what I'm hearing. Yeah, it sounds like the series is not just. It sounds like it's fun in a lot of ways, and I'm very, very happy to hear that. I'm all for it. Huh. Well, okay. You've convinced me to at least try. I hope that I'm not being silly by being worried about having too much to try and dive into. Hopefully I'm not being silly, right? But if I am, okay, you've at least convinced me that I need to give it a shot and get out of my own way and go experience something fun. So that's what I'm planning on doing pretty quickly. So thank you very much. I'll do that. Okay. We got tons of gold, tons of resources. I need an alchemical lab so very, very bad. Ugh. All I need for Christmas is an alchemical lab. By the way, 27 knowledge, 560 spell points, and boop, we still get the 560 mana. We don't have to worry about anything else, so that's fine. Okay, great. Great. Research laboratory, I transported myself over here. I don't think I actually want to be over here, though. I think I kind of want to just do some dimension doors and, you know, just start adventuring. Maybe there's something else that's fun over here that I don't know about. Chainmail, +3 defense, -10 enemy spell power. That's actually kind of cool. The fight feels a little bit too difficult, though. I don't want that. I don't want it. But I got nothing else to do until the new week. So for now, I'm just going to stay here. I can finally take this Phoenix Pyre. Should be no losses. Oh, it's one guy. Okay, I will lose the one guy. The one infiltrator will go down. We'll pick up the Phoenix for free. Tree? I mean, trees are +1 levels. I'm feeling the fatigue, though. Like, I'm feeling fatigued at this point. There's so many fights. They just keep coming. Just keep coming. Let's do... I wonder how good the web spell is at this point. Yeah, it's just single target. Okay, never mind. I kind of wish I had the fire spell at this point, the firewall spell. I'm going to drop another chain lightning. That was kind of fun to see. Okay. Splits. Going to do a web spell. Whoa. Never mind, they were too fast. Going to here. Going to here. We will AoE damage these gentlemen to death. Here. I think it was Bearded Man earlier asked me about my feelings on the game. I think it was Bearded Man. There's not a lot of games I can play for 5, 6, 7 hours at a time. I shouldn't say that this is a problem. But right now, I feel fatigued in a way that Heroes Might and Magic 2 doesn't make me feel fatigued. And I don't know what more I can say about that. Like, I don't think it's necessarily the game's fault if there's so much content. Like, so much content's not a bad thing. I don't think that people are crazy for saying that they've been wanting to like step away from the game a little bit, simply because they're worried that they're going to get burnt out on the game before it comes out. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I feel like there's some possibility of that happening here, where there's just so much going on. And like after this one game, I don't know if I want to keep laying like another one. There's some Heroes games that I will immediately say, all right, that was great, let's load up and do it again. I don't know if I'm ever going to feel that way with Olden Era. Like, it's not trying to give too much information, right? Like, still withholding judgment until we get the full game. I think it's dumb to make any rash decisions about how you feel about the game until the game actually comes out. I just think that that makes sense, right? But there are some things that I wonder about. There are some things I wonder about. Is it going to have the staying power of some of the other Heroes games? I don't know the answer. I really don't. Really don't know. Dark Elf stance, time to go into a defensive position. These guys could do their little speedy up maneuver. In fact, I kind of expect them to. What do? Do they go for the dragons? Do they go for the Hydras? They go for the Hydras. Actually surprising. They sharpen their claws and they barely touch the infiltrators. Okay. We kill 69. Fix Fox, did you say 69? I did say 69, but I knew that you would ask. And really, now this gives me the opportunity to clarify. No. I meant 629. Phoenixes are kind of useless. Look at this positioning. I can't attack here or else I kill my own guys. I have to attack right here. I really dislike that. I don't know if I like Phoenixes. One of the best, coolest units in the game. Like, historically, one of the coolest units in the game. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to actually love them because of the way that their attack pattern works. Okay, that's fine. Okay, we pick up a tree. We will go. We'll go for the spell power. We'll go for the spell power. It's day 7. Do we have a town portal? We do. Go back home. All right, we're going to hit intern and go on from month 2, week 3, day 7, on to month 2, week 4, day 1. So we are cruising right along. Katsu's in the chat. Hey, Katsu. Nice to have you here. Welcome. Is your D&D class of choice a rogue, Fix Fox? I really liked monks. When I played D&D, I really enjoyed monks. Why do you ask? I'm interested to know. Why do you ask? Am I just a roguish sort of a character? If you could be any one character from cinema, I think that anybody that says Han Solo is actually not being silly. I think that there's some merit to being Han Solo. Of course, he's the first roguish character I can think of. First one that comes to mind anyway. Okay, folks, our dragons are incredibly powerful. Attack and defense is increased by a lot. Initiative is way up. These are some scary dragons. But there's only 7 of them. And again, I think that the enemies are somewhere nearby. Like, I want to go exploring. I want to just go find the enemies. Where are you? Okay, we've been through this portal. That portal goes there. Where's this portal go? We've never been through this portal before. Let's go through this one. Get the results. Oh, it takes us over here. Oh, we've been here before. Hydras. And Medusa. Oh my goodness, look. This was here the whole time? I can't believe this was here the whole time. I'm so sad. Because this is several weeks worth of Hydras and Medusa that we've missed out on. Poor shame. Poor shame. Now, there are these chillins that are leading into the desert. Desert tends to be very rich in resources and such. I think that we want to fight this fight and get through these enemies here. Okay, first things first. We're going to bless. Because I've not been doing that recently, and I think that that's a mistake. I think that first things first, extra 15 to 20% bonus damage is just too good. Just too good. Next up, I kind of wonder if we want to a natural calm the entire enemy. Like, if they're doing reduced 15% damage and I'm doing an increased 15% damage, that just feels like a pretty important swing. That should save a lot of forces. So let's go into this direction. I don't mind if I lose this Phoenix. In fact, I almost kind of wish I took the Medusa from earlier. That's okay. We'll attack here to the bottom. Hydras are going to get a really nice attack off where they kill 19. Great. Dragons. Look at this. 7 dragons are only barely going to kill 1. Oh my goodness. Creature's immune to a lot of stuff. Why am I only killing 1? 135 HP. I'm only doing 96 damage? What? I'm so confused. Oh, it's the Phoenix. I thought I had the dragon highlighted. Whoops. Yes, 1 Phoenix should only do that much damage. Oh, I must be tired. Okay, all right, on to the next thing. We'll barrage attack here. Yeah, and instantly the losses look much better. Yeah, we're gonna lose. We're still gonna lose some forces. I can't stop it. Still, much better. Much better. Bend. Attack. And Minotaurs will finish off the fight. Windabella says, I mean, the largest, most complete storyline in 40k is the 30k prologue, which is 64 books long, called the Horus Heresy. I'm 24 now and expect to finish it somewhere around the beginnings of my 30s. Oh my goodness. And, you know, and I love reading, and I think that reading is such a good, I mean, it's a good thing to do. I think it engages your brain in a way that simply doom scrolling doesn't really do for you, regardless of what you're reading, right? So I did enjoy that very, very much. Oh my goodness, though, that's wild. You're gonna be reading that until you're 30. Huh. And that doesn't give you some anxiety? That gives me some anxiety. Just a little bit. That gives me a little bit of anxiety. Huh. Oh my goodness, look at these forces. Why are these guys not joining me? Because I don't have a strong enough army, barely. Tetsu says, I asked because you hit us with the sneak attack stream today. Hey, bada bang. Vamy pointed out that because I kind of announced 30 minutes before the stream would happen, because I announced it, it doesn't really count as a ninja stream, and I think that that's fair. I think that that's very, very fair to say. I wish I could tell you more about how it wasn't my fault. It just kind of came upon me that I had this opportunity. Okay, I messed up, folks. I should have used my tactics. I forgot I was fighting Medusa for a second, and now I'm wishing that I was not suffering, but now I'm suffering. We're gonna attack here, do our soul press attack. We're gonna kill lots of enemy creatures. Very good. A little bit of damage. We're gonna send the Hydras down. Hopefully they actually get good morale, please. Oh, I needed that so badly. We're gonna do the Whirling Dervish attack. Great. Now we have this fighting style barrage. Do you want to attack up here and maybe save a dragon? I think you do. I don't think we can save a dragon, but we'll do our best. Minotaurs, maybe they get a shot to do something extra. They do. At least they're going to get to... Oh no, they can't quite reach. You can barely see the outline. In the desert tile set, the green outlines don't really do it justice. Anyway, but we will see if we can prevent losing a dragon. 25, 51, let's go here and here. Nah, we're definitely gonna lose a dragon. Can't help it. Petrify ability. Oh my gosh, the enemy's got 4 morale. Oh, we're fine. Oh, we're fine. We're doing so good. Yeah, we're doing just fine. Oh, we've got 45 HP though. If I attack here, I don't think I'm gonna lose 45 HP worth. Especially if I do a lightning bolt and kill 8. Okay, just save the dragons. And then yeah, we were petrified, but we're awake. Can't stop me. Can't slow me down. Oops. Barrage attack. Tons of damage. And there's one single... There's one single Medusa stack here. I'm gonna web them so that way they don't get any ideas. I want them to stay right on top of these Hydras. Or rather, if they'll attack this Infiltrator stack, I'll be okay with that too. 10 to 14. Let me actually do a Heroic Strike. 10 to 14. Maybe I get good luck. I don't. 12 go down. Another Minotaur. With the good morale though, yeah. So we do save a Hydra. Very good. Cool. So no dragons lost. 3 Minotaurs, 1 Hydra. Totally acceptable. And we get the level up. I'm still going to go for this attack. Gonna go for the attack skill. Pick up the Endless Bag for the additional stuff. And we got the Sacrificial Altar. So you can get XP for units. Wow. You can get XP for artifacts. Wow. Okay. How much is this Legendary Goose worth internally? 14k? Jeez. Okay, so I guess that all legendary items are probably worth about that much. Common stuff is still pretty good. Huh. I don't think I want to get rid of anything at the moment, though. I don't think so. Yeah, I think we're fine to ignore that for now. And yeah, we're running kind of low on spell points. I'm just trying to be a little bit cautious anyway. There's a portal. We lose in the portal? The Guardians in the portal are too tough for us? What? What? Folks, did we just lose the game? Because this did not look close. This looked like the opposite of close. This looked like this was a very not close fight at all. Okay, so tactics phase, everybody's up. Well, is everybody up? Everybody's up. Better put the dragon there, actually. So everybody's up. We're gonna get to go first. Our initiative is gonna be too high, but we got is liches, sanguine liches, rewind death, increases the amount of XP. Okay, restores 20% damage dealt as HP to all creatures. Yeah, sanguine liches will keep your army running. And then Avatar of War, dreadful presence, morale is -2, double strike. War Incarnate reduces the target's attack by 1 with each strike and gains an equal amount until the end of battle. 100 HP here on these Avatar of Wars. 50 HP here on these Sanguine Liches. I think they're incredibly fast, 7 speed, but I think the web spell is a must. Yeah, web spell is a must. I'm gonna wait on this dragon. It's 118. That's so many. Looks like liches are going to go last. I don't have a nice way of just shutting them down. I don't have Twilight. I wish I had the Twilight spell. I don't really have a great damaging spell. I guess, you know. I mean, you can't go wrong with Blessing. The only way you could go wrong with Blessing is if you could haste these 6 infiltrators and have them sit right here and have them take the Sanguine Lich's turn and then just do ranged damage. I'm actually going to try that, so let's wait. Let's wait. Yeah, as much ranged damage as I can get off as possible is kind of what I want to do here. I think you don't want to focus on these liches, actually. I think you want to focus on these guys because they're just that scary. Yeah, I think that they're just that scary. Medusa Queens. Medusa Queens have the marble arrow, so the initiative is going to be reduced. That was actually helpful. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do the haste. I'm just going to sit right here. So the liches are going to have to take their turn unless they just wait. I guess they could just wait. I'm going to go into the Dark Elf stance for now. Just to make sure there's no problems, just in case I get attacked and I didn't expect it. Minotaurs are going to go up. Fighting style. Not once, but twice. Very good. Liches do a little bit of damage. Hydras are going to get a free shot off. 9 to 10. Killed 9. That was max damage. Can't be mad at that. Avatars can't reach the Medusa, which is great. I feel like somebody's got to get onto these liches, and I don't want to take this retaliation from the Avatar of War. The problem is I don't want to take the retaliation. I kind of want to wait for additional round of spell casting. We're probably going to lose at least 1 dragon here on this retaliation. Not quite, but close enough. Not quite, but close enough. So long as we have 1 dragon alive at the end of this fight, we can Armageddon them to death. It's not even that much damage. It's not even that much damage. What's your best? I mean, okay, if you're going to do that, if you're so certain that you're going to need to just pump out damage, then you would start to anti-magicking them. Alternatively, I mean, this is 875 damage with the Armageddon. Target enemy will die after taking damage if its stack size is lower than or equal to 40% of the original number. I mean, 40%. Coup de grace is probably going to be the way that we want to finish off these guys. I think that you want to go into Minotaur stance, and you're going to take some damage. You can't help it. (21, 23). Good luck. We kill 43. We take 1 dragon on the defensive swing. Fine by me. Still have another spell. 1 spell? 2 spells? Shortened Shadow would actually not be bad. The reduction of the attack and the defense increases each round. I kind of think the Shortened Shadow is a really good choice here, actually. In fact, I kind of wish I cast it right off the bat, but I didn't. Okay, we'll do the Unnatural Calm. So they're slower, their attack and their defense is less. I mean, just through sheer numbers, we're gonna do something. We're down to 89. That was a really good hit. Way to go, Hydras. Good job. Down to 80. 80 are gonna completely obliterate the stack of Minotaurs. Can't do anything about it. But I am so very happy that that's who they decided to attack. I was worried that they were going to go back and work on the dragons. The fact that they're not is actually really nice. This was 2 rounds in a row that we've actually been able to get Onyx Dancers with their double shred attack on. Yeah, down to 13 defense here, down to 10 defense here. So we're doing good on that. The Liches do their rewind life. That was a lot of HP that was returned. But they're still not in range of these Medusa, or these Avatars of War. I'm still okay with this. I think you still got to focus on these Liches. I think you still must. Creatures are blessed. I could Crystal... no. Lightning Bolt just feels like a waste. Coup de grace, so 40%. There was 157 of these Liches. If you're going to do a coup de grace this turn and next turn, I think that now is the time you want to cast this coup de grace, because you're going to do coup de grace here. So if the stack is reduced below 75, something, I think that we just kill the stack outright here. We do. Okay, so we kill the stack outright. I think we attack. We're still on aggressive Minotaur stance. And now I actually wonder, do you go into a defensive stance? I think you're just about to lose these Onyx Dancers. I don't think there's anything you can do about it. But then again, if they turn around and they go attack the dragons, I just want to keep the dragons alive. So Dark Elf stance, 23 defense up to 29. We will sacrifice a little bit of damage here. Try and do more damage there. Due to the Marble Arrows attacks, the initiative actually got lowered enough that the Dancers can get out of the way. So if you want to save the Dancers, now's the time. We're going to lose 6 of the Hydras. Okay. Don't love that. Don't love that. How much damage was that? That was 466 damage. If you attack, you're probably not going to lose 2 dragons, but you're probably going to lose 1. Not 2, but 1. Unless, what if we taunt? If we taunt, then you can only attack the Hydras, and now you can't even retaliate against the dragons. I think that that's how that works. Go Minotaur stance. Let's do full attack. 11 to 12. And then they don't get to attack because of the taunt. 9 to 10. Down to 36. 36 with another 8 going down. Did they just wait on their turn? I think that they just waited on their turn. No. Marble Arrows. Stuck it to them. We'll do the Heroic Strike. We'll take out another 2. Another 3 to 5, and 22 are going to turn around. They're going to get a lucky strike off against the Hydras, but the damage is inconsequential at this point. We're immediately going to blast them with 12, and we turned a loss into an overwhelming victory. Oh my goodness, that was not my favorite thing to ever happen. That was crazy. That was crazy. I didn't expect it in a portal, right? Like in a portal, do you expect these losses in a portal? I sure didn't. And I don't even know where it brought me. I don't even know if this is like a good place to be. Whew. Whew. Well, that went great. I'm glad that we survived. Let's never do that again. But we did, again, notice that these huge victories, we're picking up so many of these extra faction law points. I'm feeling pretty good. Magical education, +1 level per spell. I don't think I actually need that. Saturation, during battle, you generate additional focus charges. I'll do that. Heck yeah, I'll do that. I've never had a game where I max out all of these abilities. Is this the game? Is this the day? Could be. Alrighty. Well, folks, that was crazy. Window Ellis says, I'd rather read 64 books of the Horus Heresy for 10 years than watch 1,000 episodes of Friends for 10 years. Totally true. And some people do. Some people really enjoy their Friends episodes, and that's just what they kind of fill their life with. Yeah, what do you fill your life with is really an important question, I think. And are you being very cognizant of what it is and how it is? How does it impact you? It's always a good question. Always a good question. This guy's melee. I wasn't sure if these guys were melee or if these guys were ranged. I wish I'd known. I thought that they might have been the ranged guys, in which case I would have had to have run down the battlefield and attacked them immediately. As it stands, I'm still going to have to do that. But at least I'll have a bit of a better chance. All my forces get to go first. Let's do the unnatural calm and just prevent these guys from doing much of anything. We will do the sulfurous attack here. Look at all this damage we kill. Roar. The Hornets actually did a bunch of damage. Ooh, don't do that to me. And then let's do the haste on the Hydra. They might get good morale, but if they get good morale this way, I just get to do another attack. Chomp. Yeah, so 7, 6. Where do you want to do this? 2 to 4, 2 to 4, 2 to 4. I think you want to go right here, actually. Yeah, max damage, we killed 3 a couple of times. Ooh, these guys are fast. Jeez, it's a good thing we were so aggressive. Otherwise, they would have just launched our poor little Medusa and such. Are we going to lose a dragon? 31 HP? I don't think we're going to lose a dragon. Now, I say that, and it's still very highly concerning that there is these Hornets. Yeah, the Hornets are still definitely a problem. Don't get me wrong. Definitely still a problem. But now, well, if I don't blank them right now, if I don't kill the enemies right now, they are gonna win the dragon from me. I almost wish, let's see, I almost wish I could like lightning bolt here and not get my own Hydras completely obliterated, but I think it'll be max damage, half damage, quarter damage, eighth damage, and then a little bit there. The problem is that if the lightning bolt goes here, here, down, down, it'll be worth it. If it goes here, here, there, then I don't think it'll be worth it, because it's a lot of lightning bolt damage, a lot of chain lightning damage. How much is it? 680? It's not actually that much. It's a lot, but it's not that much. How many Hydras do we lose here? We only lost one Hydra. That's okay, right? Like that's not great. We're not happy for it, but like worse things have happened. And then I guess the question is this: we can kill pretty much this full stack. I'm gonna do it this way rather than do a double hex attack that way. Yeah, we'll take 7 damage on this retaliation. We'll do the murderous swinging attack here. We're going to slither away. AoE fighting barrage will kill most of these guys. In fact, let's do it like this. So that way there's less that could maybe turn back on the dragons. Yeah, they're going straight for the Medusa. Perfect. Perfect. All right. We did it, folks. We saved the town. We saved the dragons, if nothing else. That's good. And we leveled up. So we will take the attack. Still want to be really, really good. So we're going to continue to take the attack until we get tired of attacking. Eventually, I think we will get tired of attacking, but not going to be anytime soon. What am I looking for? I'm looking for a castle. Right now, I'm looking for a castle in this desert so that we can go back home, resupply, and then come back out. Because if we can come back out with our adventure map spells, I think we're going to be in a much better spot. Is this a castle? Nope. That was a something else. Keeper's Ring. Why are we so slow? Because we're in a desert. Fix Fox, you're in a desert. Well, why don't I just use a spell? I mean, nobody said you couldn't. You just didn't. Okay. Did you see that? Month of Abundance. Creature growth in all cities and external dwellings is increased. That might be the thing that we needed. Alchemical Lab. Oh, we're immediately fighting this fight. I will lose this. I'll accept this. This is fine. Look, folks, we finally did it. Alchemical Dust. We have as much as we need. 330. Immediately, 330 Alchemical Dust. What does that mean? That means we're going to upgrade Radiant Forge. That means we're going to upgrade... Not you. Not you. We're going to go upgrade the Hydras. And then we're still going to have 238. We're probably going to do a Golden Goose. Upgrade real quick. Try it. Ah, rats. Level 2. We didn't get it. But we're going to save a couple of these alchemical dusts until I'm convinced that we don't actually need more. Okay. Very good. Very good. I cannot believe we still haven't found the enemy. Quivering Quiver. Okay. Plus 20% bonus damage. Yeah, I don't think we can win that fight just yet. Mythic Magic Scroll. Okay, now this is interesting. So we have all of the adventure map spells, but this one says it's a special global map spell. What does that even mean? What's a global map spell that I don't have access to right now? Like, what is special? I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. Okay, tell you what, we're gonna go through these axolotls. I don't see anything in the desert here that fixes everything for me. It doesn't solve all my problems. AKA, there's no castle in there. So let's find a castle in this dirt area over here. Hopefully we don't run into an enemy. No losses. 1 dragon, jeez. Even these easy victories are still a bit of a problem, wouldn't you say? Let's do it like this. Let's do the haste. Let's do the natural calm. Go Minotaur stance. Go flame breath attack on everybody. Very good. Hydras are going to get nice damage off here. Oof. And then I'm actually going to use the Medusa Queens to help in this direction. Oh, I didn't realize that the Hydras just killed everybody. Never mind. Goodness, I thought that there was even a choice in the matter, and there wasn't even a choice. There was only one correct choice. And that was to do the damage over there. Half of a dragon goes down. That's not a full dragon. If we attack, we will get hit with the parry. Unless we do this, unless we do this. Oh, they still retaliated against us beforehand. That's crazy. I didn't think that they would do that. Okay. Learned a lot. Learned something new today. Okay. Don't do that. That's what I learned today. Don't do that. This says it's an easy fight. I'm going to agree with that. Okay. Oh, and I guess that was just for this Trophy Hunter's Den. Normal battles are over here. I guess I'll just use Shadow Flight. No losses, please. 3 dragons. Folks, I can't keep fighting every single one of these fights with 3 dragons. Geez, 600 skeletons? What are you, crazy? Are you crazy? We'll do the Bless. We only got 84 spell points. We got to keep an eye on that. Don't want there to be too much. Dancers are going to do, let's see, Minotaur stance, so we're doing the attack. Start to soften up these guys over here. Go here. Hydras are ready, but not willing just yet. Okay. Yeah, and thanks to the fighting style with the barrage, yeah, this is not a problem at all. In fact, I can attack them right now. I will. The skeletons are slowed, and they're going to be slowed for a long time, so I think I can get the damage off. We're going to kill half the stack here with the dragon. We kill the full stack there, and I'm going to back off of the dragon and just let the ranged damage do the work for me. Yeah, let the range damage work for me. I will even waste a little bit of damage here. 420 skeletons, nice. We'll kill most of the stack with the dragons. Nearly 300. Skip and kill. And that's gonna be it. Perfect. Yes, 3 bone dragons, or 3 black dragons anyway. Stick around. 7 Medusa. Magic Well, that solves a lot of our problems. And there's a road. Perfect. The fact that we see a road actually means that there's got to be a castle up the road or down the road or somewhere anyway. But again, will we run into an enemy? That's kind of the question for me. But the answer is no. Let's upgrade Minotaurs twice. We're going to continue to upgrade over here. So Labyrinth is going to be upgraded. We got too much gold. There's so much gold here. Goodness gracious. Beer fountain. I could use some luck. I was getting a little bit thirsty. What's this? Celestial Spire. Allows the study of spells contained within the magical observatory. Okay. That seems good. Yeah, I'll do that. What were the spells? Allows the study of all spells contained within the magical observatory? Are you telling me I have access to every single spell in the game now? No. So which spells did I pick up? It doesn't say what spells I just picked up there. Maybe all the spells I currently have got increased by 1 level. That makes sense. I don't know if that's accurate though. Quiet Eye of the Dragon, very cool. So now we've actually got, let's see, Quiet Eye of the Dragon. I'm gonna turn, let's see, I'm gonna use that here. Dragonbone Greaves, Power of the Dragon Father, Power of the Dragon Father there. It didn't update at first. At first it just said set 1 of 8, and now it says set 2 of 2. So it took me a second for it to actually upgrade. I'm just going to continue on down this road. I think we've found out that this is not the correct way of going. So long as there are enemies in these portals, we know that the enemy has not been here at all. There's still so much of the map that hasn't been discovered yet. It's crazy. There's no castle in this area. At least not one that I see. Do I go through the Medusa? It says that they're going to fight. I kind of want to... Oh my goodness. I know I can get to this point. Alrighty, folks. It's day 7. I'm going to town portal back home. We're going to go back to our main starting castle. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get the safe house upgraded. We're going to make sure that we have the right infiltrators. So I think it's purple is what you want. Yeah, purple infiltrators are what you want there. And then for the dancers, I think you want Ariat dancers. The reason being is that their initiative goes way, way up. So that way they're still ranged. We're going to go for Ariat dancers. Is this Ariat? No. Is this Ariat? Yes. Okay. And then do you want Minotaur Lords? Okay. Do you want Minotaur Lords or do you want Minotaur... Vanguards? The Vanguards have the Adrenaline Surge, Blood for Blood, Eager for Battle. I think it's Minotaur Lords have this parry ability. I like Minotaurs because they get a counterattack before the enemy lands. So I'm going to go for the Minotaur Lords. This is going to be my upgrade that I go for. So that is going to be the white build. And I guess that there's 2 levels. I guess that this is more gold. And then for the Hydras, I think I like the Infernal Hydras better than any others. So for these Hydras, it is going to be the red ones. Red Hydras, Growing Teeth, Sweeping Strike, Weakening Venom causes the target to deal reduced 25% damage for 2 rounds. That feels really, really good to me. Poisonous Blood. When I'm damaged, I cause people to take more damage. Regeneration, I get up to full HP early on. Uses the creature's fighting style attack instead of a normal attack when counter-attacking. That's cool. I'm still going to go for the Red Hydra because speed of 5 versus speed of 4. I do think that the 1 plus speed is much more valuable to me, especially kind of in a late game setting. So we've got Black Dragons, we've got Infernal Hydras, we got Medusa Queens, we've got Minotaur Kings, we've got Ariat Dancers, we've got Leak Infiltrators. What are you? Guile Infiltrators, but these are the ones with the Shadow Strike. I do like the Shadow Strike plus the staggering hits. So there's no retaliation, and plus they can ignore defense, and it turns into like a ranged attack. They can attack anybody on the battlefield. So I like all of that. It's Medusa Queens here. And we're going to leave Troglodytes out of this army. So we're going to hit end turn. This is going to take us into day 7. We're day 7 into day 1. We're going to make a full purchase. That's 12 dragons. That's so many dragons. Answers here, here. And then we have one slot left over. We're immediately going to go over to Dawn Veil. Because I got a couple of... Oh no, I never got Walls 3. Oh, what a mistake. I never got Walls 3. I'm going to do that right now. It's not too late. Not on time. It's not timely, but this cost us maybe 3 angels we otherwise would have had. Now we're going to have these angels. And we do need to upgrade the angels. Do you want the Archangels or the Apotheosis? Purity Aura. Creatures are immune to all negative effects. Retract and Reflect. Applies a copy of all positive effects on another creature on yourself. Unbending Pride dispels all negative effects from this creature and fully restores its HP. It's all right. I think that the Apotheosis is more... This is more the damaging version. Dispels all positive effects from enemies within 1 hex area. It applies them to this creature. I kind of want the Archangel just for that reason, just as like an anti-spellcaster opportunity. Also, I think the Archangels are sharpshooters, yeah, so they are ranged. So that's just another ranged creature I can add to my army. It'd be pretty effective. I could take this Dragon Utopia at this point. I think it'd actually be fairly easy. Let's actually do that. I'll be very surprised if this fight turns into being a little bit more than I can handle. This is an easy battle. I agree. This is actually less dragons than the other one was. So let's see what the losses are. Still too many losses. We don't have Rewind Life. I kind of wish I had Rewind Life. Just make this go a bit better. All right, let's start. Let's go immediately into... Simple Bless never goes wrong. Let's go for a Simple Bless spell. Let's go into Dark Elf stance. And yet again, I'm going to wait. I think we saw in the previous playthrough how much more damage you can do if you just tank the damage. So we're just going to tank the damage right now. We're going to lose a lot of dancers. I think that we already kind of planned on that. Yep, here they go. Not us having a good time. I will wait on these angels as well. Couple of Medusa. Lots of Medusa. Okay. We're gonna kill all dragons in range of these Hydras. Goodness. Okay, and then the Minotaurs. This is a bit of a problem. There's too much stuff going on here. I can't tell what's going on. Can you tell what's going on here? I can't tell what's going on here. Like, I'm hoping I don't accidentally hit myself with some of these AoE damaging strikes. Like, this looks like a mess. I can't tell what's going on here. Okay. Sneaky strike away. Yeah. Oh, good luck. She killed them all. Okay. Okay. Where is it? Medusa Queen moved, attacked the dragon, lucky strike. 3, 4, 6, 7 dragons. Oh, queens are cool. I like them. They're awesome. Okay. Well, the losses were still better. And funny enough, the dragons didn't even get to take their turn. So I guess I should have attacked with them right off the bat. My bad. I'm sorry. Magic Slippers, Lance, Backpack, Crown of the Supreme Magi. This is actually not very good because we already had this. Backpack, what's the backpack do? Increases, oh, Wanderer's Way, so additional movement points is pretty good. Magic Slippers are pretty bad. Warlock's Tail, yeah. Yeah, that was actually, I don't think that was even worth it, unfortunately. At least we had fun doing it, but that was particularly worth it. All right, and it looks like this is very close to this other area. Let's just head south and see if we can find a castle or see if we can find anything worth having. Do a little gate of light from here to there. And, oh, am I going to be able to Dimension Door just over this wall? Scouting might actually be really good if it allows you to, yeah, do this kind of stuff. That's cool. I like that. No losses, nor should there be. I am the toughest son of a gun you ever saw here. There's a free Primal Magic spell here. I'll take that. I'll take it. We're going to go with, I guess, Ground Sight because we don't have that, I suppose. And there's a castle. Okay. Yeah, at this point, we're just trying to snipe out castles so that we can go anywhere we want to, whenever we want to. I will continue to try and upgrade this into more angels, though. This is turning into a really long playthrough. Oh my goodness. This might be the longest Heroes Might and Magic Olden Era playthrough I've ever had. And I don't think I'm just like, wasting time. I think I'm actually kind of getting through this fairly quickly. There's just so much to do here. Okay, we want to go back to here. We'll go in this direction. Let's go for the bottom corner and see if we can just find our enemies. If at any point we see, oh, this is a new area, so we can't get in there. We got to defeat the guardians between the two areas. If we can, I want to try and find our enemies as quickly as possible. They've only got one hero. How much ground could they possibly cover? How much ground am I covering, I suppose? At this point in the game, if you're playing against an enemy, I got a fear. And here's the fear. The fear is that you and your opponent are both going to do nothing in hopes that one of you can surprise the other enemy. And I think that you can see a lot of standoffs potentially happen in single hero mode in these kind of late game situations. I don't think that that's particularly good for the game. I think that that's, you know, hopefully something that doesn't happen. Part of the reason why those hero modes that allow you to be drawn into combat against your opponent, like after a month, it's part of the reason why those make a lot of sense. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense in that way, but... Oh, found him! There he is. Oh, buddy. I don't think he knows that I'm here. Okay, so we gotta get to here. The easiest way is... through this portal? No, this castle. So go to Altrine, go through the direction here, go there. Okay, all right, we've got our heading. So folks, it's a new week. We're gonna do this. We're gonna go back to the town portal. I'm done with this playthrough. I don't care how tough the enemy is. I'm gonna pretend like I'm tougher, and if I'm wrong, so be it. Alrighty. So many forces. He's probably got tons of enemy forces. I got way more than I can handle. Stay here overnight just because we want to mention door up there. What have you been doing this whole time? He's got like maybe 50 angels. He's got maybe 100 Sunspear cavalry, under 250 of the Light Weavers, under 250 of the Griffins, under 50 of the Inquisitors, under 500 of the Marksmen. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed at you. What have you done? My goodness. Watch as I actually fight him, and then I realize that he's way too tough for me. If that happens, that'll serve me right. Famous last words. Fixfox with his overconfidence. How many times have we seen Fixfox be overconfident and I lose the game? The answer is a lot. This has happened many times. I'm hoping it doesn't happen this time, but at this point, hey man, it is what it is. If I lose, I lose. If I win, I win. And if we have fun doing it, all the better. Okay, so month 3, week 3, day 5. There's a beer fountain here. Might as well pick that up. Like, you literally might as well. Oh, and next time we see a magic well, I need to make sure that I hop over the head. Oh, what's this? No, don't want that. Enemies flee. Let them run. At this point, it does not matter. Does not matter. Okay, so I see him. He sees me. Is this it? Is this the final confrontation? So right now I have 268 spell points. Is that enough for this fight? Maybe. Oh, it's Lord Edgar. Shoot. That's actually a really good enemy hero to have to face. So I've got 21 attack, 26 defense, 22 spell power, 18 knowledge. He's got 18 knowledge, 13 spell power. So I've got a little bit more than him in that regard. But he's got 26 attack, 27 defense. So I got the defense similar. He's got a little bit more attack than me. He's a pretty tough hero. I don't know if this is going to say that I lose or win, but I think that with spells, I should be able to actually obliterate him. It looks like it's not even going to be close. But here's the deal. It's only 20 angels. It's only 20 angels. Folks, this is the final fight. We did it. Let me get caught up on chat, and then we're going to fight this fight and have the best time of our lives. Everybody breathe. Okay. And Katsu said, it wasn't a sneaky stream, according to Vamy, but true, didn't see the Discord notification before loading up, though. Gotcha. That makes sense. How long did I have to wait for a room? It was actually about 15 minutes. I had set it up so I was going to play chess. I was going to play chess out there and not have a microphone and just play chess until a room opened up. It was not that long, and I'm pretty happy for that. I feel bad because I kind of monopolized this room. I mean, I've been here for the last 4 hours and 40 minutes. I'll be here for about 5 hours when all is said and done. But it's first come, first serve. If somebody beats me here, that's the way it is. If I beat somebody else here, hey, that's the way it is. That's the way I feel about it anyway. Okay. And then Win says, my goodness, the One Piece anime has like 1,100 episodes, and there are some people that are actually trying to get through that. Oh my goodness, that seems like a lot. Oh, Tetsu says that the secret to One Piece is that half those episodes, nothing really happens in that. So that's interesting to know. So 500 plus is still a ton. Yeah, that makes sense. Win says, doesn't matter if the runtime is still the same. That's for sure. That's for sure. Alcoriak's back in the chat. Hey, been a minute since I've seen you. Welcome back. It's a pleasure to have you here. Do you have the Thaumaturgy? A combination of block and shade cloak shuts down the shooters. Block and shade cloak. So you stand in front of them and you shade cloak so that way they can't attack you. That makes sense. Yeah, that's a good way of handling that. I hadn't considered that possibility, because with the shade cloak you can't be targeted, but they're still not able to shoot past you. Very nice. That's some good tech there. I like that. So I appreciate that you're coming in the clutch there saying, hey, here's an opportunity. I got a feeling, let's see, 175 of the Hierophants, 390 of the Marksmen plus the Angels. Yeah, it's quite possible it ends up being that we might need to do some of that. Sounds good to me. Okay, perfect. And then Win says, you know what? Here's an awesome suggestion for the Diplo subskill. So if you're an attacker, you have the opportunity to enter the pre-battle auto combat and see your losses. And you can then decide if you want to engage in the enemy or not to enter the fight instead of being forced to fight. That's crazy. That's crazy. So like you can check out the auto combat, see if you'll win, and if you're not going to, you just get a leave. Wow. Because if you're playing against a player, that's not going to give you all the information in the world, because it's highly likely that you and your enemy are not going to have auto spell casting on for those fights, because you don't want to like lose the spell points. And so like it's not really going to tell you how the fight's going to go, but it will give you like a general idea. Huh, that's interesting. What an interesting idea. I like the idea. And Windowella says, I also believe that in these games, the AI is going to say that you have to bring a lot of buffer army, like an army that you don't really intend to use for the final fights. Then you build your real army in town and use town portal or relocate to get your troops where necessary. I think so. And if we had multiple heroes, we could have maybe softened up this enemy Lord Edgar a little bit. I don't think we're going to have the opportunity here. I think we're going to struggle mightily in this fight, but we'll see how this goes. And then Tundar says, it's interesting how we pronounce Minotaurs differently. I say it like Minotaur. I think that Minotaur is maybe the most correct. In fact, it's funny. Jimmy Carr, the British comedian, he says Minotaur. There's a joke he does about a Minotaur. Anyway, but I don't know, tomato, maybe? I don't know. Maybe this is the American revenge for, this is just how we say things because of all the struggles we've dealt with up to this point. Okay, folks, accept results battle. Let's fight this fight. It's gonna be good. This is epic. Epic fight. Now we do have the tactics. The enemy has got 3 ranged creatures. They've got the Angels, they've got the Lightweavers, and they have the Marksman. I think with that in mind, that I do want to place my forces closer to the front. I think that just makes a lot of sense, actually. Especially these Hydras, who are going to be very, very fast. 7 speed, they're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so Hydras are going to be crazy here. They're going to be crazy good. Angels are kind of in the background. Remember, if worse comes to worse, we do have Armageddon. Save the Black Dragons. Maybe you let all your forces get 1 good shot off, and then you cast the Armageddon just because you hate the enemy. He's a might-based hero. He's not really a spellcastery kind of a guy, but I'm kind of interested to see what kind of spells he's going to have. If you go to this point, the cavalry might be able to reach you first thing in the battle. I think that with my 18 initiative, I better go first. And I do. It looks like the next fastest enemy is going to be 13 initiative on the enemy. So they're actually not that fast, which is fine for me. But with 27 defense, this guy is pretty tough. I think that I'm actually going to prefer to use the Dark Elf stance here for the defense. 26 defense up to 32. So again, that way the dragons can stay alive for as long as possible. I think you do want this fighting style with the Sulphurous Assault. It's going to kill just a bunch of everybody. Just do some general damage. Yeah, so we're going to end up doing that. And then you got to ask yourself, like, what spells? And Unnatural Calm immediately just makes sense. Just do the Unnatural Calm right now. I don't know if you're going to want to do the Bless right now for yourself. You're going to want to wait. Is there a better spell? I suppose. I mean, Mirror Copy. Summon a copy of a friendly target creature. That could be good. Carapace, one of my favorite spells. I don't think that the Chain Lightning is going to do enough damage here. Dorith's Tide. I love Dorith's Tide. I don't think that that's the play right now. Because it gives you +1 speed and initiative and reduces the enemy's speed and initiative by 1. So it's kind of like everybody moves up a little bit and down a little bit. I don't know, man. I think that we're going to hold on to this spell until we actually could make use of the Bless. We're going to do this Sulphurous Assault, killing as many creatures here as we can. We lose 4 dragons immediately on this retaliation. My word. 51 attack, by the way, against my 76 defense, and we still got crushed. Devouring Chalice, Refract and Reflect. I do want to hold on to this Devouring Chalice spell because it can dispel positive effects from enemies, and I might want to do that just to prevent there from being major issues. Folks, I might have messed up. I think you might have wanted to save the black dragons in reserve. Might have messed this up already. Now, what about this? What about this? Medusa Queens, 9 initiative. 11 initiative. I mean, what if I get the first shot off with these 30 Infernal Hydras? If I do nothing, then the Griffins are going to move out of the way. If I do nothing, the Griffins are going to move out of the way. I can still attack down here, though. That'll be fine. I think that'll be fine. I'm going to wait on the Angels so that way I can potentially counter a buffing spell. Let's see if they do a buffing spell. They cast Dorith's Tide. Okay. Okay, we're down to 5 dragons. Oh boy. Oh look, and unfortunately, so I didn't realize this, but the Hydras, if they're going to attack here, like they can do massive amounts of damage, but you got to haste them. You do have to haste them. I think it's actually worth it. I actually think it's worth it. I think that this first shot is incredibly valuable. Yeah, you kill most of the stack of the marksmen. You kill a lot of the captains. You only kill 2 of these. 2 of these guys. Oh. Please stop. Don't hit me. Okay. Yeah, and so now the Hydras have really taken care of this whole little section here. That feels fine for me. Minotaur Lords, and you are not in position. In fact, you are what I would call out of position. Yeah, out of position. I don't think... 71 defense. You are so tanky. 71 defense. Griffins have 71 defense. That's insane. Or rather, Mother Superiors have 71 defense. You are insane. What is wrong with you? Why are you like this? Okay, Hydras down half the stack. At this point, the fighting style doesn't really do this for me. You might as well do max damage right here. Medusa Queens, this is a big deal. They're not even doing that much damage. Wow. Thankfully, the Sun Heralds completely waste their turn. Yeah, completely waste their turn, and they do Exaltation, so they increase the max damage on these marksmen that don't even really get to go. And now look at this, Devouring Chalice. I'm going to dispel all positive effects right here. And so all these guys are going to lose their Dorith's Tide, and now I've got Dorith's Tide on the Archangel. Wow. Wow, okay. "59 attack, 76 defense. Enemies have got 84 attack, 81 defense. It's just Edgar. Edgar is just so tough. I didn't know it was Edgar. Armageddon's gonna do 950 points of damage to everybody. If you keep the black dragons alive, that's okay. But if you don't, you're hosed. I think that the defense of the Mother Superiors and all these other creatures is far too high. I think you have to just suck it up. I think you've got to protect one creature with anti-magic. Pick your most important creature. I feel like it's maybe it's the Hydra. No, I don't think it's a Hydra. I feel like it's the Medusa. Problem is the Medusa are so low on the initiative poll, they're gonna get swallowed up in just a second. Can't stop it. So then I feel like it's actually well, hold on. If you anti-magic the angels can run all over the battlefield. Right? Like they can't get away from these Mother Superiors this turn, but they can try and stay one step ahead. We're gonna do this. We're gonna keep the angels alive. So they are now anti-magicked. We're gonna cast Armageddon, which is going to kill everybody on this battlefield. Fudge, I forgot. Armageddon, you can't cast 2 primal magic spells at the same time. Whoops, my bad. Okay. All right. All right, but I'm still gonna keep these dragons alive. I don't even care. We're gonna move down to here. You just gotta keep the dragons alive because they're important to keep alive. What else can I say? What else do you want me to say? That you gotta keep them alive. We might even do this spell power dragon stance at the start of this upcoming round of combat. We might do that. 2 angels goes down for the enemy. They do the bless. Half or more than half the stack of the Medusa goes down. 17 Hydras fight the dust. Dragons die. Edgar's too strong. Edgar is too strong. I can't do it. Edgar is too strong. Stop that. You stop that too. Edgar's too strong. I got Edgar. Who says that? Window Ella, you got Edgar. I got Edgar. Huh. 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 I mean, I might be losing my head here a little bit, but like, this is not even close. Am I crazy? I don't think that this is even close. Yeah. Not even close. That's the fight. And you know what? All right, so here's the deal, folks. We completely got destroyed. We got to fight that fight again, though. We're gonna load the autosave. Is there an autosave? What's today? 12/16? Day 20, day 76. I want to fight this fight again. I have to fight this fight again because, and we've seen this in other Heroes games where I play. I do better by learning in this way. Like this is still a loss. I've lost this scenario. Woe is me. But I think we've got to figure out, even if we can't win at this point, how can we make some adjustments? Now, first off, so my charismatic ability really sucks here in this fight. By the way, did you notice? It's not very good. It's not good. Alternatively, like his speciality is really, really good because he applies additional stats to his forces based off of the stats he currently has. So it's more than just 26 attack and 27 defense that Edgar is applying to his troops. He's applying much, much, much more than that. So that's why they're so strong. And so then what you got to do in this fight, I feel like, is you got to use your magic. Just makes sense. Just makes sense. And so if you got to use your magic, I don't know. I think that you just say, what if we just do it this way? What if you just say, nope, I hate your stinking guts. You make me sick. 950 points of damage. Like, I lose a lot of forces here. He does. I think he loses even more because his defense is so much better than mine. Now, I suppose I could have done the dragon stance for the spell power and increased that by even more. I think I'm just going to go into this Dark Elf stance for the defense. I want to keep these dragons alive. I still want to do the unnatural calm. I think I'm just going to wait. I'm just going to try and play out this fight as long as I can. He's going to do the bless. Hydras, I don't think they really matter. Actually, if I was going to fight this fight again, I think I would actually put the Hydras right here and then put them up here. They didn't reach last time. Maybe that wouldn't work out so well. I don't know. Sunspear Cavalry. Jeez, these guys are so fast. Everybody is so fast. 29 Medusa Queens. There's not many left. Might as well get some damage off on these marksmen. They're going to do something. Yeah, they're killing one full dragon at a time anyway. 4 dragons. We're down to 10 dragons. If I'm the enemy, I'm saying to myself, dude, I got to take out your magic resistant forces because I think I'm about to lose everybody else. I think I'm literally about to lose everybody else. And if that's the case, then you just don't have enough. If I'm about to lose everybody but these dragons, this is just not enough. Okay. 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 I guess I could just take away your bless, which is actually kind of nice because that's 3 blesses removed. Okay. And then the dragons do get the opportunity to go. I don't think I want them to go because who are you going to attack? I guess I could kill these marksmen. Marksmen aren't going to retaliate for 3 deaths or something. They killed 2 black dragons on the retaliation. You're kidding me. Oh my gosh. Stop it. Get some help. Okay, Armageddon, 950 points of damage. You know, it's possible. I haven't really considered the possibility, but I wonder if... Let's see, 950. So guard captains took a bunch of damage. Okay, so they are taking more damage because we've got the 10% bonus subskill and a couple of others. What was important to me is I was wondering if Edgar had reduced... Like if he was... had resistance. If he has resistance, then the fight is much different, right? I did want to make sure that that wasn't happening. Okay, what if we found a way? What if we like rewound life? This is so silly. What if we rewound life? These guys aren't, I'm not gonna be able to get away. Like these guys are too fast. These guys are, they're all too fast. The rewind life doesn't really do it. I guess I could summon right here, just that way I have one more thing for them to kill. It's playing not to lose, which is ugly. Go to here. Have a good luck. Okay. Fair pace. 2 dragons goes down. 5 dragons goes down. Okay. Yeah, and it's still gonna be over because... Well, hold on. Yeah, because these Mother Superiors are like right on top of me and I can't get away. Hierophants are gonna attack here. Or the guard captains, either way. The only way you survive this is if the Mother Superiors don't kill you. And then all that gets you is to the next day to cast one more Armageddon. Oh, what's that? Oh, no. Yeah. Okay. Do you survive? I don't think you do. Do you survive? I don't think you do. Yeah, and even if you had one more Armageddon, that still wouldn't be enough. I still think we killed way more this time with 2 Armageddons than we did with all of our other spellcasting in the first fight. But dude, this is just the example of late game Lord Edgar. Oh my goodness. My goodness. Wow. Okay. And you know what? So when earlier I was like, oh, I'm getting fatigued and tired and I wasn't feeling like, you know, continuing to play Olden Era. At this point, I'm revitalized. So I was getting bored and tired with clearing out the adventure map a little bit. But now after this moment, it's like there's a part of me that wants to load right back up again into another game, which I can't do. I shouldn't do because it's just, you know, this is 5 hours. You need to take a break. You need to pace yourself, right? But that's the one more game quality. That's the one more turn quality that we look for as Heroes, Might, and Magic players. Huh. Huh. All right. Well, defeat. Even with the second attempt, I think that Edgar just has way too many stats. And I don't think that there was, I don't know, maybe there was a strategy I was missing. Folks, if you could think of a strategy or an opportunity that I was missing, I want to know. I want to know because I'd like to know. And if we can improve, this is where we improve. We don't win. We're not instantly good at any game, right? Like you got to have experience. You got to take some time. You got to improve over time. This is an opportunity for me to improve. So if you can see an opportunity, please let me know what it is. Let me get caught up on chat. Window Ellis says, watching his 8 archangels struggle to kill one Mother Superior. Yes. That was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. Patro's in the chat. What's up, man? Nice to have you back. Carapace on the Medusa, maybe, if it looks like Armageddon. That's a good... Okay, so you got... So Carapace will block 1 instance of damage, right? It'll block 1 instance of damage. So if you Carapace, you can do a Carapace in place of a anti-magic, can't you? And then the Medusa will stay alive for a little bit longer. Then the Medusa will stay alive for a little bit longer. All right, we're going to try that. We're going to load back in and give that a try. I like that idea. I like that idea. Win also says, what you could do is try to rush the army, accept dragons and kill the enemy, and then when the army runs out, you can just spam as the dragons stand back. Possible. Possible. I think that in this most recent try that we did, the second fight, we didn't have the Hydras in position to go and attack, and you should. I think that you still need the Hydras to go out and attack. In fact, I think you need all your forces to try and go out and attack. The problem is that you do have the Sunspear Cavalry, and they will mess you up. The reason that they didn't mess us up in the first fight is because they were stuck behind the dragons, and oh boy, did they kill a lot of dragons. But let's try the Carapace and just see if we can, see if we can get away with something here. Okay, so dragons are going to stay back. Infiltrators are going to go up. Yeah, this is the only way you can really get into people without the haste, because both of our spells are spoken for. So we start. We go. Carapace here. Oh, and actually, because the archangels have Forging Perfection, whenever a positive effect is applied to a friendly creature, it's also applied to this creature. So now we actually have 3 creatures that are immune to magic. That's actually really good. Okay, because now it's going to block 1 full instance of damage. That means that everybody on the battlefield takes 950 points of damage except for these 3 creatures: Medusa, Angels, and Dragons, which are arguably my 3 best creatures. And by the way, I think I do want to cast that immediately. I don't think I want to wait. I don't think that these forces are going to get down the battlefield. Yeah, Sunspear Cavalry are going to attack the Hydras before anything else happens. So I'm just going to wait on the dragon, and we'll attack with my Angels. We killed 3. It's another bless. Yeah, we're losing forces there. Oh, we lost 46 Medusa. Yeah, okay. Okay. All right. Well, we will back off. Oh, you know what? I don't think I did my dragon stance. That would be an extra 25, 150 points of damage. We might try this again and just do that a little bit differently. If this morale goes a little bit better, if they don't get good morale here, if they don't get good morale there, I think you did. Well, okay. Good morale, good morale, good morale. Everybody got good morale. That was crazy. That was absolutely insane. It actually takes a lot to get me to do a reflexive swear. Nice job. Good job, AI. You did it. All right. We're going to do the Armageddon spell. Yeah, because in these numbers, it looks much more doable, doesn't it? Like if you have 1 or 2 extra creatures alive. So this isn't the play because they just got incredible morale. Let's try this again. We might be closer than we think with the carapace. I think we might be closer than we think. I like that. Patro, nice try. Okay. Did I ask you to load the save? Yeah. Yeah. There it is. Okay. I would love it if the game was just like, nope, you don't get any more tries. You're done. This is how we prevent you from getting too good at the game. Win asks, can the web stop the riders? It will slow them down, but I don't think that that's the problem. I think that the problem is way more about trying to prevent 950 points of damage from going onto your own troops a little bit. I do think that that's got quite a bit to do with it. So the carapace does, again, I think that's the right decision. It impacts 3 full creatures. Now, if you're just putting the Hydras out here to lose, then you shouldn't put them out there. Because they can survive 1 full blast from the Armageddon, right? So you might as well keep all your creatures away from these guys for 1 additional round. It will help. Let's do Dragon Stance. So we got 28 spell points, or 28 spell power. We're going to do the carapace. Where is it? Medusa Queens. I mean, there's a lot of HP here with the Hydras. There's a lot of HP with the Hydras. That'll actually last you a little bit longer. Yeah, 155 versus 60. Yeah, so there's way more HP worth of Hydra here. So you carapace the Hydras. Okay, we're working this out. You do immediately cast Armageddon. 76 points worth of damage, or 76 spell points because it's the second spell you cast. You gotta do it this way. Okay. All right. And I think you just wait. I don't think you want to put the dragons in harm's way yet. You wait. I do think I'm okay to attack with the angels. What, and kill 1 angel? 42 attack. These crossbowmen are actually doing some damage. They're actually doing some damage. I think you got to kill the crossbowmen. There's the bless. They all waited, so I shall wait as well. Okay, 17. Yeah, but still, the Infernal Hydras have stuck around for 1 additional round of combat. And already, they've done better for me. If I go to here... Well, if I go to here, I wonder if the cavalry are going to attack me there. I want to stay out of the way of Mother Superiors and Griffins, but what if I go to here? Maybe the cavalry are not going to go as far as they could have? I don't know. Attack the people that haven't been attacked yet. Okay. There was good morale, but they did 1 hit on the dragons and 1 hit on the Medusa Queens. Fine. Now I wish I'd kept these guys back, knowing the way that that went. Because now that was just a waste. Okay. You might as well attack with the Hydras. You might as well. They're about to die anyway. Okay. And with the dragon, I mean, I feel like you might as well attack anyway. No. No, because you're trying to last for 1 more Armageddon. And a retaliation here from 75 attack Temple Griffins. Holy kittens. They're going to be doing bonus damage against you. Everybody does bonus damage against you. Except for the guard captains. You gotta, that's a lot. You feel like you gotta do something with your turn. At this point, everybody in the middle of the battlefield can reach you. Everybody? Not everybody. But everybody that matters. Let's stick to the script and let's not attack. Do the carapace maneuver 1 more time. Just like Daft Punk said. 1 more time. Dun, 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 dun. It's time to celebrate. Will all my forces stay alive? All your forces take bigger hits. How many angels was that, though? You're kidding me. Look at this. Turn order matters. The Armageddon didn't just kill everybody. It killed guard captains first, and then it killed marksmen. And then because the marksman stack went down, the ascension bonus kicked in. when the Ascension bonus kicks in, these guys get 30% max HP. So my Armageddon was less effective because they've got an additional, for the next 2 rounds of combat, 30 HP per. That's weird. I kind of understand what's happening there, but in general, that's just weird. Okay, now you gotta go into Dark Elf stance. You try and defend. Griffins, everybody, literally everybody can attack you. Literally everybody can attack you. Hydras survived for an extra round. Angels survived for an extra round. Kind of wish I could have gotten 2 for 1 there. Cool, I don't have to actually target a person. Okay, we survived for an extra round there. I'm gonna move to right here, and even if he AoE attacks me with the Celestial Flail, I still survive. Guard captains can't get into me just yet. We survived for another round. Okay, but here's the problem. Now we are running low on spell points. No, we got, if you're not casting 2 spells per round though, Armageddon, you still got 2 Armageddons. But with the Ascension bonus, there's still a lot of issues to be had. I suppose, no. I don't think that going for the additional dragon stance for the spell power would have been worth it. Right now we're on defense. If I go to here, then the Sunspear Cavalry can't reach me. Griffins can reach me, and I'll take the damage from these guys. But at that point, we got 85 defense. I mean, this might be enough to get one more. One more Armageddon, maybe? We are putting up a whale of a fight here. Have you noticed? If I attack, I'll take the retaliation. I don't want to take the retaliation. I'm kind of hoping that they're going to use their exaltation poorly. Yeah, Sunspear Cavalry can't reach me. Griffins can. They still did damage. 1 dragon left. Don't kill me. Oh, rats. I thought I would get 1 more shot off. Even with 1 more, let's see. Even with 1 more Armageddon, 1 more Armageddon is going to kill half the stack of the Mother Superiors. You're still going to have like 5 angels looking you in the face. There's still way too much going on here. Yeah, there were 6 now, and then say that they just lost another 3. You would have to find a way to prevent the Ascension bonus for kicking in for the additional 30% HP. And even if you did, I still don't think it's enough with this strategy. So, on the one hand, this was a complete and total failure. On the other hand, we learned a lot and we had a lot of fun. So was it really wasted time? I submit to you, no, it was not. This was worth my time. Even though this ended up in defeat, I don't win every game. And if I did, that would actually kind of be boring. In fact, I learned more from my losses than I do from my victories. This was good. This was fun. We got Lord Edgar. Oh well. Considering that we had Ylwari and we didn't really use her special ability, we basically had a hero with no special ability against a hero with an awesome special ability. So Vic Fox, use Ylwari's passive ability just a little bit more, and maybe we can do more in this final fight. I'm just saying. Maybe with all this gold we had, 381,000? Yeah, I'm reading that correctly. 381,000 gold. I mean, there comes a point where I should have tried to get 1 big stack of somebody to join me, and I have the sub skill that allows me to see whether creatures will join me or not. Hold on. I gotta check this one more time. I am so sorry. I crave your pardon, everybody, but I've got to see if there's like some additional forces on the map here somewhere. I don't know if there's I think it's within 18 squares of your hero. You can tell if they're going to join you or not, but like just in the desert. I mean, there's a big group of these dragons and hydras. If the dragons and hydras join you, then I think instantly you're much more able to win this fight. I don't think that there's any chance that these guys join me though, right? Like, there's just no way. We're gonna go try this because I want to just get close enough to see. I need them to tell me to my face, Fix Fox, ew, no, you're gross, get away from us. I need them to tell me that just so that way I know for sure that I'm not crazy and that there was no alternative way I could have used Ylwari here. We're close enough? Nope. Gotta get closer. Okay. There's this chimerologist. What if I just what if I just check that out for a little bit? Oh, was that a new week? So that was a new week. Yeah, we'll fight, we'll fight. We'll flee. We'll fight. We'll fight. I'm not seeing anybody that wants to join, really. Like, even these people that will flee, like right here. Okay, this is the perfect example of somebody that should join me. Right? And it says will flee. It does not say that they will join. It's just going to say that they will run. Huh. Yeah, I don't know why it's so difficult to get creatures to join me, but this is where we're at anyway. Okay, all right. Oh well. Fix Fox Wifes is in the chat, says that's so weird. Go, fight, win! Thank you, dear. I already lost, now I'm just trying to see if I could beat it. Yes, Window Ella is correct, and I'm just doing my best. And I think I'm throwing in the towel. I think I'm throwing in the towel there. Window Ella says Ascension is not actually bad for once. You're completely correct. Completely correct. And Win says, what we learned, don't play against Lord Edgar. Yeah. Top tier, S tier hero. Really like Lord Edgar. I lost to a hero that was pretty good. I don't think I can be too mad about that. Where'd you go? He's off the map. All right. Well, folks, with all that being said, I think it's time to call it a day. This was a fun stream. Thank you for everybody that was here. Thanks for all the time, the energy. Really, as always, the pleasure is totally mine. And I appreciate people spending the time. I appreciate that, hey, people got busy lives and stuff. And if you take the time to come on in here and check in with me, I hope that it's worth your time. I hope that I'm checking in with you, right? You check in with me, I check in with you. Feels like we should be able to have a little bit of a reciprocal relationship there with that. If we're looking forward to playing some more F Heroes 2 in the near future, do note that I'm still working my way through the Archibald campaigns. I will get that video out when I can possibly do so. I'm looking forward. I'm finally committed. I think I have enough time and energy associated with the Schism faction that I'm going to be looking forward to doing the Schism faction hero tier ranking list, like we did for the Temple faction and the Dungeon and the Necropolis faction. So we got stuff coming on up in the future. Stuff coming up in the future. Next week, I'm going to be traveling quite a bit, and thankfully it's going to take me back to my dad, and we're going to get the opportunity to finish the Fix Fox Father Teaches Heroes of Might and Magic 3 videos. That's going to be really, really cool. I'm really looking forward to that one. Love my dad, and I love that he loves heroes, and I love how gracious everybody else has been in spending the time with us, and yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun spending time with my dad, so I'm looking forward to doing that again. And if there's any questions or concerns or anything that you want to touch base with me on, you can always go to the Fix Fox Discord. You can catch me there. You can catch me on the F Heroes 2 Discord. You can catch me on YouTube. You can catch me on here on Twitch. Do me a favor. I usually don't ask this, but because I'm thinking about it, if you see this video on YouTube, like, subscribe, hype, do all the fun stuff, because I'm interested to see how much those like weird side metrics, how much those actually matter in driving attention and things like that. I don't really know. I'm still kind of figuring out YouTube and how it works and such, but if you're willing to do a science experiment with me and drop a like or a comment and stuff, I'd appreciate it, just so that way I can see if that makes a big difference or not. Folks, thanks for the time. My name is Fix Fox. Look after you, look after your friends, look after your family, take very good care of yourself, because if you don't, who will? I see you again. Take good care, and I'm out. Bye everybody. Bye everybody.